Chapter 1 All King's Supernatural Powers. AI 737. The Seventh Universe, Frisia Planet 88. Frieza, can you sing Two Tigers? Fang Yun looked at Frisia silently. Frisia's mouth twitched, her face darkened, her body trembling slightly, her fists clenched tightly. After a brief silence. No. Frisia popped two words between his teeth. Kurd, will you? Fang Yun turned to look at Kurd on the other side. Kurd is Frisia's father. Seeing Fang Yun looking at him, Kurd's forehead burst with blue veins, and he grinned. But soon, Kurdish died. Kurd shook his head, daring to speak. What about you? Is there a meeting? Fang Yun glanced at Frisia and Kurd's many younger brothers. The younger brothers shivered for a while, stunned, and dared not speak aloud. It doesn't matter, I'll teach you. Fang Yun cleared his throat and began to sing. Two tigers, two tigers. Run fast, run fast. One without ears. One without a tail. Really weird, really weird. The singing is loud and beautiful, and it spreads quietly on this Frisia Planet 88. Frisia's face became more and more ugly, his fists were clenched so tightly that his fingernails penetrated into his palms. Kurd was also so angry that his face was like a blank piece of paper, he clenched his steel teeth, and half of his tail swayed from side to side. This song simply made these two cosmic emperors feel -points of critical damage. We zoom in a little bit. We can clearly find out. Frisia's ears were inexplicably missing. It's just too funny to have a man without ears. Especially Frisia, after losing his ears, his whole head looks round, like a football, which is very fun. Looking at Kurd again, his tail also disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, Kurd is somewhat better than Frisia's experience. After all, in this universe, there are not many humans with long tails. No wonder Fang Yun's two tigers made them excited. Who knows how Frisia and Kurd's ears and tails disappeared? Just as no one knows how this person named Fang Yun appeared. Just horrible. Since the appearance of such a terrifying figure on Frisia Planet 88, Frisia and his little brothers have felt purgatory on Earth. After Frisia's father Kurd heard about Frisia's experience, he immediately rushed over with the legion, and he was also killed. Run fast, run fast. Fang Yun's singing sounded again, and he looked at Frisia and Kurd and his son with deep meaning. Frisia and Kurd shivered. The next moment, the two of them fled away without the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from Fang Yun's sight. Fang Yun silently looked at Frisia and Kurd's younger brothers. The younger brothers shivered with fright, and even a few younger brothers were scared to pee. Run fast, run fast. Fang Yun's singing sounded. Where do you guys still don't know what it means? She hurriedly ran away. Looking at the disappearing crowd, Fang Yun's face was filled with a faint smile. Yes, Fang Yun has passed through. It has been 3 months since Fang Yun traveled to the Dragon Ball world. As soon as he came to Dragon Ball world, Fang Yun opened a system called God Level. The system gave Fang Yun 4 options, allowing Fang Yun to choose a God level ability. Choose Destruction of Divine Powers. Option Angel Magical Powers. Choose Great Priest Magical Powers. Choose All King Divine Ability. Fang Yun was able to select it with his toes. So he was naturally the most powerful King Chuan. In this Dragon Ball world, can there be a more powerful god than Chuan Wang? Therefore, Fang Yun chose Chuan Wang Divine Ability. Then, Fang Yun naturally possessed the magical ability of King Chuan. This system belongs to the upgrade type, and it can't be done in one step. King Chuan has no great ability, his only ability is to erase. And this simple erasing ability is divided into 7 grades: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Star, and King. Only by advancing to the King can wipe out all the universes with a wave of hands. If you advance to Zinjao, you can match the strength of the current Chuan Wang, erasing a universe with a wave of your hand. At present, Fang Yun is only at the bronze level. It can only erase a part of a person's body, or a corner of a building, and it can also erase other people's energy or something. According to the system's prompt, Fang Yun needs to erase part of 1,000 people's bodies, or a corner of 10,000 buildings, in order to advance to silver. After advancing to silver, Fang Yun can easily erase a human being. No matter how powerful this human being, with a single wave of his hand, this person will disappear. Erasing is so magical. Chapter 2 Erasing, it's so magical. Fang Yun has the supernatural powers of the whole king. Fang Yun can't fight. However, Fang Yun's physique is very special. Fang Yun was 100 times stronger and faster than Frisia during the Bronze Age. Moreover, Fang Yun can survive in space and have an ageless youth. The reason why Fang Yun can't fight is because Fang Yun can't make waves. What kind of turtle Qigong wave, Qi Yuan / Sun Fist, but anything related to cultivation, Fang Yun is difficult to comprehend. Fang Yun also tried to condense his breath, but it was useless. Fang Yun couldn't condense Qigong waves or anything. However, Fang Yun was relieved after thinking about it. What Qigong wave do you want? What vitality bomb do you want? Does it smell good? Page 2. With a wave of your little hand, everything is wiped away. Ren-er was windy, I just waved my hand lightly. At that time, I will wipe it with King Chuan to see who can wipe who. Of course, the premise is that King Chuan provokes him. After Fang Yun traveled to the Dragon Ball world, he originally practiced erasing supernatural powers on a strange planet. Fang Yun didn't kill innocent people, he just wiped out the corners of the major buildings on this planet, and he had a lot of fun. Not long after, Frisia's army attacked, killing many people on the planet, and taking the rest as prisoners. Fang Yun followed Frisia's army to this planet called Frisia's 88th planet. From that day on, the nightmare of Frisia's legion began. Every day, Frisia's little brothers are horrified to find out that someone has lost an arm, or a leg, or an ear, nose, eye, etc. for no reason. In short, a certain organ in the body will always disappear without knowing it. The problem is, no one knows how these organs disappear. For example, if you are missing an arm, how come you don't have this arm? Was it cut off by someone, or was it blown up by an energy bomb? Or was it surgically amputated? However, not at all. It just disappeared so miraculously. It doesn't hurt at all. No pain or itching, the mysterious disappearance of body organs, which caused the Frisia Legion to panic on this planet. Too frightening. What on earth is it? The most terrifying thing is that no one knows what important organs will be lost. The disappearance of the facial features and limbs is not enough to kill, but what if the vital organs such as the heart suddenly disappear? Isn't that to burp on the spot? The people of Frisia Planet 88 were walking on thin ice and fled the planet one by one in fright. According to the accounts of those who escaped, the planet was cursed by demons. After Frisia heard the words, he was furious and slapped the nonsense little brother to death with one tail. My dignified emperor of the universe, what other demons can I be afraid of? I, Frisia, are the devil. Frisia and his little brother landed on the 88th planet in a menacing manner. Frisia personally took his little brothers to investigate the planet. In the end, Frisia finally discovered that Fang Yun was a special person and looked suspicious. However, something that terrified Frisia happened. From this day on, Frisia lived on the brink of collapse. Because the moment Frisia pulled Fang Yun out, Fang Yun wiped off Frisia's ear with a wave of his hand. Since that day, Frisia has never had an ear again. Fortunately, Frisia could still hear it. Fang Yun was kind enough to keep an ear canal for Frisia. If you can't hear me, how can I talk to you? The problem is, the ears are gone, and Frisia's regal image is gone. Frisia will naturally resist. However, no matter how hard Frisia worked and how powerful the tricks were, they were all wiped out by Fang Yun with a wave of his hand. Frisia's generals Dodoria and Sabo also took the opportunity to punch and kick, and the opponent Yun made a physical attack. Then, the two suffered a broken fist and a comminuted fracture of the leg. Frisia transformed into the fourth form and slammed his head into Fang Yun's chest. Fang Yun was fine. Frisia stopped on the spot. A few days later, Kurd, who heard the news, came with his younger brother. As a result, what made Kurds feel hopeless happened. Fang Yun is simply a monster, and it is impossible to defeat him at all. Since that day, Frisia and Kurd have been controlled by Fang Yun. The two of them thought of various escape plans. It's just that Frisia and Kurd are also afraid. If Fang Yun catches up and wipes out important organs when escaping, who do you need to reason with? This is a life-threatening rhythm. Frisia and the Kurdish father and son, for the first time showing their ability to work together, plan a seamless escape plan. And Fang Yun is also constantly using Frisia and his younger brothers to practice erasing magical powers. Finally, when Fang Yun saw the prompt given by the system, he almost laughed excitedly. Chapter 3: The Devil is finally leaving. 9999. Finally, only the limbs of the last person or a corner of the last building are left. Fang Yun burst into tears, took out a whistle from his pocket, put it in his mouth and blew it. The whistle sounded, and in less than 10 seconds, Frisia's 110 people on Planet 88 were assembled and lined up neatly. Frisia, Kurd, Dodoria, Sabo, etc. are all in the team. Report to Your Excellency Fang Yun, Frisia's 88th Legion has assembled, and there should be 365 people, but there are 365 people. Frisia bared his teeth and squeezed out these words. This sentence was also made by Fang Yun after he had undergone special training for them. Anyway, I was idle, and when Fang Yun had nothing to do, he just pulled the Frisia Legion over for training. Take a break. Fang Yun ordered. The Frisia Legion brothers stretched their feet mechanically. Today, I'll announce good news to you. Fang Yun said with a smile, I'm tired of playing with this planet, and I plan to leave. Frisia and the others immediately pricked up their ears and burst into tears. Leaving? Is this demon finally leaving? Very good. That's great. Report. Frisia exclaimed excitedly. Speak. Fang Yun nodded slightly. I don't know which planet Fang Yun is going to. Frisia asked cautiously. The universe is so big, as the Emperor of the universe, you should know better than me, right? Fang Yun smiled. Frisia was horrified. Frisia was most afraid of Fang Yun's smile. Every time this smile appeared, Fang Yun was about to wipe someone's body. I have a suggestion. Planet Vegeta seems to be more suitable for Your Excellency Fang Yun. Frisia turned his eyes and suggested to Fang Yun. Oh? Planet Vegeta? What are you doing? Fang Yun asked knowingly. That is the planet of Saiyans, and there are Saiyans of the fighting nation on it, and all Saiyans have tails. Frisia said an important message. Don't you like wiping off other people's tails? The younger brothers of Frisia's 88th Legion, as long as they had tails, were wiped out by Fang Yun. Saiyans all have long tails. Is this enough for you to play? If I leave, will you miss me? Fang Yun asked. Frisia. Kurdish. Who will miss you so much? You have to die. However, no one dared to say no. Everyone replied aloud in unison. Think. Since I miss you, I won't leave. Fang Yun sighed, actually, I can't bear you either. Frisia was about to cry. Kurd was even more desperate to cry. Your Excellency Fang Yun, we can go with you. Frisia's eyes rolled, and he immediately got the idea. Together. Fang Yun looked at Frisia. Page 3. We will personally send Your Excellency Fang Yun to planet Vegeta. If Your Excellency Fang Yun thinks it is fun, you can play on it for a few more days. If it is not fun, we will come back immediately. Frisia suggested. It seems a bit interesting. Fang Yun nodded thoughtfully. Frisia was excited. Is he finally leaving? I don't know, Your Excellency Fang Yun, when are you going to leave? Frisia asked. Pack up and get ready to go. Fang Yun smiled. Yes, Your Excellency Fang Yun. Frisia bowed and saluted. Today, who is it? Fang Yun looked up at the sky and asked. Everyone present shuddered. Every night when night falls, it is the nightmare of the Frisia boys. Because every day at this time, Fang Yun has to erase a part of a person's body. Today, Frisia's number 88 legion lacks arms and legs, and there are few complete existences. Frisia secretly kicked Dodoria. Your Excellency Fang Yun, everyone has been wiped once. Dodoria replied in shock. Fang Yun glanced at Dodoria. Forget it, just erase this palace today. Fang Yun said, waving his hand lightly. SHH. Immediately, the palace above Planet 88, that is, a corner of Frisia's palace here, disappeared miraculously. No one has seen, how did the corner of this palace disappear? Moreover, at the position where it disappeared, the fracture was extremely flat, as if it had been cut with a knife. After Fang Yun erased a corner of the palace, he suddenly discovered that his magical power of erasing had miraculously evolved from bronze to silver automatically. Silver magic, it can wipe out a human or animal, or wipe out an entire building. A total of 1,000 humans and animals Oregon 10000 buildings are erased, and you can advance to the golden supernatural power. In addition, Fang Yun's physical strength and speed have also reached 1,000 times that of Frisia. It is a full 10 times higher than that of the Bronze Age. Fang Yun was happy in his heart. Chapter 4 Two Tigers, Prepare, Sing. Since I came to the Dragon Ball world, why do I have to go to planet Vegeta? Fortunately, planet Vegeta has not been destroyed yet. Give you 10 minutes. Fang Yun ordered. Yes. Many of Frisia's younger brothers did not dare to neglect, and hurried to clean up. There's really nothing to fix either. 10 minutes later. Frisia's spaceship carried Fang Yun up to the sky and entered the vast starry sky. Fang Yun sat on the throne, silently admiring the beauty of the universe. Frisia's younger brothers accompany the smiling faces one by one, standing beside Fang Yun, waiting for Fang Yun's dispatch. Sing a song. Fang Yun greeted. The younger brothers nodded tragically. Have you mastered the 2 tigers I taught you before? Fang Yun asked. The younger brothers, including Frisia and Kurd, responded hurriedly, saying yes. Very well, I'll start. Fang Yun smiled and cleared his throat. 2 tigers, 2 tigers. Prepare, sing. 2 tigers, 2 tigers, run fast, one has no ears, one has no tail. Frisia's 88th Regiment, headed by Frisia and Kurd, with a total of 365 people, sang together. As they sang, Frisia and Kurd were almost in tears. Dodoria and Sabo both cried directly. There are even many younger brothers, who are even more deeply in love, and cry aloud. Touching the scene. About an hour or so passed. While Fang Yun was dozing off, Frisia and Kurd sneaked into a room, looked at each other, and shivered uncontrollably. Father! We must avenge this revenge. I, Frisia, will never let this guy go. Frisia grinned, fists clenched tightly. Then implemented according to the original plan. After we go to planet Vegeta, we will make this guy happy, and then take the opportunity to leave and completely destroy the planet. Don't you just think Saiyans are not pleasing to the eye? It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Kurd said solemnly. Let me Frisia pretend to be my grandson, and it will take me another 3 days to install it. Frisia can't take this breath. A spaceship and expose him to space. Maybe he will die directly. No, Frisia, don't be careless. Kurd shook his head slightly. What if he could survive in the universe? No way. He can survive in the universe? He looks somewhat similar to the Saiyans. It is impossible for this race to survive in the universe. Frisia did not believe it. He can do that kind of magical magic. If he wants to survive in the universe, I believe it shouldn't be difficult. Kurd was not very optimistic about Frisia's method. He was provoked, and it was our father and son who died. Frisia shivered all over, and the veins on her forehead burst out. The only way at present is to arrange him on planet Vegeta, and then take the opportunity to destroy planet Vegeta, and we will take the spaceship and leave immediately. Kurd said coldly, in this case, even if he can survive in the universe, but without the spaceship, it would be difficult for him to find us. Moreover, when we all release energy bombs together, I still don't believe that this guy can't be killed in this starry sky. Frisia nodded, agreeing to his father Kurd's proposal. 3 days later, Frisia's 88th Legion, led by Fang Yun, sang the beautiful ballad of two tigers and landed on planet Vegeta. Vegeta 3, that is, King Vegeta personally led a few Saiyans out to greet him. At the moment when the spaceship door opened, Bei Wang suddenly heard the beautiful singing on the spaceship. Bei Wang was stunned. What does this mean? Why are you still singing? But King Bei was immediately angry. Frisia, you are so deceiving. How condescending you are. You came to our planet Vegeta singing? Are you here to travel? You wait for me, when we Saiyans give birth to Super Saiyans, I must destroy you. Although he was angry in his heart, King Bei still respectfully stood under the spaceship, welcoming the arrival of Frisia and Kurd. However, what surprised King Bei was that the first person to come out was not Frisia, nor Kurd, but a young man. This young man has a handsome appearance, looks somewhat similar to a Saiyan, and looks less than 20 years old. And behind the young man were Frisia and Kurd. Bei Wang was stunned for a moment, a little confused about the situation. Chapter 5 King Bei, where is your son? Who is he? To King Bei, how come Frisia and Kurd have become his followers? That cowardly look, there is simply no one. Hey? Not right. What's happening here? King Bei was stunned to discover that Frisia's ears were missing. Looking at the Kurdish king again, the tail is missing. King Bei looked at the little brothers brought by Frisia and Kurd. They all lacked arms and legs, or lacked noses and eyes. They were a complete group of defeated soldiers. How is this going? What happened? When Bei Wang was in shock, he almost laughed out loud. So fun! Frisia, I never thought you would have today. Cough, King Bei. Let me introduce you. Frisia smiled awkwardly. King Bei, just give me a good laugh. You will cry later. Anyway, before long, Frisia will destroy this planet myself. At that time, all the people who laughed at me, the group of wild monkeys, will also be buried with me. Page 4. It's best for Fang Yun to follow along. All of this was done by the bastard Fang Yun. I, Frisia, will give you a taste of hellish torment. King Bei, this is your Excellency Fang Yun, the Supreme Commander of our Frisia's Legion. Frisia introduced. Hello, Your Excellency Fang Yun. King Bei bowed and saluted. King Bei is very smart, how could he provoke Fang Yun at this time? Find out the situation first. King Bei, where is your son? Fang Yun greeted. What's so beautiful about Bei Wang? Fang Yun is more interested in Vegeta. After arriving at planet Vegeta, Fang Yun tried his own gravity. Apparently, he didn't feel that his body was particularly heavy. Isn't the gravity of planet Vegeta 10 times that of Earth? I don't feel it. I don't feel it. Maybe I am too strong? Your Excellency Fang Yun, Vegeta has already gone out to practice. King Bei was stunned and replied respectfully. Have you all gone out to practice? How old is he? Fang Yun asked. Just 5 years old. Bei Wang replied. 5 years old. Fang Yun smiled slightly, time flies really fast. Frisia and his son were dumbfounded. What is this? Did Fang Yun and Vegeta know each other? Otherwise, what does he mean when he asks King Bei's son alone? The two of them couldn't understand Fang Yun's mind at all. Vegeta is not on this planet, it's a bit boring. Fang Yun sighed and waved his hand lightly. SHH. An astonishing scene happened. I saw the splendid Saiyan palace behind King Bei, and it just disappeared out of thin air. Nothing was left. Only the flat ground, the foundation on the ground, and the guards left in the palace seemed to explain the history of the palace. Bei Wang was stunned. Frisia's eyes widened. The Kurdish king trembled with fright. The next moment, Frisia and Kurd exchanged a quick glance. Both are of ordinary minds. Both Frisia and Kurd have seen it before, this Lord Fang Yun, it seems that he can only erase a small part of a building. No matter how big the building is, it is only a part of the complete building. Now, the two of them saw with their own eyes that the Saiyan palace just disappeared. In other words, has Fang Yun's strength increased again? It's also horrible. This. Bei Wang's face changed again and again. What kind of trick is this? With a wave of your hand, a palace disappeared? Are you kidding me? Am I dreaming? I can immediately let Vegeta come back to meet your excellency Fang Yun. King Bei made a decisive decision and saluted Fang Yun. No need, I'm suddenly not interested in him anymore. Fang Yun smiled lightly, turned his head to greet the people from Frisia's 88th army behind him. Don't stand still and sing a song. Spirit. 2 tigers, 2 tigers. Dodoria and Sabo and others began to sing. King Bei. King Bei finally understood why the Frisia Legion was singing this song. Fliza, Kurd, you two. Fang Yun beckoned to the two of them. The two hurried forward. I'll go around this planet first. By the way, let me show you something. Fang Yun smiled strangely at the two of them, and pointed to an artificial satellite suspended high in the sky. See that thing? Frisia was stunned. Kurd was also confused. What to look at? Just an artificial satellite. What catches your eyes? SHH. Fang Yun waved at the artificial satellite. Then, that satellite just disappeared out of thin air. Frisia's whole body trembled in fear. Kurd's face changed even more. Can this guy erase things from such a long distance? It's also horrible. Don't destroy this planet first, my erasing ability is very powerful. According to preliminary calculations, although the Frisia planet 88 cannot be reached here, let your fastest spaceship fly for a day. I can still reach it. Fang Yun smiled and looked at Frisia and Kurd. P.S. The old rule, reward one person plus one change, and there is no cap. By the way, is this book going to be linked with the Angel book? Chapter 6 Don't Act Rashly. What? Frisia's face became extremely ugly. Destroy planet Vegeta. After King Bei heard the words, his expression became even more stunned. Cough, Lord Fang Yun, how can we destroy planet Vegeta? Ha ha ha, no, this is impossible. Kurd hurriedly denied. As for whether Fang Yun could reach such a distant location, Kurd and Frisia did not dare to try. In fact, the current Fang Yun really can't reach that far. At best, Fang Yun could only reach that satellite. If it is further away, Fang Yun will have to upgrade to gold to erase it. The buildings on planet 88 that Fang Yun mentioned, at least need to be upgraded to diamonds to be erased from such a distant location. It's still barely warm. Even so, Fang Yun's words also made Frisia and Kurd pale. How could the two of them risk their own lives to try? You have to live in peace, how boring is it to fight and kill all day? Fang Yun said with a smile. Yes. The Kurdish king nodded hurriedly. Let's all retreat. Fang Yun greeted, Kurd, Frisia, you two accompany me around, the rest of the people, listen to the order and stand at attention. Yes. Many Frisia younger brothers formed a square team and stood at attention. Fang Yun slowly flew up. Kurd and Frisia followed behind Fang Yun. Seeing such a scene, Bei Wang was completely stunned. What is this for? This rhythm? Why is it getting more and more bizarre? But then, King Bei turned to look at his palace. Hateful! You return my palace. The order goes on, and no one is allowed to act rashly. King Bei commanded his subordinates. Kurd and Frisia remained silent, and looked at Fang Yun with fearful expressions from time to time. Sometimes, the two communicate with their eyes. Page 5. Frisia bared. Kurd shook his head slightly. Frisia clenched her fists, trembling all over her body. You two, don't be idle, sing a song to liven up the atmosphere. Fang Yun turned his head and greeted Frisia and Kurd. Frisia's body trembled again. Kurd's face was also ashen, and he could not wait to step forward and work hard. What? Do you have any opinions? Fang Yun glanced at the two of them with a smile, and then wiped off a white cloud in the sky. Kurd's pupil shrank. Frisia was also so frightened that cold sweat broke out on her face. Although the father and son can also blow away the clouds in the sky through powerful energy. But like Fang Yun, a large white cloud disappeared with a wave of his hand, they couldn't do it anyway. 2 tigers, 2 tigers. Kurd sniffed, cleared his throat, and began to sing. Frisia burst into tears and tickled her teeth with hatred, so she hummed along. After 3 minutes. There's a town down there, let's go and have a look. Fang Yun greeted and fell from the sky. Snapped. Fang Yun fell into the town. This town is a small city of Saiyans. Saiyans are a minority, and the population is not very large. At present, all Saiyans add up to only a few thousand people. Because it is a fighting nation, it is still difficult for Saiyans to increase the population. The Saiyans in the town were a little confused after seeing Fang Yun, Frisia, and Kurd appearing. Are those two? Kurd-sama and Frisia-sama. Is that Lord Kurd? Where did his tail go? It's strange, why is Frisia-sama's head so round? No ears. Who is that person in front of them? Everyone talked a lot, and they all looked at Fang Yun and the others silently. Among the crowd, there was a couple. Bardock, is he Frisia? Jin asked curiously. Yes, that's him, but he looks a bit funny, as if he has no ears. Bardock replied. They're singing, 2 tigers, one without ears and one without a tail, such a strange song. Jin lowered her voice. Bardock. Who is that man in front of them? Do you know him? Bardock, Jin asked. Bardock shook his head slightly. Looks like Frisia and his father are afraid of him, Jin pondered. Listening to the news from the palace, his name is Fang Yun, and King Bei asked us not to provoke this person. Bardock said solemnly, Jin, let's go back first. Bardock, they seem to be coming towards us. Jin was about to leave with Bardock, but suddenly saw that Fang Yun took Frisia and Kurd towards him step by step come. Bardock's face changed again and again, and he immediately stepped forward and blocked in front of Gnei. P.S. Ask for a reward, ask for flowers, ask for comments. Chapter 7 Bardock, where is your son? Jin, you go back first. Bardock whispered. I'm not leaving. Maybe they're not malicious. Jin shook her head. Jin, don't be naive. Bardock gritted his teeth. As he spoke, Fang Yun had already appeared directly opposite Bardock with Frisia and Kurd. Fang Yun raised his hand slightly. Frisia and Kurd's singing stopped abruptly. Bardock. Fang Yun greeted with a smile. You know me. Bardock was stunned, looking at Fang Yun in surprise. Where's your son? Fang Yun asked. Bardock was a little confused. Kurd was also slightly startled. Frisia looked confused. After this guy came to planet Vegeta, why did he always like to ask people's sons? The first person to ask was King Bei. As soon as we met, he asked where his son was. The second one asked this Scion, who also asked the same question. What does he want to do? Can't guess, can't guess. Frisia and Kurd looked at each other, wondering what Fang Yun was thinking. My son? You mean Raditz, right? Bardock replied, he and Vegeta went to other planets to experience training. I'm talking about Kakarot. Fang Yun smiled. What? Kakarot? Bardock's face changed color. Jinei's face turned pale for a moment. What? Has it been sent away? Fang Yun asked. What did you say? Bardock's face changed again and again. You sent Kakarot to Earth in the Milky Way, am I right? Fang Yun smiled slightly, lowered his voice, and said in Bardock's ear. Bardock's pupils shrank sharply. How did he find out about such a secret thing? No one should know about it except myself and Jin. Kakarot's future is limitless, you have given birth to a good son. Fang Yun patted Bardock on the shoulder and smiled. What do you mean? Bardock looked at Fang Yun with some fear. Don't worry, I'm not malicious. Fang Yun smiled, I was just idle and bored, so I came to chat. Chat? Bardock couldn't keep up with Fang Yun's rhythm. What do I have to chat with you? But it seems that you are not good at speaking. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Bardock. By the way, do you want to find your son? Fang Yun asked, I can take you there. We won't go, he has his own stage. Bardock shook his head. Okay, whatever you want. Fang Yun said, waving his hand and erasing a small house behind Gnei. Everyone was stunned. That little house, in the blink of an eye, then disappeared. Too frightening. Fang Yun smiled and took Frisia and Kurd into the sky again. To upgrade all kings to gold, you need to erase 1000 people Oregon 10000 buildings. Obviously, simply erasing the buildings would be 10 times more numerous. Or erasing people is the most convenient choice. Just, who to erase? Not to mention, the 88 people of Frisia's number 365 Legion, Fang Yun thought they were pretty cute. It's a shame to just wipe them out. Frisia, this planet is a bit boring. Fang Yun turned his head and greeted Frisia. Your Excellency Fang Yun, planet Vegeta is actually very interesting. Don't those Saiyans have tails? How interesting is it to erase all their tails? Kurd suggested. Do you think I'm very busy? What do I do when I have nothing to wipe off their tails? Fang Yun asked rhetorically. Kurdish. Frisia. Didn't you just wipe out our ears and tails? What do you mean by saying this now? So, we return to planet 88. Kurd asked cautiously. No need, you prepare a spaceship for me, and I have to act alone. Fang Yun thought for a while and pondered. Kurd pricked up his ears. Frisia wanted to prick up her ears too, but unfortunately she didn't have them. The two quickly exchanged glances. Page 6. Is he going to go it alone? Real or fake? Prepare me a space voyage map with a lot of people marked on it. Fang Yun said. Well, I'll contact Dodoria now and let him prepare. Frisia suggested. Fang Yun nodded lightly. Frisia immediately contacted Dodoria through the probe and made him ready. 5 minutes later, Fang Yun landed near the Scion Palace with Frisia and Kurd. Your Excellency Fang Yun, this is the spaceship prepared for you. This is a space navigation map with a total of 108 living planets marked. Dodoria respectfully handed over a map with one hand. Chapter 8 The Devil is Missing? Fang Yun took the map and opened it to take a look. Sure enough, 108 planets were marked on the map, and the locations and coordinates of the planets were clearly written. For this map, Fang Yun seems quite satisfied. As for the spaceship, a bit large. The spaceship is too big, just change to a smaller one, 1/3 the size of this one. Fang Yun greeted. Saying that, Fang Yun waved his hand lightly and directly wiped the large spaceship. Everyone present was trembling with fright, and looked at Fang Yun with a look of fear. Before long, a new spaceship was ready. Fang Yun looked at it, the size of the spaceship was just right. Anyone traveling with me? Fang Yun looked at Frisia's team and asked with a smile. Everyone shook their heads together. Who is going on a trip with you? Don't go. Do not go to death. You devil! Do you miss me? Fang Yun asked. Miss you? Frisia and the others quickly replied. I can't bear you either, how about you accompany me? Fang Yun said with a smile. In no mood. Everyone hurriedly changed their rhetoric. Accompanying this devil, life is better than death. Very good, I finally spoke your heart out. Fang Yun waved his hand and wiped out the one who had just shouted don't want to and was the loudest. Frisia and the others looked at the disappearing guy in horror. Nothing was left. Too frightening. Make people disappear out of thin air. I will miss you, goodbye. Fang Yun waved goodbye. However, with this wave of his hand, the Frisia Legion was so frightened that he ran away, for fear of being erased by Fang Yun. Call out! The next moment, the spaceship rushed into the sky, and soon disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until the spaceship flew away for 10 seconds that Frisia and the others reacted. Is he really gone? Frisia asked the little brother beside him in disbelief. Lord Frisia, he really left. He should have gone in the direction of the planet Latukate. There are about people on that planet. If it weren't for him, we would have taken that planet long ago. Occupied. Dodoria responded quickly. Prepare the spaceship and leave this planet. Frisia made an immediate decision. After a minute. Shhhhhhh. Frisia's spaceship soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. Kurd also took another spacecraft to leave planet Vegeta. The rest of Dodoria and others took a slightly larger spacecraft and were about to return to planet 88, waiting for Fang Yun's dispatch. After receiving this order from Frisia, Dodoria and Sabo even had the heart to die. Why should we go and wait to be sent? We don't want to go. Dodoria and Sabo did not dare to disobey, and returned to planet 88 of Frisia, waiting for Fang Yun's call. Time flies, and before you know it, a month has passed. Fang Yun did not return to planet 88. Even the communication was interrupted out of thin air. Another 2 months passed. Fang Yun still has no news at all. Frisia also came alive. Fang Yun disappeared? Lost contact? Gaga, isn't it dead? Frisia was secretly happy, making people quietly look for the planet where Fang Yun appeared for the last time. The results of the investigation came out soon. The planet where Fang Yun last appeared is called the Blue Planet, and there are primitive creatures on it. And the creatures above have not disappeared much. However, Fang Yun disappeared. At the same time, Fang Yun's spaceship was missing from the planet. Your Excellency Frisia, there is a high possibility that Fang Yun erased the communication equipment and monitoring system of the spacecraft. Some younger brothers guessed. So, he doesn't want us to know, where did he go? Frisia pondered. The younger brother nodded quickly. The order goes on, if anyone discovers Fang Yun's whereabouts, let me know as soon as possible. Frisia gave the order, by the way, call all the Saiyans back to planet Vegeta. Just as Frisia was giving orders in this universe, Fang Yun's spaceship landed slowly on a planet. Crunch! The spaceship door opened, and Fang Yun walked out of the spaceship. This is Adlat. The reason why Fang Yun came to Adlat was mainly to see if he could control his chi through the Adlat star. It is also known as the Spirito by the Adelates. Although Fang Yun has the ability to erase, isn't it fragrant to have one more skill? Moreover, Fang Yun wanted to learn to teleport. Without teleportation, simply sailing in the universe is such a waste of time. Although Fang Yun will master teleportation on his own after being promoted to Diamond. But diamonds are still too far away. It's good to learn teleportation first while you're bored. For the past 3 months, Fang Yun calculated that it was only 40 days of wasted time navigating the starry sky. Fang Yun has only wiped out more than 600 vicious people in total. No way, the population of the 7th universe is a bit small, it seems that they have to go to the Earth. There are many people on Earth, billions of them. Chapter 9 Send me to the realm of the World King. After explaining his intentions, the Adrate Star expressed a friendly attitude. Another 3 months passed. Mr. Fang Yun, I'm really sorry, your physique is very special, I'm afraid you won't be able to condense spell Ito. The elder of the Adrate Star shook his head, also feeling sorry for Fang Yun. While feeling sorry for Fang Yun, the first elder looked at the disappearing building and was about to cry. Page 7. You have been here for 3 months, and the infrastructure of our planet has been set back at least 10 years. I expected it a long time ago, it doesn't matter. Fang Yun nodded. We have taught you everything that can be taught to you. Unfortunately, Mr. Fang Yun's physique is very special. It is estimated that our tricks are not suitable for Mr. Fang Yun to learn. The elder said with a wry smile. Does this count as an expulsion order? Fang Yun smiled. This? Of course not, we still welcome Mr. Fang Yun to stay for a while. The elder was embarrassed to drive people away. Then I'll stay for a while longer. Fang Yun thought for a while and pondered. Great elder. I'm just polite, don't take it seriously. Forget it, since I can't learn spell Ito, I'd better leave as soon as possible, so I won't waste my time here. Fang Yun stretched his waist. The elder's heart was agitated for a while. The few clansmen around him also showed bursts of joy. Finally going. If you stay any longer, we Adelat will degenerate to our original form. Elder, how far can you sense from here? Fang Yun asked. How far is it sensed? The elder was slightly startled, a little confused about what Fang Yun meant. I heard that you can perform teleportation. I'm too lazy to take the spaceship. You can save me wasting time on the road by sending me there. Fang Yun suggested. Great elder. Feelings, you are thinking about me in an instant. Mr. Fang Yun, I'm really sorry, but our Adrate people are restricted from using teleportation. The elder said with some embarrassment. Who restricted it? Fang Yun asked. I'll erase him now. Great elder. After a brief silence. Cough, this person, I'm afraid it's not easy to mess with. The elder said with a wry smile. Tell me about it. Fang Yun suddenly became interested. Yes, it's Lord Daja Wangshen. The great elder replied, and said a fair word for Daja Wangshen. Lord Daja Wangshen is also worried that our excessive teleportation will affect the ecology of the universe. Balance it. The great realm god? The guy who was swallowed by Bu? Fang Yun asked with a smile. Yes. The elder looked at Fang Yun silently. Your news is quite well informed. The great realm god is gone, what else do you have to worry about? Fang Yun asked rhetorically. This is the principle of our Adlat Star people. I'm really sorry, Mr. Fang Yun, we can't disobey the order of the great realm king god. The elder looked embarrassed. Okay, then I have to take the spaceship. Fang Yun nodded. When does Mr. Fang Yun plan to leave? The elder suppressed his excitement. Elder, what is the name of that mountain? Fang Yun turned to him and pointed to an endless mountain in the distance. That is the sacred mountain of our Adrate, and it is the belief of our Adrate Star people. The elder was stunned for a moment and replied. Because the first elder once briefly introduced this mountain to Fang Yun. How long is this mountain? Fang Yun asked again. The north-south length is at least -kilometers, and the east-west is -kilometers. The sacred mountain is the totem that protects our Adrid people. The elder said with a smile. Elder, I think my erasing ability is getting stronger and stronger. Do you think I can erase such a big mountain at once? Fang Yun pondered. The elder's smile froze, and his face changed color wildly. The people from the Adrid star beside the great elder were also terrified one by one. If you wipe out the mountain of gods, we Adlat stars should move as soon as possible. I suddenly remembered that occasionally secretly using a teleportation, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. The elder immediately changed his rhetoric. Really? Realm King God knows, won't blame you. Fang Yun asked in surprise. I shouldn't know. The elder was about to cry. Actually, I really don't want to embarrass you, I'd better go in a spaceship. Fang Yun pondered. It's okay, I'll take it off for you, Mr. Fang Yun, please don't be polite to me. The elder responded hurriedly. Okay, then you can take me to the realm. Fang Yun suggested. Great Elder. P.S. Guaranteed 3 more updates, reward 1 person plus 1 update, there is no cap. Chapter 10 Robbing the Realm King God. The elder was really about to cry. The great Kaino God ordered that the people of Adrait were not allowed to use teleportation. You are good, you actually asked me to send you to the Kaiwang God. Although the great Realm King God is no longer there, but the current King God, can he not know the order of the great Realm King God? I don't know what happened to Mr. Fang Yun when he went to the Zhuangshan. The first elder wiped his sweat and asked. I heard that the Realm King has a space-time ring that can travel through time and space at will. I want to take it and study it. Fang Yun pondered. The great elder burst into tears. What kind of person am I provoking? You are actually thinking about stealing the space-time ring of the Kaiwang God. Mr. Fang Yun, I heard that only the Realm God can use the space-time ring. The elder replied. I know, I'm just doing research, I can use it the best, if it can't be used, just erase the ring. Fang Yun said. Great Elder. Just say if you want to send me there. Fang Yun was a little impatient. P-Bala, you can send Fang Yun. The Great Elder ordered. P-Bala. Why me? It's just that P-Bala couldn't do anything, so he had to bite the bullet and take it. The breath of Lord Kai Wangshan, it's not very sensitive. P-Bala said in a deep voice. Take your time, don't worry. Fang Yun smiled. I'll give it a try. P-Bala nodded slightly. 10 minutes later. I sensed it, it is indeed the breath of Lord Kai Wangshan. P-Bala said in surprise. Is there anyone around him? Fang Yun asked. There is no one around. What does Mr. Fang Yun mean? P-Bala gave Fang Yun a strange look. Teleport behind him, I stun him with a punch, then grab the space-time ring and leave immediately. Fang Yun suggested. Great Elder. P-Bala. You are a life-threatening rhythm. Are you going to sneak attack on the Kaiwang God? You are not stealing the ring, you are stealing it, no, stealing it. Okay, get ready. Fang Yun urged. The elder was really about to cry. P-Bala was shivering with fright. Stop kidding. Realm King God, that is the greatest God in the universe. Are you going to do a sneak attack? Are you impatient to live? This. Mr. Fang Yun, we will discuss this matter from a long-term perspective, The first elder quickly stopped him. If the Kaiwang God knows that it was the Adrit people who carried out the sneak attack, will we Adrit still live? Fang Yun, don't hurt us. Don't worry, I won't let him find out. No one knows that you did it. Fang Yun smiled and waved his hand, erasing a 1,000-year-old tree in the distance. The elder's pupils shrank slightly, and he made a decisive decision. P-Bala, take Mr. Fang Yun to the realm of the Realm King immediately. The great elder ordered, remember, be careful not to let his followers find out. Yes. P-Bala agreed tearfully. What the hell am I doing? After about 10 seconds. SHH. P-Bala took Fang Yun and appeared behind the realm god Shin in an instant. Kai Wangshan seemed to sense a movement behind him, and immediately turned his head to look back. Page 8. Boom. Fang Yun slapped the real king directly on the back. Before the realm king god Xin could react, he fell softly to the ground and fainted. The strength of Kaiyan, the god of the king, is barely the second rank of the Super Saiyan, far inferior to the Super Second Son Gohan in the Shiru period. Fang Yun's current strength is equivalent to 1,000 times that of Frisia. It is very easy to smack the Realm King with one palm. After knocking out Zhuangshan, Fang Yun immediately looked at the ring on Zhuangshan's hand. Time ring. Quick, P-Bala, take off his ring. Fang Yun greeted. P-Bala. Come by yourself. You want to grab the ring of Lord Realm King God, but you actually let me come. You are shameless. P-Bala was afraid of something stupid, and now time is the most precious. Immediately, P-Bala hurried forward and took off the ring on the finger of the god of the realm, Xian, and handed it to Fang Yun. The ring is already in hand, let's go quickly, Mr. Fang Yun. P-Bala urged in a low voice. Hey? He's wearing Padala earrings? The ones that fit together. Fang Yun looked at Shan's earrings again. This. P-Bala's face changed color. Quick, take off his earrings too. Fang Yun greeted. This. P-Bala was about to cry. However, at this critical juncture, P-Bala took off Shan's 2 earrings from his ears as quickly as possible and handed them to Fang Yun. Mr. Fang Yun, can we go now? P-Bala asked. Chapter 11. Take the Divine Sword with you, Sjamak's reward plus more. By the way, I heard that there is a mythical story circulating in the realm of the gods. In this realm of the gods, there is a divine sword inserted into a mountain. As long as you pull out the divine sword, you can have powerful strength. I don't know if it is true. It's fake. Fang Yun pondered. Mr. Fang Yun, that's just a legend, it can't be taken seriously. P-Bala's tears fell. How? Do you still want to spend the night in the realm of the King of Gods? Why don't you get out now? Why are you still thinking about the divine sword? What the hell is wrong with us, Adrit? If you don't look for it, how can you find out if it's true or false? Fang Yun pondered. I think, go look in that direction, maybe there will be an adventure. P-Bala. You can go if you don't want to, I'll find it myself. Fang Yun smiled. I'll go with Mr. Fang Yun. P-Bala's face darkened. If you are wandering in this realm of the king, you will be discovered sooner or later. I'm with you, fortunately there is someone to take care of. The two immediately flew into the sky. Mr. Fang Yun, the followers of the Realm King are in that direction. If we are looking for the divine sword, it is more appropriate to act as soon as possible. P-Bala said quickly. By the way, P-Bala, I don't have aura fluctuations on my body. He can't find me through aura sensing. He can only search through his eyes. It's you must hide your chi well, and let him find it, but it's not good. Explained. Fang Yun said with a smile. P-Bala. 10 minutes later. Under Fang Yun's perception, the two landed on the top of a mountain in the realm of the king. On the top of this high mountain, there is a sword inserted. There really is a divine sword. Fang Yun said with a smile. P-Bala suddenly had a bad feeling. Take the divine sword with you. Fang Yun suggested. P-Bala cried. You have already robbed the ring and earrings of the Kai Wang god, do you even want to take the divine sword of the god world with you now? People are not enough to swallow elephants. Ji Wangshen seems to be awake, what else do you have to hesitate? Pibra. Fang Yun said. This. If you want to take it away, you have to pull it out first, right? You can't take it away directly. Pibala gritted his teeth and made a decisive decision. Up to now, 1 is also taken, and 2 are also taken. It's better to take the God realm away. It's easy to say. Fang Yun stepped forward and grabbed the divine sword. Crack! Suddenly, the divine sword was easily pulled out by Fang Yun. The power has not increased, the legend is unbelievable. Fang Yun shook his head. Pibala. You can go back. Fang Yun greeted. SHH. Pibala cried and performed teleportation and returned to Adlat with Fang Yun. Is it going well? The elder asked quickly. Not bad. Fang Yun nodded and waved his sword. This sword, what's going on? The great elder was stunned and asked inexplicably. This is the divine sword circulated in the realm of the realm of the realm. Great elder. Pibala explained tearfully. What? Divine sword. The elder's pupils shrank. Not only that, Mr. Fang Yun also brought back the earrings of Lord Jiwangshan. Pibala said solemnly. Adalat's great elder blinked and almost fainted. I have completely offended Lord Kai Wangshan. What the elder can be sure of is that if the Kai Wangshan Sama knows that we are accomplices, we may be exterminated in Adlat. The elder and Pibala looked at each other with tears in their eyes, speechless. SHHHHH. Fang Yun, however, was wielding the divine sword and playing happily on the side. Realm of the King of Gods. Lord Kai Wangshan, what happened to you just now? Jabit looked at Kai Wang Godshin with a little puzzlement. It seems that someone broke into the realm of the Realm King, and he knocked me out. The Realm Godzine scratched his back, and it still hurts now. What? Someone broke into the Kai Wang God realm? Who is it? Jabit immediately became vigilant. If I didn't see it clearly, I fainted. Shihan scratched his head. Who would it be? Could it be the Western Realm King God? Maybe still alive. Jabit guessed. Impossible, hasn't she been killed by Bu? Shihan shook his head. Besides, even if the King of the West is still alive, she has no reason to stun me. Lord Kai Wangshan, something is wrong. Where are your earrings? Jabit looked at Xian's ears. Earrings. Shan was stunned and touched his earrings. Sure enough, the earrings disappeared. After that person knocked me out, he stole the earrings? What a strange guy. Shihan frowned, a little confused about the other party's routine. Lord Kai Wangshan, see what's missing? Jabit asked. After a minute. My ring. My ring is gone too. Shihan exclaimed. I suddenly have an ominous premonition. Jabit's face sank, and he turned to look at the mountain of divine sword. Could it be? Chapter 12. The divine sword is here for you. 1827-041-0927 reward plus more. What did you say? Shihan also changed color. The two quickly appeared on the top of the mountain where the divine sword was stored. When he saw the missing divine sword, Shihan knelt down. Damn! Who is it? Who stole the sword? Shihan clenched his fists. That's the treasure of our King God realm, so it's gone. Jabit wanted to cry without tears. Jabet, find a way to find out. Shin bared his teeth. Lord Jiwangshan, this person's strength shouldn't be simple, right? Jabit frowned and said solemnly, that's a divine sword, neither I nor Jiwangshan can pull it out. How did that person pull it out? From. Shan's pupil shrank. Page 9. Yes, that's the sword. Who will pull out the divine sword that we can't even pull out? And he pulled out the divine sword, won't his power increase again? In any case, the divine sword is also a treasure handed down from ancient times in our realm of the gods. If it is lost so inexplicably, how will I explain it to my ancestors in the future? Zine said solemnly, Jebet, no matter what method you use, find me the divine sword. Adrid planet. Fang Yun put the space-time ring on his index finger and turned it. The space-time ring did not respond in the slightest. Do you know how to use this thing? Fang Yun asked. The elder and P-Bala shook their heads vigorously. Even if you do, you can't tell him. It's a pity, it's useless. Fang Yun shook his head with a look of regret. This. Maybe only the real-world king can use it. The elder guessed. How about? Go and ask Lord Zhuangshan. Fang Yun suggested. Great elder. P-Bala. Cold sweat broke out on their faces. If you were to ask Lord Realm King God, you would be throwing yourself into a trap. You beat up all the other people, and also robbed the ring, earrings, and divine sword of Lord Kai. Just kidding, kidding. Fang Yun smiled. Is there such a joke? The elder roared loudly. So shameless. Get out of Adlat now. If you stay, we will be tortured to death by you. Well, as you wish, I'm going to leave this planet. Fang Yun smiled, I'm going to the Earth in the Milky Way, I don't want to take a spaceship. If the spaceship is to fly from here, it's 7 days less, right? The Milky Way? Earth. The elder was slightly startled, not understanding why Fang Yun was going to that planet. The level of science and technology on Earth and the strength of human beings seem to be very general. Is there a problem? Fang Yun asked. No problem, of course no problem, I will find a way to send Mr. Fang Yun over by teleportation. The elder laughed. Finally going. This guy is finally leaving. We Adalat will also return to normal order. It took about 10 minutes for the great elder of Adlat to finally sense the breath of someone on earth. I sensed it, let's go now. The elder suggested. Will you miss me? Fang Yun looked at the people on the Adrit star who came to send them off. Yes, yes. P-Bala quickly responded. I've troubled you for so long. If someone bullies you in the future, such as the Frisia Legion or something, you can report my name. Fang Yun smiled. Thank you. The elder nodded, let's go. SHH. The great elder moved in an instant, and in a flash, he took Fang Yun away from Adlat. Earth, the island of the Tortoise Fairy. Immortal Turtle was lying on the reclining chair, admiring the latest women's cartoon, his eyes were heart-shaped, and his old face was even more rosy and glowing. Teacher Wu Tian, you are so old, you still read such unhealthy books. The old turtle on the side shook his head, feeling ashamed for the immortal turtle. You are a turtle, what do you know? Immortal Turtle glared and turned to a new page. After seeing the beauties in the book, Immortal Turtle's saliva almost flowed down. SHH. At this moment, the first elder brought Fang Yun to the side of Immortal Turtle. Then, Mr. Fang Yun, let's say goodbye. The elder waved his hand. Go, let's go. Fang Yun nodded. SHH. The first elder was afraid that Fang Yun would change his mind. So he hurriedly performed teleportation and disappeared without a trace. The turtle fairy and the old turtle on the side looked at Fang Yun and the elder who suddenly appeared at the scene without blinking. Then, he looked strangely at the great elder who disappeared all of a sudden. The woman's cartoon in the hands of the turtle fairy slowly slipped to the ground. Old man, ask for a way, how to get to the big city? Fang Yun asked. Turtle immortal. Old turtle. Ask for directions? You ran to an isolated island to ask for directions? Also, how did you show up? Who is that guy who disappeared? The turtle immortal mechanically pointed to the location to the west. Thank you. Fang Yun said, took out the divine sword, this divine sword is given to you. With that said, Fang Yun threw the divine sword to Immortal Turtle. P.S. Reward 1 person plus 1 update, there is no cap on the top, hurry up and come. There is a linked voting, click it when it is convenient. Chapter 13 There's no way to be King Vegeta now. Immortal Turtle was stunned for a while, and quickly reached out to pick it up. It's just that the moment he came into contact with the divine sword, Immortal Turtle's face changed greatly. An unparalleled sense of heaviness immediately rushed to the arms of the Immortal Turtle. Boom! The divine sword smashed directly into the ground, causing the turtle immortal to break out in a cold sweat. What's the situation? Does this sword seem heavy? Goodbye. Fang Yun soared into the air and flew in the direction of the western capital. Immortal Turtle was stunned, and stared at Fang Yun, who flew away without blinking. The old turtle also had a cold sweat on his face, and his expression was stunned. Are they aliens? Teacher Wu Tian. The old turtle was silent for a moment, then asked quickly. I don't know. I can't sense the breath on him. Who is he? Immortal Turtle's face changed again and again. Teacher Wu Tian, look at that sword. The old turtle suggested. Turtle Immortal walked to the side of Divine Sword. The Divine Sword was lying on the ground of the island, deeply embedded in the lawn. What a strange sword! Turtle Immortal went up to get the sword, but was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the sword. Can't you hold it? The old turtle asked in surprise. You said light, especially heavy. Turtle Immortal shook his head. Even Teacher Wu Tian can't hold it. That young man is very easy to hold. The old turtle was shocked. What is the origin of that young man? Immortal Turtle looked away, looking for Fang Yun's trace. However, Fang Yun had already flown far away. A certain planet. Vegeta, Raditz, Nappa, and several other young Saiyans gathered here. Just received the news that planet Vegeta was hit by a meteor, destroyed. A Saiyan said in shock. What? Meteor impact? Planet Vegeta destroyed. Raditz was stunned. There's no way to be King Vegeta now. Vegeta said nonchalantly while chewing on the drumstick. Raditz. Nappa. Your heart is really big enough. Page 10. His Royal Highness Vegeta, what should we do next? Nappa asked. We Saiyans enjoy fighting, let's keep fighting. Vegeta got up and smiled. By the way, His Royal Highness Vegeta, I heard that Frieza and his legion, many people either lost their tails or lost their ears. I don't know what happened. Nappa said again. Oh? Is there such a thing? Vegeta responded and pondered, no fuss, maybe I met someone stronger than them. Who would it be? Raditz asked in confusion. Frieza and the others are very powerful. Idiot, the most powerful in the universe is Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes were far-reaching. I Vegeta, one day I will become a Super Saiyan and become the master of this universe. Frieza Planet 88. Report to Your Excellency Frieza, there is still no whereabouts of Fang Yun. Dodoria reported through video equipment. There is no best, %% is dead. Frieza was on the other side of the screen, not to mention how happy she was. Planet Vegeta is destroyed. Saiyans are almost dead. Fang Yun also has no news at all. Fang Yun must have fallen into some cosmic crack, unfortunately. From now on, I, Frieza, will regain control of this universe. Milky Way, Earth. An hour later. The sky gradually darkened. Fang Yun successfully saw a large city, the lights were bright, and the night was very beautiful. This city is really not small, it is several times bigger than the city that Fang Yun saw on the alien planet. What surprised Fang Yun the most was the population of the city. Lots and lots. According to preliminary calculations, there are at least 10 people in this city. Earth is so nice. Fang Yun's excited hands were shaking slightly. Or, take the time to wipe out the city? Can you upgrade to gold directly, or maybe skip gold and advance to platinum? Fang Yun was excited for a while. Help, help, who will help me? Suddenly, Fang Yun heard a girl calling for help in the distance, and the sound was quite pleasant. Call out! Out of curiosity, Fang Yun quickly swept towards the sound. Soon, Fang Yun saw a pretty girl under him. The girl had short blonde hair and looked about 16 years old. Hey? Why do I feel like this girl has been seen somewhere? In addition, behind the girl, there are two more aggressive-looking men, who seem to be rough on the girl. This is a typical hero-saving beauty bridge. But it doesn't matter, Fang Yun is about to practice erasing supernatural powers. These two guys are just enough to meet Fang Yun's requirements. Chapter 14 Bulma's sister? Snapped. Fang Yun fell from the sky and landed next to the girl, blocking the two fierce men. Boy! Who are you? It's none of your business here. Get the hell out of here! The tall man shouted sharply at Fang Yun. How did he appear? It seems to be flying. The short man frowned. Are you blinded? Nosy guy, kill him. The tall man smiled lightly, took out his pistol, and without any hesitation, shot Fang Yun directly. Fang Yun waved his hand. Suddenly, the gun in the tall man's hand and the bullets fired from the muzzle disappeared out of thin air. The tall man was stunned, and looked at his empty right hand in confusion. Where's my gun? What's going on? What's wrong with me? Even the Emperor of the Universe didn't dare to shoot at me. You are a little human, you are really tired of living. Fang Yun was about to be exasperated. What can I make of you? The Emperor of the Universe. The tall man couldn't react. Yes, I will make you a human stick. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. SHH. Suddenly, the tall man's limbs disappeared out of thin air. The eyes of the short man on the side almost jumped out of their sockets, watching this amazing scene without blinking. SHH. Fang Yun waved his hand again, directly erasing the short man. The girl was surprised to see such an amazing scene. Although the tall man has become a stick. But because it's night, and the tall man doesn't have any blood flowing, it doesn't look very scary. Thank you for saving me. The girl quickly thanked. My name is Taisai, please take care of me. Tais. Fang Yun was stunned for a moment, but suddenly remembered the girl's identity. Taisai, isn't she Bulma's sister? Bulma in this period seems to be 5 years old. Your magic is too good. Taisai looked at the tall man who turned into a stick not far away, and naively thought that this was Fang Yun becoming magic. Fang Yun. Well, you say magic is magic. What's your name? Taisai asked Fang Yun. Fang Yun. Fang Yun, in order to repay your life-saving grace, I invite you to dinner. Taisai said quickly. You don't need to eat, do you know where the prison in this city is? Fang Yun asked. Fang Yun thought about it seriously. It is better not to erase the city. The city is erased, who will cook the food in the city? Moreover, now Fang Yun only needs to erase more than 300 people to advance to gold. Fang Yun decided to first see what conditions are required to advance from gold to platinum. Prison. Taisai couldn't keep up with Fang Yun's brain circuit. Going to jail? Yes, prison. Fang Yun nodded. Are you going to work in a prison? Taisai asked innocently. You're so smart. Fang Yun nodded again. Am I going to work in prison? Erasing is my job. I'll check the navigation. Taisai said, took out her mobile phone, opened the map navigation, and pointed to a location above. Here, this is Zeta Grand Prison, it's not very far, it's about a 2-way drive away. 10 minutes. If you fly over, it will only take a minute or two. Fang Yun pondered. Fly over? Hee, stop joking. Taisai was stunned, and then replied, I'm just fine, I'll take you there. Saying that, Taisai took out a universal capsule and threw it out. Boom! The Magnum capsule becomes a jet sedan. Let's go, don't be polite to me, hee hee, I'm the eldest lady of a rich family. Taisai greeted Fang Yun and patted her chest. Fang Yun originally wanted to fly to the prison, so he just wiped it out. However, Fang Yun really couldn't refuse Taisai's good intentions, so he had to follow her into the car. Call out! The car rose into the air and flew away in the direction of the prison. Just as the car had just left, two people walked out of a corner tremblingly. The two men, one wearing a mask, were dressed in strange clothes. The other is an old man. Page 11. It was Gok and the Doctor of Engineering in the Galactic Patrol. Jack, is that guy a magician? The doctor asked, pulling Jake's arm. It's called a magician. This is magic, do you understand? Gok's eyes widened, and he walked to the tall man's stick. The doctor scratched his head. Is there a difference? When the two saw the miserable appearance of the tall man, their faces changed. Chapter 15 Fang Yun, the bath water is hot. Kill me! Kill me now, the tall man shouted. Jack, how did he do it? The doctor asked. I don't know. Maybe it's really a magician. Gok held his chin, thoughtfully. No, I have to go and see, doctor, go home by yourself first. Call out! Gok said, his feet breathed fire, flew into the sky, and chased in the direction of Fang Yun's car. PhD. You wait for me. You take me with you too. 20 minutes later, Fang Yun saw a large building, which was the large prison in the suburbs of Zidu. Here is a brief introduction to the prison. Taisai took the mobile phone and called up the prison's information. There are more than 2,000 prisoners in Zidu Grand Prison, including 128 death row prisoners and 287 robbers, forcing 298 female prisoners. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet, what are you doing? Taisai was talking, and Fang Yun had already got out of the car. Fang Yun, you're off work now. If you go to work, you have to do it tomorrow. Taisai lowered the car window and hurriedly said to Fang Yun. Go back, don't worry about me. Fang Yun waved his hand. After saying this, Fang Yun disappeared into the night. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yun appeared in the prison unknowingly. Fang Yun's two little hands waved. SHH. 1. 2. 3. This is a very complicated project. Although for Fang Yun, erasing a person only needs to wave a small hand. But the current Fang Yun will not be wiped out in groups. It can only be erased one by one. After erasing about 100 people, Fang Yun was a little bored. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow, anyway, don't worry. Fang Yun thought about it and left the prison. After walking out of the prison, Fang Yun took a closer look and found that Taisai's car was still parked outside. You haven't left yet? Fang Yun stepped forward and asked. Wait for you. Taisai asked with a friendly smile, how is it? Are things done? I'll come back tomorrow. Fang Yun smiled slightly. I'll come with you tomorrow. Taisai greeted. All right. Fang Yun didn't object. Let's find a place to rest first. I have a universal capsule house. Taisai said, let's find a safe place. The car started and stopped in the suburbs. Taisai took out a universal capsule and threw it out. Boom! The capsule becomes a house. Please come in. Taisai invited. Fang Yun and Taisai entered the house together. The door is closed. About a quarter of an hour later. Fang Yun, the bath water is ready. Taisai's voice came out. Outside the house, behind a big tree, Gok silently looked at the house in the distance. Women on Earth are really casual, and they're in the same room with that man so soon. Jake pondered. After a brief silence. There is actually a magician on Earth? Never mind, the most important thing for me now is to find the materials to repair the spaceship. The magician can do whatever he wants. Jake muttered, turned, and disappeared into the darkness. Just as Gok disappeared, the door opened. Fang Yun, what's the matter? Taisai asked. It feels like someone is spying on me. Fang Yun scratched his head. Who will monitor you? Taisai looked away, but saw nothing. Forget it, forget it. Fang Yun shook his head, ignored it, and returned to the room with Taisai. Silent all night. The next day, Taisai sent Fang Yun to the prison gate. Fang Yun has time today. Fang Yun's little hand waved. Half an hour later, 267 prisoners miraculously disappeared from the prison. After erasing these prisoners, Fang Yun was pleasantly surprised to see that his erasure magical power had finally advanced from silver to gold. Golden magic power, the physical strength is 10,000 times that of Frisia, and it can wipe out a group of people or a large city with a wave of the hand, and wipe out 1,000 large cities to advance to platinum. After seeing the advanced platinum option, Fang Yun was speechless. Erase 1,000 large cities? Are you kidding me? Today's Earth, it seems that there are not many large cities, right? This Earth is not the Earth of Fang Yun's previous life. There is only one country on Earth right now. Cities on Earth are only divided into 4 large cities, South, North and West, as well as some medium-sized cities. According to the meaning of the system, it seems that he wants to erase 1,000 large cities, that is, cities as large as the Western capital. Advanced Option 19. Erase the specified characters, Tao Bibai, Nappa, Frisia, Cyborg No. Shrew. You can also advance to Platinum. P.S. Ask for a reward, even a reward of 100 book coins is a great encouragement to me. Chapter 16. Taisai, I want to repay you. Just when Fang Yun was a little speechless, the system gave an updated prompt. Erase specified characters. Can also be advanced? Fang Yun knew all these characters. However, when he saw the time span of these characters, Fang Yun felt a little bit pained. It will take 20 years to go from Tao Bibai to the android Shrew, right? In other words, I have to wait at least 20 years before I can advance to Platinum. Might as well wipe out the big cities sooner. If it doesn't work, try erasing a medium-sized city tomorrow to see if it can increase the number of advanced levels. Fang Yun appeared in front of Taisai's car with a sad face. Is the work not going well? Taisai asked with concern when she saw Fang Yun's frowning face. Forget it. Fang Yun shook his head. It's okay, just resign if you can't. Taisai suggested. Are there any cities around here that are smaller than the western cities? Fang Yun asked. A smaller city? Taisai didn't understand what Fang Yun meant. Forget it, they also have wives, children, friends, and relatives. I'll just wait. Anyway, I have immortal youth. I'm in a hurry to upgrade to the king. Do I want to erase the whole universe? Fang Yun shook his head gently and decided to wait. Wait. Erase a city at will, although for Fang Yun, it is just a wave of a small hand. Although Fang Yun is not a bitch, he doesn't want to kill innocent people at will. Page 12. At least, Fang Yun is now invincible in the human world. Even if you encounter a god like the king of the world, you can slap him to death. As for whether he can beat Beerus, the god of destruction, Fang Yun is not good at judging. It's so amazing that it can't be wiped off with a wave of your hand. However, if Beerus wants to wake up, it will take 30 years at least, right? Fang Yun, what are you talking about? Taisai looked at Fang Yun in confusion. Tais, can you help me find a place to settle down? Fang Yun asked. Okay, you saved me, just live in our house. Taisai suggested. Actually, I think so too, I'm just embarrassed to say it. Fang Yun smiled. Taisai. Hello really? I don't even know how to answer. 2 hours later. Taisai took Fang Yun to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. Look, this is my home, isn't my home big? Taisai looked at Fang Yun with a bit of pride, the expression in that expression seemed to say, praise me, hurry up and praise me. You see, I am the eldest lady of a rich family. You saved me, and you will be soaring in the future. Yes, it's bigger than my home on planet 88 of Frisia. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Frisia? Planet 88? What do you mean? Taisai looked bewildered. It's nothing, a planet about the size of Earth. Fang Yun smiled. Haha, you really know how to joke. Taisai innocently thought that Fang Yun was joking with herself. Under the leadership of Taisai, Fang Yun met her parents, Dr. Brives. And, Taisai's younger sister Bulma. Are you my brother-in-law? Bulma looked less than 5 years old, staring at Fang Yun with curious eyes. Bulma, don't talk nonsense. Taisai's face flushed. Tais, don't you look at Fang Yun. Bulma's mother asked her daughter directly in front of Fang Yun. He, the young man looks very energetic. Taisai has grown up, and she has never brought a boy home. Dr. Brives adjusted his glasses. So, I have a brother-in-law. Bulma looked at Fang Yun thoughtfully. Father, mother, sister, it's not what you think. Taisai blushed. When she said this, Taisai glanced and saw Fang Yun drinking tea casually there. Hey, say something. Taisai shouted at Fang Yun. Since everyone thinks so, what's the use of explaining? Fang Yun smiled, and immediately smiled, the more you explain, the more they don't believe it. Taisai. You're right, and I don't know how to refute it. By the way, Fang Yun, what do you do? Dr. Brives asked. Fang Yun is an excellent magician. Taisai said quickly. Magician. Dr. Brives was stunned. Brother-in-law, let's perform a show. Bulma's eyes lit up. SHH. Fang Yun waved his hand gently, and the cup on the coffee table disappeared mysteriously. The Bulma family's eyes widened. So amazing! Is it really magic? In this way, Fang Yun stayed at Taisai's house for the time being. Before you know it, 12 years have passed in a flash. Fang Yun had a good time at Taisai's house. Taisai is engaged in her favorite profession, writing novels. With Fang Yun's help, Taisai's novel career is booming. Taisai can write wonderful novels without sailing in the universe at all. The method is very simple. Fang Yun just told Taisai some of the costume TV series he had seen in his previous life, and asked her to adapt it into the form of a novel, and it became very popular. Chapter 17 Brother-in-law, see what I found. You know. Those well-known TV series are all adapted from best-selling novels. Today, Taisai is already a well-known writer on Earth. Today, as usual, Taisai is still writing novels in her study. Fang Yun was idle and bored, basking in the sun in the yard. Fang Yun was holding the space-time ring he got from the realm god Xin in his hand and played with it. 12 years have passed, and Fang Yun has not figured out how to use this ring. If he could travel through time and space, Fang Yun would definitely travel to the future immediately, erasing the 5 designated people, so that his erasure supernatural power would be upgraded to platinum as soon as possible. However, after the accumulation of these 12 years, Fang Yun somewhat liked this kind of plain and peaceful life. What platinum erase? Anyway, it's invincible now. Sometimes Fang Yun can only comfort himself like this. Of course, Fang Yun didn't give up his cultivation. However, no matter how hard Fang Yun tried, he was still unable to cultivate his qi. But Fang Yun's physical strength is not weak at all. Forget it, whatever. After erasing, do you still need to practice wool? Success! I'm finally done. I'm a genius. Fang Yun was closing his eyes and basking in the sun, when he heard a girl's surprise cry from the next room. Immediately afterwards, a blue-haired girl ran out of the room, holding a circular instrument in her hand, and appeared beside Fang Yun. "Brother-in-law and brother-in-law, look what this is." The girl held the circular instrument and patted her chest. The girl is Bulma. Bulma is now 16 years old, and she is really a girl in bloom, waiting to bloom. Chest. Fang Yun looked at the spot where Bulma tapped lightly. "Bulma. What's so beautiful? It's not like your sister doesn't have it." Fang Yun was not surprised. However, Fang Yun still saw the Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's hands at a glance. Is Bulma finally going to find Dragon Ball? "Brother-in-law. This is what I said. This is this. Where are you looking?" Bulma shouted angrily, and waved the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. "I thought you let me see, cough, don't say it, I watched you grow up." Fang Yun smiled. "Brother-in-law, you said that you watched me grow up, how do I feel that you mean something else?" Bulma's face turned red. "What are you holding in your hand?" Fang Yun changed the subject and asked knowingly, but pretended to be curious. He, after my 3 months of research and looking through a lot of ancient documents, I finally discovered a great secret." Bulma grinned and took out a golden shiny from behind. "Beads, dang 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 dang, brother-in-law, look, what is this? What a beautiful bead." Fang Yun nodded. "Brother-in-law, this is no ordinary bead, this little thing is amazing," Bulma said mysteriously. Just as she was talking, Taisai stretched and walked out of the room. "Sister, come and see what I found." Bulma greeted Taisai. "What?" "Bulma." Taisai stepped forward step by step. "Look, what is this?" Bulma presented the Dragon Ball to Taisai. "This is..." Taisai's eyes widened, and she looked at the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hands in surprise. He, do you know what this is?" Bulma didn't mention how proud he was. "Just ask me. Ask me now. Isn't this a Dragon Ball? Is there such a small Dragon Ball?" Taisai picked up the Dragon Ball, looked at it curiously, and said with a strange face, "It doesn't look like a replica. Is it the real Dragon Ball?" Bulma was stunned and looked at his sister with a bewildered expression. "It's true." Fang Yun smiled and nodded. "Is it really Dragon Ball? Does Earth also have Dragon Balls?" Taisai was surprised. Page 13. "Because, there are Nameks on Earth too." Fang Yun smiled slightly. "Ah? Are there Nameks on Earth?" Taisai was stunned. You, how did you know about Dragon Ball?" Bulma asked loudly. "I finally figured out that this golden bead is a Dragon Ball." "You are good, you already knew it. You know, let me study for so long? Elder sister, brother-in-law. You are so shameless." "Bulma, your brother-in-law and I went on an alien trip last time. We visited a planet called Namek, and there are Dragon Balls on it that can fulfill any 3 wishes." Taisai explained to Bulma, "But Namek's Dragon Ball is so big, at least 10 times the size of this one." "Hey? Namek? How come you never said it?" Bulma didn't know what to say. Chapter 18 Taisai's 3 Wishes. "You were still young at that time, so you can't remember it." Taisai smiled. "So, have you fulfilled your wish?" Bulma asked in surprise. "Yeah, it came true." Taisai nodded lightly. "There are 3 wishes in total. The first wish, let me have eternal youth. The second wish, let mother live forever. The third wish, let father immortal." Bulma. "And me? Why didn't you make me immortal?" Bulma pointed to his nose. Bulma was only 5 years old at that time, so it's not easy to make a wish. Taisai scratched her head, "And there are only 3 wishes, and we can only talk about it later. Brother-in-law doesn't want eternal youth?" Bulma asked curiously. Your brother-in-law said, first make a wish for our parents, and he will have time to go to Namek in the future. Taisai replied. It's a pity that after you came back, the spaceship was completely broken and couldn't be repaired, right? And you lost contact with Jake. Bulma shook his head. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave Earth in a short time. Back then, Galactic Patrolman Jake finally came to the door. Days after Fang Yun stayed at Taisai's house. Gok was not hostile, nor did he see Fang Yun, explaining his intentions. Gok just wanted to repair his spaceship. When the spaceship landed on Earth, the engine was damaged and a special material was missing. Bulma's house had this material, and it was generously given to Jake. To repay the Bulma family, Gok asks what they wish for. Taisai asked Jake for a spaceship and planned to go out to travel, so Fang Yun took Taisai to Namek and fulfilled his wish. However, the Galaxy Patrol's spacecraft is a bit of a mess. After Fang Yun and Taisai returned to Earth, the spacecraft was completely broken, and even Bulma and Dr. Brives had no way to repair it. In addition, without the spaceship, there is no way to contact the Galaxy Patrol. Originally, Fang Yun wanted to make a wish to the Divine Dragon Porunga, to let himself travel through time and space and go to the future world. But after thinking about it, Fang Yun stopped thinking about it. Fang Yun still cherishes this peaceful life. Especially the days with Taisai are still very fun. It took me 3 months to research the secret of Dragon Ball. I didn't expect that my sister and brother-in-law have already met on other planets, and their wishes have come true. Bulma suddenly felt that she had been busy these 3 months in vain. And when he said this, Bulma planned to drop the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. Bulma, what are you holding? Fang Yun asked. Dragon Ball radar, what's wrong? Bulma asked back. Can I find the exact location of Dragon Ball? Fang Yun asked again. Yes. Bulma nodded. You are not busy, you are a genius for creating the Dragon Ball radar. Fang Yun smiled. When you were looking for Dragon Ball, didn't you use the Dragon Ball radar? Bulma asked curiously. Namek is different from Earth. The Dragon Balls of Namek are kept by several elders. Your brother-in-law and I get along very well with the Namek people, and the Namek people are also very kind, so just give us let Dragon Ball fulfill our wishes. Taisai explained with a smile. Ah? Is it that simple? Bulma's eyes widened, then she flipped through the book, scratching her head and said, No, I saw from the books I found that Dragon Ball can summon Shenlong, but only one wish can be fulfilled. That's right, why did you realize your 3 wishes? Can only one wish come true? I don't know, we did achieve 3 wishes on Namek. Taisai shook her head, also a little confused. Never mind. I want to fulfill my wish too. Bulma pouted, gloomy. What wish does Bulma want to achieve? I'll write it down in the book for you, what do you want? Taisai said with a smile. Sister. Bulma stared. I don't want to be written into the book by you. It's really distressing, I'm already the eldest lady of a rich family, and I want to stay young forever. Bulma pondered. Isn't it a little early for Bulma to stay young forever? Taisai asked with a smile, you haven't grown up yet. Staying youthful means keeping the way you are now. Bulma looked up at her sister Taisai. Bulma found that her sister developed much better than herself. No, now I make a wish to keep my youth forever, is this not going to last? In comparison, my sister looks better. Or, I will grow longer, and then go to make a wish? P.S. Ask for a reward, reward 1 person plus 1 more, not capped. Chapter 19 Brother-in-law, accompany me to find Dragon Ball. Fang Yun looked at Taisai and Bulma. Do you think I don't exist? Humph, I don't want to grow anymore. Bulma pouted, yes, I want to find a boyfriend, and let Shenlong give me a boyfriend as good as my brother-in-law. Taisai. It's such a happy decision. Bulma said, "It's officially summer vacation from tomorrow, and I'll set off to find Dragon Ball early in the morning. Do you want to go by yourself?" Taisai asked. "Well, I'll go by myself." Bulma nodded, "I've grown up, I'm going out for a walk. Let your brother-in-law accompany you." Taisai was still worried about her sister. The Earth's Dragon Balls shouldn't be so easy to find, right? There might be some monsters on the road. "Sister. What kind of ghosts are there? You have written a lot of fantasy novels, right?" Bulma couldn't help laughing bitterly, and then pondered while holding her chin, "But it's okay, I can rest assured if my brother-in-law accompanies me. I am the only one. Girls are sleeping in the open air, if you encounter a satyr or something, you will be in trouble." Taisai. "How dare you think? Fang Yun, will you accompany Bulma to find Dragon Ball?" Taisai asked. "I originally wanted to go together, but I'm planning to finish this novel recently, so I don't have time to go out. Speaking of which, I also really want to relax outside. I don't really want to move." Fang Yun shook his head. "Brother-in-law, with a beautiful woman like me accompanying you, don't you want to move?" Bulma blinked at Fang Yun. "Go, Fang Yun, if you are idle at home, you are idle. Why don't you go out for a walk?" Taisai persuaded again, "I can rest assured that you are with Bulma. In case of any bad person, use magic to destroy him." Fang Yun was speechless. "You just want me to be with your sister? Are you not worried at all?" Taisai also said, "Let Fang Yun protect her sister Bulma, and don't let anyone bully her." Fang Yun suddenly remembered that Bulma was bullied a lot by men on her way to find Dragon Ball for the first time. 3 people have bullied Bulma. One is Goku. One is the Turtle Fairy. Another is Leaping. By the way, there is also a pig. That's all, who made her my sister-in-law. I'd better accompany her to find Dragon Ball." Early the next morning, before Fang Yun got up, the door was pushed open by Bulma. Bulma ripped off Fang Yun's quilt. "Fang Yun! Are you not afraid that I have no clothes on? Brother-in-law, get up quickly, we're going." Bulma urged. "So early? The sky is bright." Fang Yun looked up at the sun outside the window. "The first Dragon Ball is far away from us, about 2,000 kilometers away from us. Even if we start now, maybe it will be dark when we get there." Bulma said, "Brother-in-law, look, the first one Dragon Ball is in a place called Baizai Mountain." "Okay, let's go." Fang Yun got up and put on his clothes. Page 14. Boom. Bulma threw an omnipotent capsule and drove away quickly with Fang Yun, without saying hello to Taisai and her parents. Bulma had already told her parents about her search for Dragon Ball last night. Bulma's parents heard that Fang Yun would accompany Bulma, so they didn't ask more. With Fang Yun accompanied, there should be no danger. After all, Fang Yun had accompanied Taisai on a trip to aliens back then. How can it be dangerous to just travel on Earth now? Bulma drove the car fast. Rao is so, when it was close to dusk, the car finally traveled to the vicinity of Baizai Mountain. "Hey! I'm so tired." Bulma stopped the car, let out a sigh of relief, and stretched. Fang Yun also came down and moved his muscles and bones. "Brother-in-law, you and my sister have been together for so long, don't you want a child?" Bulma asked. "Children, don't ask such questions." Fang Yun stared. "I'm not a child anymore, I'm 16 years old." Bulma corrected and replied plausibly, "When my brother-in-law met my sister, wasn't my sister also 16 years old?" Fang Yun smiled. "You really can say. I don't even know how to answer." "Forget it, let me see where the Dragon Ball is first." Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the button on the radar. "Diddy, diddy." Dragon Ball radar responded quickly. "It's nearby, about 3 kilometers away from us." Bulma said to Fang Yun. Just as he was talking, he saw a child holding a big fish and coming from a distance. What a strange child! Bulma looked at the child in surprise. The child is none other than Xiao Wukong. Chapter 20 Leaping, there is none left. Xiao Wukong had just caught a big fish from the river and was about to go back to eat it. When he saw Fang Yun and Bulma, he stopped immediately. Hi, how are you? Xiao Wukong waved his hand. Children, you have a lot of strength. Bulma greeted. Who are you? Xiao Wukong asked innocently. My name is Bulma, and he is my brother-in-law Fang Yun. Bulma introduced. What is brother-in-law? Xiao Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Brother-in-law is... Bulma froze for a while. Why should I explain? Do you live on Baizai Mountain? Bulma changed the subject. Well, my home is on the mountain. Xiao Wukong pointed to the location of his home, and then pointed to the big fish behind him. Come with me, I haven't seen anyone here for a long time, I ask you eat fish. Brother-in-law, what do you mean? Bulma asked Fang Yun. Go and have a look. Fang Yun knew that the first Dragon Ball was in Xiao Wukong's house. Went to Goku's house and found the first Dragon Ball smoothly. The next plot is almost the same as the original Dragon Ball story. However, because of Fang Yun's participation, the kind of thing Xiao Wukong did to Bulma naturally ceased to exist. With Fang Yun around, how could he let his sister-in-law be bullied? After a day, Fang Yun took Xiao Wukong, Bulma, and an old turtle, and met the turtle fairy at the seaside. 12 years have passed, and the old turtle has completely forgotten Fang Yun. He only remembers that Fang Yun was wearing armor, but his appearance was a little blurred. Even Turtle Immortal and Fang Yun are just one-sided. Moreover, Fang Yun was suspended in the air at that time, and it was not very real to see one person and one turtle. After seeing Fang Yun at the seaside, Immortal Turtle was silent for a moment thoughtfully, feeling a little familiar. But he couldn't remember where he saw it. The Turtle Fairy gave Xiao Wukong a somersault cloud and the Dragon Ball to Bulma, and left with the old turtle. The Turtle Immortal sat on the old turtle's shell, thinking about his thoughts. Teacher Wu Tian, what are you thinking about? The old turtle asked. Looking at that young man named Fang Yun is a little familiar. Turtle Immortal pondered. Mr. Wu Tian has read countless people, and there are many familiar people, right? Why don't you just say it directly, seeing Miss Bulma familiar? The old turtle smiled. You really know me? Immortal Turtle laughed. After successfully obtaining the Dragon Ball from the hand of the Turtle Fairy, Fang Yun continued to move forward with Bulma and Xiao Wukong. Immediately afterwards, the three came to the existence where Oolong was, and rescued the girls from Oolong's hands. When traveling to a large desert, just like the original book, Bulma accidentally lost the box of the universal capsule, fell to the ground tired, and fell asleep. Call out! Someone riding a motorcycle quickly appeared at the scene. It was Leaping, who called himself a desert hyena. Hand over your valuables. Leaping said, pulling out a machete. SHH. Fang Yun's little hand waved gently. Leaping was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was missing from his body. What is this? Pool, you look at them first, why do I feel something is wrong? Leaping frowned. Lord Leaping, what happened? Pool asked strangely. I'll take a look over there. Leaping said, hurriedly ran to the dark corner and checked his body. You'd better stay still, if you dare to resist, Lord Leaping will kill you. Pool threatened. Hurry up and give them the valuables. Oolong said to Fang Yun. Pig, either of you. Fang Yun smiled. When is it time to make such a silly joke? Oolong shouted loudly. Pool. Seriously, robbery? Pool stared. Hey? Are you Pool? You are my classmate in the zoo. Oolong suddenly remembered something. I recognized you a long time ago, shut up! Pool shouted. Ah! No more! At this moment, Le Ping was only heard shouting loudly in the distance. Lord Leaping, what's the matter? What's missing? Pool flew over quickly and asked curiously. My, suddenly disappeared. Le Ping fell to the ground softly, his face becoming more and more ugly. What? Pool wondered. What's missing? You say it. Here. Le Ping pointed to his pants. Ah? It's gone? How is that possible? Pool was stunned. There are monsters here. Leaping was so scared that his face was pale, and he didn't care about the robbery, and quickly left the scene. Chapter 21 Turtle Immortal, Divine Sword Waiting for Destiny. Fang Yun smiled and looked at Leaping, who was leaving. Looking for these guys on the Dragon Ball Road who have bad thoughts about Bulma, they have all been solved. It can be considered that the task assigned by Taisai has been completed. After a month-long journey, Bulma and his party finally collected 7 Dragon Balls. However, at this time, Fang Yun had quietly left. In the end, Bulma did not fulfill her wish and returned to her home with regrets. Bulma, are you back? Taisai beckoned. Ah? Sister, Bulma stammered, her eyes dodging, she didn't know what to say. What's wrong? Bulma. Taisai looked puzzled. Sister. I lost my brother-in-law, woo-woo. Bulma burst into tears. Page 15. I lost your brother-in-law? What do you mean? Taisai looked at Bulma with a puzzled expression. Brother-in-law suddenly disappeared when he was looking for Dragon Ball, and then never appeared again. Bulma wiped her tears and said. Your brother-in-law went home 10 days ago. Taisai scratched her head and asked, didn't he tell you? Ah? Going home? Bulma's eyes widened, and she quickly rushed to Fang Yun's room. 4 eyes facing each other. Brother-in-law! Bulma shouted loudly. Bulma is back? Has your wish come true? Fang Yun asked. What do you think? Bulma glared at Fang Yun. It doesn't matter. Earth's Dragon Balls can't fulfill their wishes. Isn't there still the Dragon Balls of Namek? When the spacecraft is repaired, and then go to Namek, all 3 wishes will be given to you. Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law, you're going too far. You don't say anything when you come back. It made people worry about you for a long time. I thought you were eaten by monsters. Bulma took a deep breath and stared. With big eyes, I can't wait to step forward and scratch people. At the same time, Xiao Wukong moved his family to the island of Turtle Immortal. Grandpa, according to the agreement, I'm here to practice with you. Little Wukong greeted the immortal turtle who was watching a TV show where beautiful women were dancing. Okay. Immortal turtle nodded, but did not move his eyes away from the TV. Grandpa, I'm hungry. Xiao Wukong said. There is something to eat in the refrigerator, you can eat whatever you want. Turtle Immortal pointed to the refrigerator. Xiao Wukong took out all the food in the refrigerator and ate one upside down. Afterwards, Xiao Wukong wandered around the island for a while and saw the divine sword lying on the ground. What is this? Xiao Wukong looked confused and reached for the divine sword. It's just that Xiao Wukong couldn't move the divine sword at all. What is this? Xiao Wukong scratched his head, what a strange thing. Just as he was talking, Immortal Turtle came out of the room. That was a divine sword given to me by an expert. Immortal Turtle said with a smile. Grandpa, but I can't hold it. Xiao Wukong said. It's okay to not hold it. Only those who have the spirit of martial arts in their hearts and a heart of justice can use this divine sword. Turtle Immortal said with a smile. Grandpa, I don't understand what you said. How did Xiao Wukong understand these big truths? Immediately, he looked at Immortal Turtle with excitement. So, Grandpa can definitely use this sword. Of course. Turtle Immortal smiled. Grandpa, can you give me a demonstration? Xiao Wukong asked excitedly. Turtle Immortal. I just said casually, you kid actually take it seriously? Immortal Turtle silently looked at the divine sword lying on the ground, feeling a little overwhelmed for a while. If I can move this sword, I'll let this sword lie here? By the way, what are you doing here? Immortal Turtle quickly changed the subject. I'm here to practice with Grandpa. Xiao Wukong replied. I want to practice with me, but it's very hard. Immortal Turtle smiled. Children are so deceiving. Time flies. Fang Yun was also at Bulma's home, and followed Bulma through the world's first martial arts conference. After the world's martial arts conference, Xiao Wukong also started a new journey to find Dragon Balls. Fang Yun knew that Tao Bibai appeared in this period. However, Fang Yun was not in a hurry to erase Tao Bibai. Tao Bibai and Xiao Wukong did not die in the battle, and he will reappear at the 22nd World Martial Arts Conference. At that time, it's not too late to erase the Peach White. After all, it will take several years for Nappa to come to the Earth after the Peach White is wiped out. Another few years passed. Goku and Krillin are also grown up. Over the years, Xiao Wukong's biggest goal is to pick up the Divine Sword on the island of the Immortal Turtle. It's just that many years have passed, and the Divine Sword just lay there, never being moved. Chapter 22 Wukong, do you have a son? I will reward and add more with his people. Turtle Immortal also looked for various reasons and did not touch the sword. In addition, Fang Yun also successfully found Tao Bibai and wiped it off with tears. Finally found you. Almost lost it. Knowing how troublesome it was, Fang Yun should have followed Xiao Wukong to the Galan Tower and wiped Peach Bibai directly. After erasing Tao Bibai, Fang Yun patiently waited for the next prey. The next person to erase is Nappa. Counting the time, it will take a while. Under Fang Yun's patient waiting, he finally waited for the day when Raditz came to Earth. On this day, Fang Yun accompanied Taisai and Bulma to the island of Immortal Turtle. And Sun Wukong also brought Gohan to the island to play because his son Gohan was 5 years old. Ah! Wukong, you have a son. Bulma sighed, say, time flies really fast. Haha, yes. Turtle Immortal nodded. Today, I must pick up this divine sword. Sun Wukong silently walked to the side of the divine sword, and his aura increased a little bit. The next moment, Sun Wukong grabbed the divine sword with both hands and tried to lift the divine sword. However, no matter how hard Sun Wukong tried, he was still unable to move the divine sword. It still doesn't work. Sun Wukong shook his head in disappointment. Wukong, don't bother, I think Teacher Wushin is fooling us, this thing must be enchanted, otherwise why can't it move? Kaylin smiled, maybe Teacher Wushin is wrong. I can't even move. Boom. The Turtle Immortal punched Krillin's bald head. What are you talking about, boy? It hurts, it hurts. Krillin covered his head. I think this divine sword might be a master. Turtle Immortal sighed, it's like a novel written by Taisai, this thing belongs to a kind of spiritual treasure, only its owner can use it, others can't use it. It can't be moved. That's a novel of mine. You actually take it seriously. Taisai didn't know what to say. Brother-in-law, why don't you try it? Bulma greeted. Bulma, you said that if I picked it up, how embarrassing would they be? Fang Yun smiled, lowered his voice and said in Bulma's ear. Bulma glanced at Fang Yun. Brother-in-law, you really can brag. You are just a magician. A magician who can only erase things. My sister told me. Hey? Someone is coming. Sun Wukong suddenly looked into the distance and said. Anyone? Is it Tianjin Fan? Bulma asked curiously. No, it seems like a stranger. Sun Wukong shook his head. There is an ominous premonition. Turtle Immortal frowned. SHH. The next moment, Raditz appeared above the sky, looked down at everyone present, and then set his eyes on Sun Wukong. Snapped. Raditz fell from the sky and landed directly opposite Sun Wukong. Kakarot, I finally found you, you look exactly like my father. Raditz said to Sun Wukong with a smile. Who are you? Sun Wukong looked confused. Kakarot, have you forgotten? You are the Saiyans of the fighting nation, and we are the greatest warriors in the universe. Raditz said proudly. Also, why do humans still exist on this planet? What about the task given to you? Why haven't you finished it yet? What are you talking about? It's not good to be drunk like this in the daytime. Klein waved his fingers and walked over. Kellen, don't get close to him. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Boom. Raditz's tail swept lightly, and Krillin was swept away. Kalen slammed heavily on the wall behind him, screaming in pain. Kellen. Sun Wukong was shocked. Page 16. It's okay. I'm still alive. Kalen struggled to get up from the ground. You bastard. Sun Wukong was furious, just about to start, but was surprised to see the tail behind Raditz. Finally remembered. Raditz smiled. You, why do you have a tail? Sun Wukong looked at Raditz in confusion. Kakarot. Did you lose your memory after being hit on the head? Raditz was so angry that his nose was crooked, and he shouted at Sun Wukong. It seems so, I remember knocking on the head, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Sun Wukong asked back. That's right, I said you forgot everything. Raditz smiled lightly, looking at Sun Wukong and said, Kakarot, you are a scion of the fighting nation, and I am your brother. Raditz. Everyone was stunned. This person is actually the brother of Sun Wukong? I finally found my relatives, but it turned out to be such an evil guy. Bulma also felt sorry for Sun Wukong. Chapter 23 Raditz, a broken sword. The task given to you is very simple, that is to destroy all the human beings on this planet, and then we will sell this planet to aliens at a high price. Raditz smiled and said to Sun Wukong, unfortunately, you are too. I am disappointed, Kakarot, you have forgotten your glorious mission. If that's the case, it's terrible. Bulma's face changed color. This material is good. I didn't expect such a story to exist on Wukong. I have to write it down. Taisai thought about it, picked up the pen and started to record. Bulma. Turtle Immortal. Sister, when is this? Do you still have the heart to find materials for the novel? Bulma shouted loudly. You are already a very famous novelist. Turtle Immortal also scratched his head. Because I'm a very famous novelist, but I can't relax myself because of this, I have to continue to work hard. Taisai said, shaking her head gently, also, I don't seem to have much in these years. Progress. I seem to be taking my money. That woman. Shut me up. Raditz's nose was crooked with anger. Why do you still bring snatch talk? Let's get down to business. Raditz continued, the Saiyans were originally a minority, and a few years ago, the Saiyan planet was hit by a meteorite and was unfortunately destroyed. Kakarot, both of our parents died in the explosion of the planet. I was on an alien mission with 2 other companions and survived. Sun Wukong. Recently, my companions and I discovered a relatively valuable planet, and the 3 of us had a bit of a hard time fighting, so I thought of Kakarot, although Kakarot, your combat effectiveness is still average, but I want to grow up quickly after our training, Raditz continued. Go back, I won't kill innocent people. Sun Wukong shook his head and decisively refused. Humph, I've noticed it long ago, isn't that kid next to you your son? Raditz looked at Sun Gohan. No. Of course not. Sun Wukong hurriedly denied. Don't hide it, isn't the tail behind him the best proof? Raditz smiled lightly, and was about to go forward to catch Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong was immediately ready to fight. Boom! Raditz lightly punched, directly bombarding Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong fell to the ground. Except for Fang Yun, everyone was stunned. Sun Wukong was knocked down by his brother. This gap is also too large. Snapped. Raditz stepped forward and grabbed Sun Gohan. Sun Wufan burst into tears, his whole body trembling with fright. At this time tomorrow, if you kill 100 Earthlings, I will give you back your son and admit that you can be a part of our team. It's that simple. Raditz smiled and was about to bring Sun Gohan leaves. Wait a minute. Immortal Turtle greeted suddenly. What's the matter? Earthlings. Raditz looked at the Turtle Immortal with a smile. See that sword? If you can pick it up, I'll let Wukong follow you to the alien planet to fight. Turtle Immortal said. What are you? Raditz chuckled. Compared with Kakarot, your combat power is not a little bit worse. I know that my current strength is not as good as Wukong, but I am Wukong's enlightenment teacher, he will listen to what I say. Turtle Immortal looked at Raditz and said, you said you let him kill 100 people, Wukong. I won't do it. I can convince him to follow you to an alien planet to fight. Of course, the premise is that you can pick up that sword. Raditz glanced in the direction of the divine sword. Humph, it's just a broken sword. Raditz smiled contemptuously, walked over, and bent over to hold the sword. Good wait. What the hell is this? Impossible, I can move even a big mountain, and it's a big mountain on planet Vegeta. I'm on Earth, a planet with 1/10 the gravity of planet Vegeta, why can't I hold a long sword? Raditz raised his energy to the extreme. As a result, the divine sword remained motionless. Raditz's face was red and his face changed again and again. Teacher, why do you want him to pick up that divine sword? Krillin was a little puzzled. I want to see if he is stronger, or if the person who left this sword is stronger. Immortal Turtle said in a low voice. He can't handle it. He's so strong, can't he still handle it? Kaylin was shocked. Turtle Immortal's face changed again and again. The person I met back then was so powerful. Chapter 24 Vegeta, that divine sword seems very interesting, can you reward plus more? Immortal Turtle only remembered that the man was wearing armor and holding this sword was like playing. It's just a pity that, after so many years, Turtle Immortal doesn't remember very clearly what that person looked like. Perhaps, when he appeared in front of me again, I could recognize him at a glance. Turtle Immortal thought so. However, what Immortal Turtle did not know was that Fang Yun had appeared in front of him many times. The Turtle Immortal never recognized it. Old man, do you dare to tease me? Seeing that he couldn't move the sword, Raditz became furious and walked step by step in the direction of Immortal Turtle. No. Absolutely not. This is the legendary sword that has been waiting for its master. Whoever gets this sword will have a huge increase in strength. This is our planet. The legend. Turtle Immortal's story is still very good. Boom. Raditz slapped the Turtle Immortal to the ground with a slap, but didn't kill him. Kakarot, remember to kill 100 people in a day. Raditz snorted coldly and flew away with Son Gohan. It didn't take long for Piccolo to fall from the sky, saying that he was going to fight against Raditz with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was overjoyed. In this battle, Sun Wukong and his older brother Raditz died together. Piccolo took Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan. Fang Yun didn't make a move. What should I do if Nappa doesn't come to Earth if he takes action? Can't chase the aliens to erase Nappa? Like the original book, Sun Wukong was sent to the Snake Road by the gods. The rest of the warriors, in order to meet the two more powerful Saiyans a year later, practiced hard. A certain planet, Vegeta is eating an octopus leg. Nappa looked up at the distant sky. Raditz, dead. Nappa said suddenly. Humph, the useless waste was actually killed by a guy with a combat power of a little over 1000. Vegeta looked disdainful. Are we going to Earth? Nappa asked. Go, of course. Vegeta got up and said with a smile, I don't know if you noticed, we have received 2 important messages. What? Nappa scratched his head. You idiot, didn't you hear it? Vegeta shouted angrily. Nappa smiled bitterly. First of all, the first important piece of information is the thing they call the divine sword. It is said that as long as the sword can be picked up, the potential energy in the body can be stimulated. Vegeta smiled, his face hanging on with pride. You said, with my strength, can't I still hold a broken sword? Nappa. It turns out that you are thinking about that divine sword. The question is that thing real? Is that a lie? Page 17. What about the second rule? Nappa asked. The second important piece of information is that there is a magical thing called Dragon Ball on Earth. It is said that any wish can be fulfilled. Let's collect the Dragon Ball, and then let us live forever and fight forever, isn't it great? Vegeta smiled. Nappa. Is this thing reliable? How do you feel? Dragon Ball is even more crap than that divine sword. You must think they are bullshitting. Vegeta smiled. No. No. Nappa hurriedly denied. I also think they're bullshitting, the story is magical enough. Vegeta smiled lightly, but what if it's true? Anyway, no matter what, we have to go to Earth to witness for ourselves. You said right. Yes. His Highness Vegeta. Nappa bowed and saluted. Besides, didn't the once mighty Frieza mysteriously lose her ears? Don't you think this kind of thing isn't magical enough? Vegeta added. It seems, that's the truth, no one knows how Frieza's ears and Kurt's tail were lost. After so many years, even with the most advanced treatment equipment, they still haven't grown back. BA nodded. So, some things are better to be believed than not to be believed. Vegeta smiled. Frieza is the best example. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa felt that Vegeta was right. As expected of His Royal Highness. The knowledge is indeed extraordinary. Frieza's spaceship. Frieza eavesdropped on Vegeta and Nappa's chat through listening technology. After hearing that the two of them actually used him as a negative teaching material, Frieza was so angry that her whole body trembled, and the veins on her forehead burst out. P.S. Reward 1 person plus 1 update, there is no cap. Also recommend Dragon Ball, The Strongest Teacher and Dragon Ball, Apprentice Angel. Chapter 25 Fang Yun, I Can Erase One. These two bastards. Frieza can't spare them. Frieza's pupils were bloodshot. Vegeta, you two wait for me. I'll see how I destroy you later. How dare you laugh at me? Frieza has no ears. The younger brothers were all terrified, and lowered their heads one by one, not daring to take a breath. After a brief silence. Lord Frieza, are we going to Earth? Sabo asked respectfully. There's no need for that. If the Earth is really that magical, why would a Raditz with a combat power of just over 1000 be swept away? This shows that the two pieces of information that Vegeta said are pure nonsense. Frieza analyzed with a dark face. By the way, Your Excellency Frieza, that guy named Fang Yun looks very similar to the Earthlings. He won't be Earthlings, will he? Dodoria guessed. Frieza glanced at Dodoria. Dodoria was so frightened by Frieza's look that she shivered with fright. I have to say, Dodoria, you are the stupidest idiot among us. Frieza smiled coldly. Dodoria. I'm just guessing. You take me for an idiot. I really think that Fang Yun has the characteristics of Earthlings. Maybe he is really on Earth. Earth, Turtle House. Wukong, just died. I don't know how to explain to Kikai. Gohan was also taken away by Piccolo. If Kiki found out, would you say it would collapse on the spot? Bulma said with a wry smile. A year from now, 2 more powerful Saiyans are about to descend on the earth. Turtle Immortal let out a long sigh, feeling the sad reminder of the fate of the earth. Damn, I don't have a girlfriend yet, and I don't want to die. Kellen held his head, grinned, then turned to look at Fang Yun. By the way, Fang Yun, aren't you a magician? Erase the 2. Regarding Fang Yun's ability to become magic, Bulma told Sun Wukong and others a long time ago. Bulma said that brother-in-law's most powerful magic is to erase something. Back then, it was because my brother-in-law wiped out a person that I saved my sister and became my brother-in-law naturally. I can only erase 1, and the rest is up to you. Fang Yun nodded. Ah! 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 Kaylin stared at Fang Yun with a look of disbelief. Real or fake? I was just joking. You actually said you can really erase 1? Fang Yun, can you really erase a Saiyan? Bulma also looked at Fang Yun in surprise. No problem, leave it to me. Fang Yun nodded slightly, but only 1 can be erased. Why can only 1 be erased? Krillin asked in confusion. Idiot, my brother-in-law needs to consume mana to use this kind of magic. If 1 person is erased at a time, the mana will be depleted. If you want to replenish it, it will take time. Bulma shouted at Krillin, yes. It's already very good to solve a person, you are content. Then, where will the people that Fang Yun erased go to? Kaylin asked curiously. No world will exist. Fang Yun smiled. Ah? Isn't he dead? Didn't he go to the underworld to report to the underworld? Kellen asked again. Underworld? It doesn't exist. Fang Yun smiled slightly, those who have been erased by me, the underworld will not exist either. Krillin. Turtle Immortal. Real or fake? How do you feel that this kid is unreliable? Then can you erase Sun Wukong's brother? Kellen asked again. Yes. Fang Yun nodded. Why didn't you just erase him? Kling asked strangely. Why do you want to erase him? Besides, what's the benefit of erasing him? Fang Yun asked rhetorically. Krillin. Erase him, and Wukong won't have to die. Krillin replied. Wukong died, go to the new world to cultivate, this is his homework. Fang Yun smiled. What's your logic? Krillin didn't know what to say. It's getting late, I guess Kiki will be here soon. Bulma pondered, sister, brother-in-law, let's go. You're right, we should leave this place of right and wrong quickly. Tai Sai nodded. Boom. Bulma threw an all-purpose capsule and turned into a plane. Call out. The plane rushed into the sky, and the 3 quickly left the island of the immortal turtle. Turtle Immortal. Krillin. You are too much. Wukong's death, do you let us take the blame? Sure enough, not long after Fang Yun and the others left, Kikai appeared on the island with the Bull Demon King. Where's Goku? Kiki asked. Dead. Turtle Immortal scratched his head. Where's Gohan? Kiki asked again. I was taken away by the great Demon King Piccolo. Turtle Immortal smirked. Boom. Kiki rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Chapter 26 Leaping, why are you getting more and more mother-in-law? On the jet helicopter. Brother-in-law, can you really erase one of them? Bulma asked curiously. In fact, let alone one person, no matter how many people, they can be erased. Fang Yun smiled. Bulma. I'm just asking casually, why are you still bragging? Bulma felt that Fang Yun must be joking. Page 18. If we can really easily erase a person, why are we still so nervous? Back then, when the great Demon King Big appeared, he didn't see your brother-in-law wipe him out. Bulma simply stopped talking. Anyway, there is still a year left, maybe Goku will cultivate to a higher level and defeat those two Saiyans. After a day, Bulma repaired Raditz's probe and gave it to Krillin. Kellen successfully found Tianjin rice, dumplings, and leaping 3 people scattered around the world, explaining the situation. On that day, under the leadership of Yakilobe, 4 people appeared on the temple and started a new practice under the guidance of the gods. After several hours of practice, the soldiers took a break for a while. A year later, 2 more powerful Saiyans. I really don't know how powerful they will be. Tianjin Fan said solemnly. By the way, Fang Yun said, he can help us erase one of them. Kaylin said with a smile. Fang Yun? Who is it? Leaping asked strangely. Fang Yun is Bulma's brother-in-law, what's your memory? Kaylin glanced at Leaping. It's him. Leaping remembered. Kellen, you said Fang Yun could erase one of them? What do you mean? Tianjin Fan asked. Fang Yun is a magician, don't you know? Krillin asked rhetorically. Leaping, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling shook their heads together. I haven't heard of it either. Yakilobe sat aside and floated. Magician? What are you kidding? Tianjin Fan couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, magician? Kellen, your joke is not funny at all. Li Ping laughed. Krillin. It's not funny that you still laugh so loudly. Fang Yun is a magician? How come I never knew? Leaping asked after laughing for a while. It was a long time ago. Kellen smiled, I also heard Miss Bulma mention it by chance. It is said that Fang Yun and Taisai knew each other because of his magic that wiped out a bully tower. Issei's villain. Did you really erase that person? Leaping asked in surprise. I don't know, Taisai said that the person disappeared inexplicably. Krillin said with a smile, but you all know that Taisai is a novelist, and it's normal to fantasize about things that don't actually exist. Okay, let's continue to practice, I don't want to die. Tianjin Fan suggested. Krillin nodded and stood up. Leaping also cheered up. By the way, I also heard that Fang Yun also wiped off another person's arms. Klein added casually. Erase the arms? Really? Tianjin Fan was surprised, did the arms suddenly disappear? I don't know what the specific situation is. You can just listen to it as a story. If you are idle and relieve your boredom. Kaylin laughed, but he didn't take it to heart. Leaping. Li Ping looked down silently. About 20 years ago, my penis disappeared inexplicably. Could it have something to do with Fang Yun? Did he erase his penis? Leaping then shook his head vigorously. What am I thinking? If Fang Yun had this magical ability, why didn't he go to destroy the Great Demon King Piccolo? Didn't Goku defeat the Great Demon King Piccolo and save mankind from the devil's hands? Leaping, what are you thinking? Kaylin asked. It's nothing, nothing. Li Ping immediately came back to his senses and held out an orchid finger. Krillin. Tianjin rice. But then again, Leaping, you are becoming more and more mother-in-law now. Kaylin sighed. It's up to you. Kellen, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Li Ping was furious and shouted sharply. A year passed quickly. To be precise, not a year. About 8 months or so have passed. Vegeta and Nappa's spaceships fell from the sky and smashed into a small city. Boom! The city was smashed into a big hole at that time. Vegeta and Nappa flew out of the spaceship. Nappa put his index and middle fingers together and poked upwards. Immediately, a huge amount of energy emerged spontaneously. Boom! The entire city was turned into ruins on the spot, and was easily destroyed by Nappa. Chapter 27 Vegeta comes to Earth. Humph, this way of saying hello is very special, right? Nappa said with a smile. Idiot, if there is a Dragon Ball around here, just say hello and destroy the Dragon Ball, I will make you die miserably. Vegeta said with a dark face. I'm really sorry, His Royal Highness Vegeta, I ignored the Dragon Ball thing. Nappa quickly apologized. Okay, don't talk about these useless things. Vegeta snorted. Nappa quickly pressed the detector to detect the combat effectiveness of the soldiers on Earth. It's strange, Your Highness Vegeta, how come there are so many guys on Earth with a combat power of over 1000? Nappa was surprised. Normal, they knew we were coming, so they practiced ahead of time. Vegeta smiled disdainfully, let's go and see that divine sword first. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa responded quickly, and pressed the detector again, over there. Your Highness Vegeta, there are two beings with the most powerful combat power there, find them, you can knowing the location of the divine sword, you can also know the whereabouts of Dragon Ball. Let's go. Vegeta smiled. Call out. The two of them turned into two white beams, and flew towards the direction of Piccolo and Son Gohan. Barren land. This is where Piccolo and Son Gohan practice. Gohan, they are coming towards us. Pic said to Son Gohan. Ah, yes. Son Gohan's lips trembled in fright. Get ready for battle, don't be afraid, we've become stronger, they're nothing special. Piccolo comforted. Yet. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and nodded vigorously, but his body trembled uncontrollably. Snapped. At this moment, Kailin fell from the sky and landed on the side of Sun Wukong. Saiyan. Son Gohan was startled, and immediately raised his guard. Gohan, you have grown up. Krillin greeted. Who are you? Sun Wukong couldn't remember Krillin clearly. After all, he met him a year ago. After such a long interval, he didn't have any impression. I'm Klein. Klein scratched his head. Ah, I remember. Sun Wukong's face was excited. Dad often told me about Uncle Krillin, saying that although Uncle Krillin is not tall, he is very powerful. This guy Wukong, it's like he's very tall. Krillin muttered with a dark face and slanted eyes. Stop chatting and ask you a question. Piccolo glanced at Kailin and asked, when will Sun Wukong come over? Wukong seems to have miscalculated the time. I'm afraid it will take a long time to come here, so we can only fight here first. Klein scratched his head and replied. They're here. Piccolo shouted. After the voice fell, the silhouettes of Vegeta and Nappa appeared above the sky. It seems that they have been prepared for a long time and know that we will come. Vegeta looked down at the three people below with a smile. The fighting power is not very good. Nappa smiled lightly. Snapped. Vegeta fell from the sky. Nappa followed closely. The three of Piccolo raised their vigilance and prepared for battle. It seems that you already knew when we arrived on Earth and that we were coming to you. Vegeta smiled and said lightly, I ask you a question, I hope you can answer us truthfully. You said. Piccolo replied. Where is the divine sword? Take me to see it. Vegeta said his purpose. Page 19. Divine sword. Piccolo was a little confused. What Excalibur? I do not know how. Right, I remembered. Monkey King's brother used to use the sword on the island of the immortal turtle. You mean that divine sword? Yes, as long as you defeat me, I will naturally take you there. Piccolo smiled. Vegeta, this is the voice. He is the guy who killed Raditz. Nappa turned to Vegeta and said. Yes, it should be right. Vegeta nodded. Voice? What do you mean? Piccolo was stunned. Don't you know? This detector can not only detect combat power, but also be used as a communication tool. Vegeta smiled. Vegeta, this guy seems to be a Namekian. Nappa pondered. I've heard that the Namekians have some magical abilities, so the thing about Dragon Ball should be pretty much the same. Vegeta looked at Piccolo with a smile. Very good, next question, Kakarot, when are you coming? Kakarot? It's Sun Wukong, right? He is practicing hard to defeat you, and he is already on his way. Piccolo said loudly. P.S. Ask for a reward, reward one person plus one update, there is no cap, hit it now. Chapter 28 Brother-in-law, will we not be affected? Can you reward plus more? Oh? It's interesting. Vegeta smiled. Snapped. Just as he was talking, Tianjin rice and dumplings fell from the sky and landed beside Piccolo and the others. Son Gohan was startled, and when he saw that it was his own, he breathed a sigh of relief. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo and the others. Nappa, do you still have the vegetable man? Vegeta asked. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta, are we going to use the vegetable man? Nappa asked. Of course. Vegeta smiled. Nappa took out a small bottle, poked a few holes in the ground, and put the vegetable man seeds into it one by one. Bang! 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 6 vegetable men were born. Just when the vegetable man was just born, leaping also fell from the sky and landed beside Tianjin Fan. Sorry, I'm late. Li Ping said, isn't there 2 Saiyans? Those few don't count. Krillin scratched his head. You came at the right time. The 6 of you are fighting with our 6 vegetable people. What do you think of the one-on-one battle? Vegeta asked with interest. Damn, this guy is playing with us. Piccolo was furious. Bick, calm down, we can just take this opportunity to wait for Goku to come over. Klein quickly stopped Piccolo. Piccolo was right. Then play with them. On top of a mountain near the battlefield of both sides. Fang Yun took Taisai and Bulma to build a viewing platform on this mountain. Bulma is also quickly adjusting several instruments. These several instruments can monitor the picture of the battle and transmit messages through the screen. Even what Bick and Vegeta said could be received through these instruments. Brother-in-law, ready. Bulma said, pressing the start button. Immediately, the scene of the scene was displayed on the display screen. You are amazing, Bulma, this material is really good. Taisai said excitedly, I haven't written a good novel for a long time. Brother-in-law, sister, we are not very far from them, beware of being affected. Bulma was a little worried. Don't worry Bulma, with your brother-in-law here, we will be fine. Taisai giggled. Bulma. Sister, you have such a big heart. Why are you more curious than me? Hey? They said that Pick was from Namek. Bulma seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly. I said that Piccolo looks familiar. It's really a name Kian. Taisai scratched her head. What, sister, haven't you been to Namek? Have 3 wishes come true? Bulma asked with a wry smile. I just sighed with emotion. Taisai nodded. Bulma. A brief silence. Brother-in-law, when are you going to erase one of them? Bulma asked with a smile. Wait a minute, let them pretend for a while and erase it at a critical moment, isn't it more storytelling? Fang Yun smiled, looking at Nappa in a distant position with excitement. In this position, Bulma and Taisai needed a high-powered telescope to see the battle scene. But Fang Yun can clearly see the situation on the scene with the naked eye. Fang Yun, who possesses all King's supernatural powers, also has excellent eyesight and hearing. Bulma. Forget it, let's take a look first. By the way, how long will Wukong be back? Bulma asked again. It will take at least 3 or 5 hours. Fang Yun replied. Ah? Does it take so long? Bulma's eyes widened. When Wukong came back, was the daylily cold. The snake path is too long. He has to return to the starting point of the snake path from the World King's planet before he can be picked up by the gods. Fang Yun said. Brother-in-law, how do you know everything? It's like you've been to the snake path. Bulma looked at Fang Yun. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I can guess what it looks like. Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law, you can really brag, I can't keep up with your brag. Bulma rolled her eyes. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, how can you guess what it looks like? Why can't I believe it? Battle scene. The first round of battle, Tianjin Rice vs Vegetable Man. With absolute advantage, Tianjin Rice knocked down the vegetable people to the ground. The vegetable man climbed up from the ground covered in bruises. Boom! Vegeta pointed. With a blast, the vegetable man turned into a blood mist and died on the spot. I said, do your best from the beginning. Vegeta said to the remaining 5 vegetable people. The 5 vegetable men were trembling with fear. Next. Vegeta said. I'm coming. Krillin stepped forward. Chapter 29 Leaping, take your little finger back. Kellen, I'll do it. Leaping grabbed Klein. Leaping. Kalen looked at Leaping. Kellen, you've already died once, let me deal with him. Leaping grabbed Klein's arm and said. Leaping, I can understand your kindness. Kalen nodded, the question is, can you take your little finger back? Also, can you stop pulling me so kindly, it's easy to be misunderstood. Leaping's face was flushed red at that time. Kellen. You're going too far. Leaping shouted angrily with his hips on his back. Tianjin Rice. Dumpling. Uncle Krillin, is he a man or a woman? Son Gohan asked in a low voice. Krillin. Leaping. Son Gohan. What do you say? What male or female? It's really nerve-wracking. Krillin scratched his head. You. Go and kill that sissy for me. Vegeta said with a dark face, a little embarrassed, pointing to a vegetable man. Page 20. Yes. The vegetable man quickly swept in the direction of Leaping. On top of the mountain. This guy named Leaping has really become more and more naughty in recent years. Bulma pondered, I remember the first time I saw him, he was not like this. People can change. Taisai replied. Fang Yun did not answer. I will tell you that Leaping became like this because I erased a certain part of him. To be honest, seeing Leaping being such a mother. This time, why am I on the side of the vegetable man? A sin, a sin. Bulma prayed, God, I really didn't mean it. Taisai. Tell the truth? I'm also on the vegetable man's side, okay? Call out. At this time, the vegetable man who was knocked to the ground by Leaping suddenly rushed towards Leaping and hugged Leaping tightly. You, what are you doing? Leaping was shocked. Hey hey. The vegetable man grinned. Boom. The vegetable man blew himself up. Leaping was close at hand and was killed on the spot. This sissy, finally died. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Leaping. Kalen was shocked and shouted loudly. The scary guy actually blew himself up. Piccolo said solemnly. I can't spare you. Kalen was furious, and energy surged in his hands. SHH. Krillin condensed an energy bomb and threw it into the air. The next moment, the energy bomb turned into 6 rays of light, bombarding Vegeta, Nappa, and the remaining 4 vegetable people. Boom! There was a big explosion at the scene. Of the 4 vegetable men, 3 were killed on the spot, and 1 of them escaped. No, 1 ran away. Krillin exclaimed. SHH. Just as he was talking, the vegetable man bombarded in the direction of Son Gohan. Sun Wufan was so frightened that his face was pale, and he did not dare to fight. Snapped. Piccolo stretched out his palm to block the vegetable man's attack. Humph, dare to come here to die. Piccolo snorted coldly. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Piccolo opened his mouth wide, and flames spurted out of his mouth. The vegetable man turned into a skeleton frame on the spot, and he couldn't die any longer. As expected of Piccolo. The critical moment is really strong. Klein was stunned. Tianjin Fan was also quite surprised, looking at Piccolo in horror. Humph, that's it for the warm-up exercise. Piccolo smiled lightly. What do you mean? Krillin asked in confusion. What? Do you think your attack will kill those two Saiyans? You are so naive. Piccolo shook his head. Take a good look over there. Krillin looked up. I saw the two Saiyans with tails floating in the air in the distance. Is this a Saiyan? That's my strongest move. Krillin trembled in fear. Gradually, the figures of Vegeta and Nappa became more and more obvious. Not bad, that little bald head, your energy intensity just now is really not small, and your combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. Vegeta looked at Krillin with interest. Next, let me meet you well. Nappa smiled. Boom. Nappa's breath burst out madly. The earth trembled slightly. What a terrible guy. The shaking earth is shaking. Piccolo's face changed color. Sun Wufan was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Damn. Krillin's face paled. Tianjin Fan bared his teeth, and cold sweat fell from his face. Brother Tien, my supernatural powers don't work anymore. Dumpling used his supernormal powers against Nappa with both hands, but it had no effect. Who should we start with? Nappa laughed, and then flew away in the direction of Tianjin Fan, and his fists bombarded the past. Tianjin Fan quickly stretched out his arm to block. Chapter 30 Nappa is gone. Idiot, get out of the way. Piccolo shouted loudly. Boom. Nappa hit him with a punch, and directly knocked off Tianjin Fan's arm. What? Tianjin Fan let out a miserable cry. It's too brittle. Nappa smiled lightly with a look of disdain. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Nappa kicked out and kicked Tianjin Rice to the ground. Next, who is it? Nappa looked at Piccolo, Krillin, and the others with a smile. Brother Tien. Dumpling shouted loudly. Damn. I can't spare you. Tianjin Fan was furious, got up and pointed his finger at Nappa. Snapped. Just when Tianjin Fan was about to use his Qigong cannon, the dumplings suddenly flew to Nappa's back and pressed against his body tightly. Dumplings! What are you doing? Tianjin Fan was shocked. Brother Tien, goodbye. Dumpling looked back and smiled. Boom! The dumplings turned into a cloud of blood and exploded. What a brave guy who actually blew himself up. Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process is a bit dangerous, I managed to solve one. Dumplings! Krillin shouted loudly. The next moment, Nappa's figure gradually emerged. Oh, not bad. Nappa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others were stunned. Is this the Saiyan? Too strong. Dumpling, I'm here to accompany you. Tianjin Fan bared his teeth, pointed his hand at Nappa, and shouted loudly, Qigong Cannon. Boom! A huge energy bombarded Nappa, and it covered Nappa at that time. Nappa was startled, and his face changed again and again. All thoughts are despairing. Tianjin Fan groaned in a low voice. Boom! Tianjin Fan used the Qigong Cannon, which had already consumed all the energy, and fell to the ground with a bang, dying of breathlessness. Tianjin Rice! Kaylin exclaimed. In the distance, on the top of the mountain. Tianjin Fan is also dead. Bulma paled in shock. It's okay, Dragon Ball can resurrect them. Fang Yun comforted. Brother-in-law. Didn't you say you could erase one? When did you shoot? Bulma asked quickly. Then let's do it now. Fang Yun said. Page 21. Brother-in-law, don't lie to me, okay? I really don't know how long it will take for Wukong to arrive. Bulma's tears were almost flowing. Battlefield. Next, is that the bald head? Nappa smiled proudly and turned to look at the bald head Krillin. Krillin paled with fright. It's decided, it's you. Prepare to die. Nappa laughed and flew towards Krillin. Wukong. Krillin gave up his resistance and shouted Sun Wukong's name loudly. Dad. Sun Wufan was also frightened. Wait a minute. Nappa. Wait a minute. Vegeta shouted loudly. Nappa stopped in midair and turned to look at Vegeta. Wait a minute, I'll ask them another question. Vegeta smiled and looked at Krillin. I ask you, the Goku you're talking about is Kakarot, right? Yes. Krillin nodded. Is he really resurrected? Vegeta looked at Krillin in disbelief. Yes. Wukong is resurrected. Krillin replied. Oh? It's interesting. Vegeta smiled and asked again, then let me ask you, how long does it take for him to get here? Wukong is in a very distant location, I'm afraid it will take a long time to come here. Klein said. 3 hours. I'll give you 3 hours. Vegeta held out 3 fingers. Krillin's eyes widened. Vegeta, what do you mean? 3 hours? Do you know how long you need to wait for 3 hours? Nappa shouted. Vegeta glanced at Nappa. Idiots need to wait. I won't wait patiently. I want to kill them. Then I will destroy everyone on this planet. Happy. And after saying this, Nappa quickly rushed towards the direction of the 3 of Escalating. Krillin's face changed again and again with fright. Sun Wufan was so frightened that he closed his eyes and blocked his eyes with his fists. Nappa. Vegeta shouted loudly, aren't you listening to me? SHH. Just as Vegeta's voice fell, and before he finished speaking, he saw Nappa on the scene, and disappeared strangely. Vegeta looked at Nappa who disappeared. What about people? Why is it gone? Vegeta hurriedly pressed the detector, looking for Nappa's figure. It's just, where does the detector still have the information of Nappa? Am I not mistaken? That big man disappeared. Krillin rubbed his eyes. What's the situation? Piccolo frowned, feeling a little weird. P.S. Ask for a reward. Friends who don't have a reward, remember to throw a flower or something. Chapter 31 Vegeta, where's the Excalibur? What's wrong? What about others? Sun Wufan was also at a loss. Could it be that, the little man made the big man disappear? Piccolo guessed. Hey, what did you guys do? Vegeta looked around and asked Piccolo and the others. He didn't make the big man disappear. Piccolo frowned. What's going on? Krillin scratched his head, do you think that guy will hide? Then attack us? Do you think this is necessary with his strength? Piccolo glared. Hello imaginative. Perhaps, he wanted to sneak attack on that short man. Kaylin's mind opened wide. Piccolo was silent. Is your brain broken? In the distance, the top of a mountain. Disappeared? That Saiyan named Nappa disappeared. Bulma exclaimed, and immediately turned to look at Fang Yun. I said it, your brother-in-law is very powerful. Tai Sai smiled. Did my brother-in-law really make him disappear? Bulma looked at Fang Yun in disbelief. Fang Yun smiled and did not explain. With such a long distance, can people disappear out of thin air? Bulma has gained a lot of insight today. It's not too far. This distance doesn't matter. Fang Yun smiled. Bulma. Is this not far? If I want to see them, I have to use a high-powered telescope. Battle scene. What's going on? Where are the Nappa people? Vegeta hovered high in the air, looking for Nappa's figure everywhere, and shouted, Hey, Nappa, come out for me. However, Nappa has not returned any information. Below. I remember. Fang Yun once said that he can help us erase a person. Cold sweat broke out on Kaylin's face. Fang Yun? Who is it? Piccolo frowned. It's Bulma's brother-in-law, maybe you haven't noticed him. Krillin explained to Piccolo. What do you mean by erasing? Piccolo asked again. Son Gohan also pricked up his ears. I heard that Fang Yun is a magician who can make people disappear out of thin air. It's that simple. I think, could it be that Fang Yun made that tall man disappear? Klein guessed. Magician? Changed people. Piccolo wiped his sweat. You can really blow. What kind of magician is needed to make a big living person disappear? Moreover, this big living person is also a very powerful Saiyan. Have you read too many fantasy novels? Snapped. Vegeta fell from the sky and landed on the opposite side of the three. Tell me, what happened just now? What about the BA people? Vegeta asked with a dark face. We don't know either, didn't you do it? Of course, it was impossible for Kaylin to say that Fang Yun erased Nappa. Moreover, Fang Yun never appeared from beginning to end. Kling was not sure if Fang Yun did it or not. Besides, even if Fang Yun did it, Kaylin wouldn't say it. Disappeared out of thin air. Cold sweat fell on Vegeta's face. But soon, Vegeta took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Ignore that idiot for now, I'll give you 3 hours to wait for Kakarot to come over. Vegeta smiled lightly, how is it? Am I kind? Krillin. Vic. A brief silence. Before waiting for Kakarot to come here, can you take me to see that divine sword? Vegeta asked again. Krillin had no idea at all and looked at Piccolo. Take him to see. Piccolo nodded at Krillin. In fact, Piccolo also really wanted to see that divine sword. Hearing that Turtle Immortal said that someone was playing with that divine sword back then. Could it be that with my current strength, which is far superior to Raditz a year ago, can I still move the divine sword? Follow me. Piccolo greeted Vegeta, and immediately rushed into the sky. Sun Wufan and Kaylin also flew up. Vegeta smiled and flew to follow. Shhhhhh. The 4 of them rushed towards the island of the Turtle Immortal. No, they went to the house of the immortal Gaixian. Bulma exclaimed, and hurriedly took out the phone, called the immortal Gaixian, and explained the situation. That Saiyan is coming here? Well, I just wanted to see if he can pick up this sword, don't worry, it's handed over to me here. Turtle Immortal was very calm on the phone. And after hanging up the phone, Immortal Turtle threw out an omnipotent capsule. Page 22. The capsule is a submarine. Turtle Immortal quickly jumped onto the submarine. Teacher Wu Tian, where are you going? The old turtle asked. Are you going? Turtle Immortal asked the old turtle. Chapter 32 Brother-in-law, why don't you erase him? Teacher Wu Tian, didn't you just say that this place is handed over to you? The old turtle was really defeated by the immortal turtle. In front of the beautiful woman, she has to show a righteous and awe-inspiring look, she can't see it anyway. Immortal turtle said sternly. After speaking, he dived into the submarine and disappeared. The submarine dived deeply into the depths of the sea. It didn't take long for a detection mirror to stick out from the submarine, and the camera was aimed at the island. The old turtle also quickly swam into the sea and left this place of right and wrong. Snapped. After a minute, Piccolo, Vegeta, and others fell from the sky and landed on the island of the Turtle Fairy. That's the sword. Krillin pointed to the divine sword lying on the ground. It really looks extraordinary. Vegeta looked over silently. Yes, my teacher told me that only those who are destined can pick up this divine sword, and thus stimulate the potential energy in the body and greatly improve your strength. Kaylin nodded. Vegeta walked up with a smile, bent down, and put his hand on the hilt of the sword. The moment he came into contact with the divine sword, Vegeta felt a heaviness that he had never felt before. Rise! Vegeta's energy exploded, trying to pick up the divine sword. However, no matter how hard Vegeta tried, there was always no way to move the divine sword. How is that possible? Vegeta didn't mention how surprised she was. Just a broken sword. Fighting tribe. Saiyan Prince. The best warrior among the Saiyans. I can't actually pick up a broken sword? Whoa. Vegeta used all her strength to suckle. As a result, the divine sword remained motionless. Hoo. Vegeta was so tired that he gasped heavily, and looked at Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan with murderous intent. You can't pick it up, it only means that this sword has no relationship with you. Seeing the situation, Lin quickly waved his hand and said, You calm down first, think about it, there are so many people on the earth, and we haven't seen each other. I've been able to pick up this sword. Vegeta squinted his eyes, and the meaning in his eyes was to tell Krillin. You go on. If I am not satisfied with what you say, I will kill you. Have you seen Thor? Kling asked. What? Where has Vegeta seen the movie? Simply put, this is a novel written by Miss Tice, a well-known writer on our planet, and adapted into a movie. Kling explained quickly, Thor has a hammer of Thor, and no one can accept him. Move, no matter whether your strength is stronger than Thor. I guess, this thing is just like Thor's hammer, waiting for someone who is destined. Nonsense. Vegeta said with a dark face, I tell you responsibly, if Kakarot is not resurrected, today is the end of the earth. I can easily destroy this planet. Listen to you. Understand? Yes. Krillin nodded vigorously. Piccolo walked silently beside the divine sword, bent down and held the divine sword, with gentle force. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo and smiled contemptuously. I can't even hold it. You, a Namekian, want to move this broken sword? Piccolo shook his head slightly and let go of the divine sword. Gohan, try it. Pic said to Son Gohan. Me? I can't. Uncle Pic. Son Wufan waved his hand quickly. How do you know if you can do it if you don't try? Piccolo shouted angrily. Okay, I'll try. Son Wufan stepped forward and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Divine sword still did not respond at all. On top of the mountain. They went to the Gaixian house, and we don't have surveillance over there. Bulma scratched her head, what should I do? Do you want to fly over there to take a look? They just went to get the divine sword, I believe they will be back in a while. Fang Yun smiled. Will they come back? They won't fight at the Turtle Immortal House, will they? Bulma asked. No, Immortal Turtle's Island is too small, and it is inconvenient to fight, they should choose the previous position. Fang Yun replied. Then, shall we wait here? Bulma nodded. Wait, I finally got some novel material. Tai Sai replied. Fang Yun did not object. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Vegeta and the others to go back and forth, flying back from a distance. Brother-in-law, you are so predictable. Bulma looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Nothing. Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law, can you still erase the other Saiyan? Bulma asked. Yes. Fang Yun nodded. Then, brother-in-law, we don't have to wait for Wukong, can't we just wipe him out? Bulma asked. Chapter 33 Bulma, I hate Vegeta. Don't you want to see the achievements of Wukong's cultivation with the Realm King? Fang Yun replied with a smile, it's easy to erase someone, but it's not that easy to restore someone. What do you mean? Bulma was stunned. If it is erased, it will no longer exist. I am afraid that even the dragon can't be restored unless it is a more advanced dragon. Fang Yun replied. That Saiyan named Vegeta is useless, so why keep it? Bulma asked in confusion. If I said that he might be your future husband, would you believe it? Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law, what time is it, still talking nonsense here? Bulma glared. Fang Yun smiled slightly. I'm really not talking nonsense. I'm just telling the truth. Why don't you believe it? My future husband? At least, I have to be as handsome as my brother-in-law. Bulma giggled, I don't like that Saiyan, he is too low, he seems to be only -meters, right? It's a bit low. Taisai also said. Fang Yun. Vegeta probably never dreamed that he was disliked by the Bulma sisters because of his short stature. Snapped. Vegeta and the other four fell to the ground. It's been 40 minutes, when will Kakarot come over? Vegeta looked at Piccolo and the other three with a smile. It's coming. It should be soon. Piccolo said solemnly. Okay, wait another 2 hours and 20 minutes, it's out of date. After Vegeta finished speaking, she ignored it. 3 hours passed quickly. Sun Wukong did not come back. When the time is up, the Kakarot you mentioned didn't appear, I'm disappointed. Vegeta looked at Piccolo and the other three with an indifferent expression. Why hasn't Wukong come yet? Krillin scratched his head. I can't take care of that much anymore, find a way to fight. Piccolo said solemnly. That's all. Krillin nodded. There is only one way for us to win. Piccolo lowered his voice. Oh? Are you making a battle plan? Vegeta smiled lightly. Piccolo glanced at Vegeta and said nothing. Okay, the three of you go together. Vegeta smiled and waved to the three of them. Page 23. Wow! Krillin shouted loudly, attracting Vegeta's attention. Immediately afterwards, the energy in Kaylin's hands condensed, and a huge energy bombarded the ground. The next moment, Krillin rose into the sky. Vegeta watched Krillin perform so calmly. Wow! Son Gohan even shouted, and an energy bomb blasted towards Vegeta. Humph! Little trick of the eagle. Vegeta snorted coldly and slapped it. Boom! Son Gohan's energy bomb was shot flying. SHH. At this moment, Piccolo quickly appeared behind Vegeta and grabbed Vegeta's tail. Ha ha ha, you've been fooled, your tail was caught by me. Piccolo shouted excitedly. Oh? You discussed it, just to grab my tail. Vegeta chuckled. The tail is your Saiyans' weakness, as long as I hold your tail, you will have no strength. Piccolo shouted, and clenched Vegeta's tail. Humph, you are too naive. Vegeta sneered, her tail twitched. Boom! Piccolo was carried by his tail and fell to the ground, releasing Vegeta's tail. A bunch of idiots, do you really think that I won't overcome my weakness? Vegeta chuckled and kicked Piccolo. Piccolo flew to a height and hit the ground heavily, groaning in pain. You guys are so disappointing to me, with such a little level of combat power. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Okay. At this moment, Krillin suddenly turned his head and looked diagonally behind. It's Wukong's breath! Krillin exclaimed. It's Daddy! Daddy is back! Sun Wufan also shouted excitedly. Monkey King, you are finally here! Piccolo gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. Oh! Vegeta pressed the button on the detector and looked over silently. The combat power is 5000. Is this guy really Kakarot? Vegeta's face changed slightly, and he looked at the three people opposite him with murderous intent. It's Goku, Goku is back! Krillin shouted. Humph, although I don't know if it's Kakarot, but if you guys come to attack me together, I'd better kill you first. Vegeta sneered, to avoid any accident at that time. P.S. Ask for a reward, for the sake of my hard work in updating, let's throw a reward of 1 yuan. Chapter 34, The Return of Wukong. Vegeta thought about it. Although with their own fighting power, they can easily defeat Kakarot and the others. But how did Nappa disappear? Vegeta still doesn't know what's going on. What if he also mysteriously disappeared? Vegeta shivered uncontrollably. Terrible. Who exactly did it? As of now, the only way to do it is to do it first. What did you say? Kaylin's face changed color. It's not like that. Didn't you say you want to wait for Wukong to come back? Damn guy. Going back. Piccolo even bared his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably. As you wish, I changed my mind. Vegeta chuckled. Krillin. Big. Son Gohan. With a change of mind. You are shameless. Then, let's start with you little guy. Vegeta sneered, and with a flick of his hand, an energy bomb roared towards Son Gohan's position. Sun Wufan was so frightened at the time that he froze in place and forgot to move. SHH. At this critical juncture, Piccolo rushed in front of Son Gohan and stretched out his arms. Boom! The energy bullet hit Piccolo. Sun Wufan closed his eyes and put his hands in front of his eyes, his whole body trembling with fright. What? Piccolo let out a shrill cry. When Son Gohan found out that something was wrong, Piccolo had already endured all the attacks of the energy bomb. Piccolo's clothes were shattered, and he stood on the ground with his teeth clenched, his body trembling slightly. Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan cried. 5 seconds later. Boom! Piccolo fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It's a pity, I wanted to kill Kakarot's son, but you changed the order of death. Vegeta smiled. Gohan, get out of here quickly, run as far as possible. Piccolo's vitality was quickly dissipating. Uncle Piccolo, woo-woo. Son Gohan burst into tears. Humph, I never imagined that the dignified great demon king Piccolo would actually save a child. Piccolo smiled, Gohan, it was you who changed me, run away quickly. After Piccolo finished speaking, his head tilted and he died. Big is dead. Bulma said solemnly. Fang Yun, are you really not going to save them? Taisai asked in a low voice, pulling Fang Yun's hand. It's okay, they can be resurrected through Namek's Dragon Ball. Fang Yun comforted, this is his experience, and only in this way will he reform himself and become a new person. Not bad. This is Big's experience. It is also the most important lesson in Son Gohan's growth process. If Piccolo is saved now, how can Piccolo get rid of the evil in his heart? Everyone has their own destiny, and it is impossible for Fang Yun to solve all the crises for them. By doing that, you're not helping them, you're hurting them. Wow! Son Gohan was furious, and a magic flash was suddenly released from his hands, bombarding in the direction of Vegeta. The combat power is 2800, this little guy is really not easy. Vegeta glanced at the level of the magic flash, but did not pay attention to it. Boom! Vegeta waved his hand lightly, and the magic flash was sent flying. Little guy, worthy of being a descendant of Saiyans, his combat power has grown rapidly. Vegeta stepped forward and grabbed Son Gohan's collar, and slid up from the ground. Let go of me! Son Gohan shouted loudly. Boom! Vegeta was not polite and punched Son Gohan in the nose. Sun Wufan's teeth were knocked out several times, and nosebleeds also came out. Hey! Vegeta was slightly startled, and suddenly felt a little change behind her. SHH! Vegeta dodged Krillin's sneak attack and kicked out, hitting Krillin's chest. Krillin was hit, and flew straight upside down, hitting the ground heavily, making it difficult to even move. You two, let's go see Hades together. Vegeta said, throwing Son Gohan in Kellen's direction. Immediately, Son Gohan smashed in Kellen's direction. It is believed that if the two collided, they would surely die on the spot. SHH. At this critical moment, an orange-red figure appeared on the scene, hugged Sun Wuhan, and blocked the trend of his whereabouts. Ah! 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 Sun Wufan looked at the person beside him in surprise. Page 24. Gohan, you have grown up. Sun Wukong smiled at Gohan. Ah? Dad? You're finally here, woo-woo. Sun Gohan cried bitterly. Wukong. Kalen waved his hand weakly. Kellen, I'm sorry, I'm late. Sun Wukong said solemnly, and then looked at his dead companions one by one. Sun Wukong's combat power is improving little by little. Chapter 35. Why did my brother-in-law run into the screen? Xiang, dead scorpion. Reward plus more. It's okay, just come. Krillin smiled. Then leave it to me, I'll deal with him. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta and said to Kellen, but Kellen, you guys are really not easy, you have already eliminated a Saiyan. Krillin. We didn't destroy it. He mysteriously disappeared. Kellen, what's wrong? Sun Wukong asked strangely. Wukong, let's not talk about this for now, I will tell you in detail after defeating him. Kalen replied. I will try my best to defeat him. Sun Wukong nodded lightly. Kakarot. Sure enough, it's you, you are indeed resurrected. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong in surprise, and was shocked. So, Dragon Ball is real. There really are Dragon Balls that can make any wish come true. There is also that divine sword waiting for those who are destined. Earth is a good place. Gohan, come, this is the last fairy bean, you and Kellen are half of each other. Sun Wukong took out a fairy bean, divided it into 2.5, and ate it for Sun Wufan. At the same time, Sun Wukong gave the other half of the fairy beans to Kalen. The two recovered quickly. Vegeta's eyes widened. Is this all right? I can't spare you. Sun Wukong's breath kept rising. The combat power is 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Vegeta was stunned. Twice the World King Fist. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Call out. Sun Wukong quickly swept in the direction of Vegeta. Boom! Sun Wukong punched Vegeta in the face. Vegeta flew backwards. Wukong! Good job! Bulma shouted excitedly. Bang bang bang! Sun Wukong launched a violent attack on Vegeta. Kakarot, is this your attack? Vegeta smiled contemptuously after silently enduring Sun Wukong's attack for a moment. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Vegeta punched Sun Wukong in the nose. Sun Wukong's nosebleed came out. Boom! Vegeta kicked and kicked Sun Wukong several times in the air. The next moment, Vegeta kicked again, hitting Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong's body slipped backwards, rubbed against the ground, and almost fell to the ground. Sun Wukong supported the ground with one hand, stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Vegeta in surprise. How is it? Kakarot? Do you really think that you can surpass me as a talented warrior? Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with contempt. Sun Wukong was silent. Let me tell you, we Saiyans will be tested for combat strength as soon as they are born. I heard that your combat strength was only 2 when you were just born, so you are a low-level warrior, and as a low-level warrior, you are going to be tested. Sent to this planet with little power. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, and I, the Prince of Saiyans, the most talented Saiyan ever. Well, I am very responsible. Let me tell you, Kakarot, even if I give up one hand, mine can kill you easily. Sun Wukong. He's not bragging. What he said is true. What a powerful guy. Ah! He's the Saiyan Prince. Bulma looked at Vegeta on the screen in surprise. No wonder it's so powerful. Taisai pondered. Can Wukong beat him? Bulma wasn't sure now. I don't know. Taisai shook her head slightly. Hey? Brother-in-law? Why did you run into the screen? Bulma was suddenly surprised to find that there was one more person on the screen. Take a closer look, isn't it her brother-in-law Fang Yun? Brother-in-law, are you doing magic again? It's just, are you magic or magic? You can also run into the screen. It's wired. Taisai also looked at Fang Yun on the screen in surprise. When did you get in? Why didn't I see it? I really can't listen anymore. Fang Yun sighed and turned to Bulma and Taisai on the screen. Bulma looked bewildered. Taisai also looked confused. What can't you hear? What do you mean? Who are you? Vegeta looked at Fang Yun strangely. How did this person appear? Why didn't I notice it at all? Vegeta subconsciously pressed the button on the detector. What? Can't show the combat power. Vegeta was surprised. This is the first time I have encountered such a strange situation. Fang Yun? Why are you here? It's very dangerous here, leave quickly. Sun Wukong said quickly. On top of the mountain. Ah! Brother-in-law ran to the battle scene, not the screen. Bulma suddenly realized. When did he run over? Taisai was also a little surprised. What kind of magic is this? Bulma looked at Taisai and said, Sister, is brother-in-law a magician or a magician? Chapter 36 Vegeta, where is your left arm? Like fog, rain, and wind to reward plus more. I don't know either. Taisai shook her head. Fang Yun? I seem to have heard this name before. Vegeta was stunned, silently looking at Fang Yun. Vegeta, you can really blow, I can't keep up with your rhythm. Fang Yun said with a smile. What do you want to say? Vegeta squinted at Fang Yun. Not far away. Sun Wufan and Kailin were also a little confused. Why did Fang Yun suddenly appear? How did he come to the scene? Krillin wondered. I didn't see it either. Sun Wufan shook his head. Uncle Kellen, who is he? His name is Fang Yun, have you forgotten? Kailin glanced at Sun Wufan. I can't remember. I've seen it. Sun Wufan scratched his head. Don't talk about Gohan, let's see what Fang Yun wants to do. Kailin said quickly, it's just that his presence won't help much. You said you were the most talented Saiyan ever. Fang Yun asked. What? You seem to know the history of our Saiyans very well. Vegeta smiled. Back then, when I went to planet Vegeta, your father didn't even dare to breathe when he saw me. Fang Yun smiled slightly. What did you say? Vegeta's eyes widened. Page 25. You are indeed a relatively talented fighter, but to say that you are the most talented fighter in history would be a bit bragging. Fang Yun continued, I remember that among the Saiyans, there was a man named Broly, but a warrior more talented than you, I wonder if you have heard of it. Who exactly are you? Vegeta didn't mention how surprised she was, looking at Fang Yun without blinking. I hate people bragging in front of me the most. Fang Yun smiled, there used to be a guy who called himself the Emperor of the Universe and his father, who pretended to be the most powerful being in the entire universe in front of me. At that time, I was not happy and punished them well. What did you say? Vegeta's expression changed again and again. Could it be that he was talking about Frisia and the Kurdish king? Well, not. Must be a coincidence. Yes, that's right, a coincidence. You said just now that you want to give up one hand to fight Wukong? Right. Fang Yun asked. What? Do you have an opinion? Vegeta smiled softly, trying to calm herself down. I think your decision is too right, then let go of one arm. Fang Yun nodded slightly. The next moment, Fang Yun wiped it lightly. SHH. One of Vegeta's arms disappeared like this miraculously. As you wish, your arm is gone. Fang Yun smiled. What? Vegeta glanced at his left arm. There is none left. The left arm has mysteriously disappeared. How is this going? How can it be? Why am I not feeling anything? You continue. Fang Yun smiled. SHH. After Fang Yun finished speaking, the figure flickered and disappeared. In just an instant, Fang Yun appeared on the top of the distant mountain from the battle scene. Bulma was dumbfounded. Taisai also widened her eyes. When did Fang Yun become so powerful? Why is it still teleporting? Don't look at me so surprised, I am a very low-key person. Fang Yun smiled. Bulma. Taisai. Are you low-key? You just made that Saiyans left arm disappear. The question is, how do you do it? It's definitely not magic. Also, this is not teleportation, it's just because my speed is too fast, you guys feel like teleportation. Fang Yun added. Bulma and Taisai stopped talking. Too fast? Feeling like teleportation? Why do we suddenly feel that in terms of the level of pretense, you are better than that Saiyan Vegeta? Cough, brother-in-law, how did you do this erasure? Can you teach me? Bulma asked excitedly. Fang Yun. Bulma, you are going too far. Do you even want to learn the supernatural powers of the whole king? This. I'm afraid you can't learn. Fang Yun smiled. Battle scene. My arm. Vegeta's face changed again and again, looking at her mysteriously disappearing arm, her whole body was trembling with fright. The left arm mysteriously disappeared. What's going on? Sun Wukong also looked stunned, seeing such a strange thing for the first time. The arm just disappeared for no reason. How is that possible? Sun Wufan's eyes widened. Did Fang Yun really do it? Klein looked at the place where Fang Yun disappeared. Did Uncle Fang Yun do it? How did he do it? Sun Wufan turned to look at Kailin and asked. I heard that Fang Yun is an excellent magician. Maybe the other Saiyan named Nappa was erased by him. Klin said. Where is the magician, Uncle Kellen, is this the magician? Sun Wufan had learned a lot. P.S. Thanks for the star reward, this book is currently number 1 on the reward list. Thank you, Xian. Ding Xing. Great reward, the book is currently ranked 2nd in the list. Chapter 37 Frisia, what? Fang Yun is on Earth. Mage? Yes, it should be more accurate to be called a mage. Klein nodded solemnly. My arm is gone. Vegeta muttered in shock. Are you still fighting? Sun Wukong asked. Snapped. Vegeta pulled out a remote and pressed the button on it. Still fighting? Fuck it. Didn't you see my arms were gone? I'm going to run away quickly. Call out. Vegeta's miniature spaceship came swiftly. SHH. Just when Vegeta was about to step on the spaceship and leave this terrifying place, the scene flickered, and Fang Yun went back and forth. Boom! Fang Yun Fei kicked the spaceship away. Vegeta. Sun Wukong. Krillin. Sun Gohan. So brutal. Actually kick the spaceship as a ball. If you want to leave the Earth, you can defeat them, otherwise, you will be erased. Fang Yun waved his small hand. SHH. A big mountain in the distance disappeared out of thin air. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, her whole body trembling with fear. Sun Wukong looked at the disappearing mountain with a look of surprise. How did he do that? Sun Gohan was stunned. Kailin also watched this strange scene without blinking, unable to say anything. I remember, you are the one who used to be with Frisia. Vegeta's mind flashed, and her face became extremely ugly. Don't talk nonsense, let's start quickly. If you lose, your life will stay on Earth. If you win, get out. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Vegeta shivered with fright. However, Vegeta carefully waited for a moment and felt that Fang Yun should not shoot. The current situation is that there is still some hope of victory on his side. If only to deal with these 3 guys. Okay, Kakarot, then I'm welcome. Vegeta said, the aura suddenly burst out from her body. Spaceships have been kicked, can it be done without hitting? Sun Wukong's face changed slightly. Page 26. What a powerful breath! The vast starry sky, the vast universe. Frisia's spaceship is moving slowly. Frisia held the goblet and sipped the red wine in the glass silently, with a slight smile on her face. However, Frisia's 2 ears were missing, which greatly reduced his image of the Emperor of the Universe. Frisia's head looks very funny. Is there any latest progress on Vegeta's side? Frisia asked casually after taking a sip of red wine. Lord Frisia, according to the latest information on Earth, it is certain that the killed Saiyan Kakarot has been resurrected. The younger brother hurried forward to report. Oh? The dead are resurrected. Frisia's eyes flashed brightly, that is to say, Dragon Ball is real, I understand that, right? No problem. The younger brother nodded vigorously. It's the Namekians who made the Dragon Balls, so we don't need to go to Earth, we just need to go to Namek to make our wishes come true. Frisia smiled. Let's go now. Go to Namek. Sabo instructed the younger brothers. Call out. The spacecraft changed direction in the starry sky, accelerated its speed, and flew away in the direction of Namek. Lord Frisia, if we find Dragon Ball successfully, what do we want? Sabo asked. Frisia glanced at Sabo but said nothing. What wish do I want to make? Don't you have a bit of force? I really want my ears to grow out. I look like this, do I have a special image of the Emperor of the Universe? Sabo hurriedly lowered his head, too frightened to speak. Lord Frisia, report the latest news on Earth. At this time, a younger brother came forward to report. Oh? What's the matter? Frisia asked with interest. Vegeta's arm is missing. I don't know what happened. The younger brother was also a little puzzled. The arm? Missing. Frisia's heart sank. Tell me in detail. What happened? Sabo shouted. According to the news from the other side of the earth, a stranger appeared at the battle scene. This person said that Vegeta was the most disliked of pretending to be forced. Then, he gave Vegeta's arm, as if to erase it. The younger brother scratched his head and responded quickly. What did you say? Frisia's face became extremely ugly. He. Sabo trembled with fright. He's still alive, he's on Earth. Dodoria paled. Chapter 38 Frisia, I want to wake up the god of destruction. Did he say his name? Frisia clenched her fists and asked quickly. It seems to be called Fang Yun. The younger brother replied. Fang Yun. It's really Fang Yun. He is still alive. Frisia rolled her eyes and nearly fainted. After a shiver, Sabo held onto the chair beside him, so that he would not sit down with his legs weak. Dodoria's red body turned white at this moment. Look, Lord Dodoria has transformed. A younger brother exclaimed. Dodoria slapped this little brother to death with a slap. I'm scared. Lao Tzu is not transformed. What should I do? Your Excellency Frisia. Sabo leaned over and asked in a low voice. Before Frisia, except for Sabo and Dodoria, all the younger brothers who knew Fang Yun had been wiped out. This is also the reason why Vegeta didn't know Fang Yun after hearing Fang Yun's name. Of course, Vegeta overheard Frisia mention the name Fang Yun by chance, but only briefly mentioned it. Go to Namek now. Before he knows about Namek's Dragon Ball, I, Frisia, want to fulfill his wish as soon as possible. After a brief moment of fear, Frisia was left with extreme anger. Fang Yun. I, Frisia, will punish you. I want you to know who is the real king of the universe. However, Your Excellency Frisia, what wish can we achieve? Even if the disappeared part of the body grows, if we meet Fang Yun, he will still give it to him. Dodoria asked quickly. I know someone can handle him. Frisia smiled softly. You mean? Sabo shuddered violently. Yes, God of Destruction. Frisia smiled. It's the God of Destruction. Sabo turned pale with fright. What? Are we going to find the God of Destruction? Dodoria asked even more tremblingly. Master Beerus, the God of Destruction, is sleeping. He likes to sleep, and it is usually possible for him to sleep for -years or -years. Moreover, where he lives, our spaceship cannot pass. So, if you want to wake up Beerus-sama, it can only be achieved by making a wish. Frisia squinted his triangular eyes and said solemnly. But, Your Excellency Frisia, we are trying to attract tigers and reject wolves. Sabo said solemnly. Follow my orders. Frisia gave the order with a cold face. Of course Frisia won't explain too much about Sabo and Dodoria's visit. Frisia also won't tell Sabo and Dodoria that it is because of Beerus that he can destroy planets in this universe. Because this is Beerus' job. While Beerus was sleeping, Frisia was working for Beerus. Beerus, if you wake up, at least you have to help Frisia out of this trouble, right? As for growing ears, we can only think of other ways in the future. Go ahead. Frisia ordered. Frisia's spaceship arced across the starry sky, picking up speed. Galaxy, Galactic Prison Headquarters. It's terrible, those two Saiyans went to Earth. The corners of Jake's mouth trembled. But there was a blue-skinned person beside Jake, but his face looked very calm. Myers, are you scared too? They are a fighting nation. Gok patted the blue skin, which is Mel's shoulder. Haha, yes. Myers smiled slightly. Besides, they are still the subordinates of the Cosmos Emperor Frisia. Gok pondered while holding his chin, so I decided, let the Earth do better for itself. Jack, didn't you know a doctor on Earth? It was his help that you returned to the base from Earth, right? Myers said with a smile. Well, I will be at this distant Galaxy Patrol headquarters, praying that the doctor is safe. Jake took out a stick of incense and lit it. Myers. Gok, you're going too far. Forget it, over there on Earth, whatever they want. As an angel, it is not good to overly manage the affairs of the world. Although, I am just a trainee angel. Earth. Hoo-hoo. Sun Wukong was tired and gasping for breath, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Although Sun Wukong has performed twice the World King Fist, he is still not the opponent of the one-armed Vegeta. However, Vegeta wasn't very happy either. Inexplicably lost an arm, which is very inconvenient when fighting. Vegeta, you are indeed very powerful. Sure enough, you only use one hand to fight me. I am not your opponent. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. So, I've already won. Vegeta glanced at Fang Yun when he said this. You are so quick to let me go. I don't want to fight anymore. Chapter 39. Do you know how leaping became a mother? Fang Yun ignored Vegeta. I'm so excited. Sun Wukong grinned. Page 27. Vegeta. You are so special. Both arms are sound. I lost an arm. You tell me now, you are so excited. See how I fix you. Vegeta gritted her teeth and flew away in the direction of Sun Wukong. 3 times King Fist. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and displayed the triple World King Fist. Combat Strength. Vegeta looked at the value on the detector. Boom. Immediately, the detector exploded on the spot because it could not withstand the attack caused by the energy. This. Vegeta's eyes widened. Boom. Sun Wukong punched Vegeta in the nose. What? Vegeta was shocked. This guy is just a low-level warrior. How could he be so powerful? Damn it! Vegeta was furious, and flew in the direction of Sun Wukong, about to launch a counterattack. Snapped. Sun Wukong suddenly changed direction in mid-air, and instantly appeared behind Vegeta. Boom! Sun Wukong kicked out, kicking Vegeta to a height. Vegeta grinned in pain and resentment. I can't spare you. Vegeta was furious, stabilized her body, and condensed energy in her hands. It still doesn't work. The Triple World King Fist, the body is not feeling well. Sun Wukong scratched his head, because the Triple World King Fist was displayed, and the body had reached the limit that it could not bear, and the pain was so painful that the whole body was shaking. Afterburner. Energy emerged from Vegeta's hand, and a huge energy bomb fell from the sky. What? Sun Wukong looked up, his face changed again and again. Turtle School Qigong Wave. Sun Wukong almost without any hesitation, directly released the Turtle Qigong Wave. Boom! Two different energies collided together, and a powerful impact erupted. However, Sun Wukong's Qigong Wave was relatively weak, and he was stunned by Vegeta's Afterburner. Quadruple King Fist. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Call out! The Turtle School Qigong Wave was like a rising dragon from Mount Lu, soaring upwards, and it bombarded Vegeta at that time. What? Vegeta let out a miserable cry, and was hit by the Turtle Qigong Wave and flew quickly towards the sky. When walking above the clouds, Vegeta suddenly escaped from the Qigong Wave. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth, her face turning hideous. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! I'm going to kill you! Vegeta was furious, looking for the moon everywhere. However, no matter how much Vegeta looked for, the moon could not be found. Strange, where's the moon? I remember that I deliberately chose the time of the full moon to come to Earth. Vegeta looked back and forth, and seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Kakarot, you hateful fellow, do you think that if you destroy the moon, I won't be able to transform? Wow ka. Below, Yakilobe jumped out of the hidden corner and stepped forward to pat Sun Wukong on the back. Not bad, Goku, finally defeated the Saiyans. Yakilobe laughed. Yakilobe? Why are you here? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and he gasped in pain. What's the matter with you? Yakilobe asked. Simply put, I used a boxing technique that surpassed the limits of my body. Now my body is seriously injured. Also, he's not dead yet, so hurry up and leave. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Ah? He's still alive? Terrible guy. Yakilobe was taken aback. Goku, take care, I'll go first. Deng. Yakilobe quickly ran to Fang Yun's side. Yakilobe felt that Fang Yun should be relatively safe here. Fang Yun, why don't you just erase him? Do you want Wukong to fight so hard? Yakilobe looked at Fang Yun and asked. Do you have an opinion? Fang Yun looked at Yakilobe with a smile. The corner of Yakilobe's mouth trembled. Fang Yun beckoned to him and let him come over. Yakilobe was stunned for a while, and came up. Do you know that guy named Leaping? Fang Yun asked. That sissy, I know, we practiced together in the temple. Yakilobe nodded. Do you know how he became a sissy? Fang Yun asked again. Yakilobe looked at Fang Yun with a strange expression. Fang Yun smiled without saying a word. Yakilobe reacted suddenly. You, it's you, the one you erased him. Yakilobe stammered. Don't say it out, keep it a secret. Fang Yun smiled. Yakilobe turned pale and blue with fright. Whoa. At the next moment, Yakilobe slid away quickly and ran far away. Yakilobe was afraid that Fang Yun would erase his own thing too. I don't want to be a sissy. P.S. Please reward one person plus one more, not capped. Come on, rich bigwigs. Chapter 40 Vegeta, do you want to step on Fang Yun? Tanji rewarded and added more. SHH. At this time, Vegeta slowly descended from the sky and landed directly opposite Sun Wukong. However, because Vegeta only had one arm now, she lost her balance when she landed and almost fell to the ground with a somersault. Vegeta gritted her teeth and stood firm. Humph, Kakarot, do you think I'll lose like this? Vegeta sneered. Also, do you think that if you destroy the moon, I won't be able to transform? Transformation? What do you mean? Sun Wukong was puzzled. Call out. As Vegeta spoke, a flashing energy bullet suddenly appeared in her hand. What does he want to do? While condensing this energy bomb, his own aura has also dropped significantly. Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. Kakarot, you should regret it now, you don't have a tail. Vegeta laughed, and the artificial moon in his hand was thrown into the sky by him. Snapped. Vegeta clenched her fists. The artificial full moon above the sky also immediately burst into a golden light. SHH. Vegeta's body grew rapidly. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a black giant ape. One-armed ape. Roar. Vegeta beat his chest with one hand. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta stopped immediately with a dark face. This one is missing an arm, and it has no sense of rhythm when it becomes a giant ape and beats its chest, okay? Vegeta looked at Fang Yun's position condescendingly. The current Fang Yun, in Vegeta's eyes, is the size of a little mouse. You can grab him with one hand. Or, trample him to death? Page 28. My combat power is now at least 10. Can I step on such a guy to death? No, the moment I started, he might just wave and I'd be gone. Even if I still exist, maybe he will erase a part of me. I can't risk it. Vegeta was surging, hesitating whether to take the opportunity to kill Fang Yun. Vegeta, you can try it and see if you can step on me to death. Fang Yun beckoned to Vegeta. Vegeta's face changed color. Does he know what I'm thinking? Vegeta was silent. Vegeta waited again and again, but still did not dare to attack the other party. If Fang Yun was so easy to deal with, Frieza would have done him a long time ago, right? Why is he still alive after so many years? Why should I, Vegeta, take the initiative to provoke someone who even Frieza can't deal with? Boom! Vegeta stepped in the direction of Sun Wukong. First trample this inferior warrior Kakarot to death. In comparison, this guy is even more annoying. I'm a Saiyans genius warrior, I'm a Saiyan prince, if I can't beat a low-level warrior today, I'll be too embarrassed. When Sun Wukong saw the situation was not good, he hurriedly jumped up. Boom! Vegeta waved his hand and slapped Sun Wukong from the air like a fly to the ground. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and stood up. Forgot to tell you, Kakarot, after turning into a giant ape, my combat power is 10 times higher than before. Vegeta said proudly. What did you say? Sun Wukong's face became extremely ugly. Now do you know the purpose of the tail? Funny guy, actually removed the tail. Vegeta smiled contemptuously and stepped on it again. Sun Wukong hurriedly dodged. Boom! Vegeta slapped it again. Sun Wukong hit the ground on the spot. Go to hell, Kakarot! Vegeta laughed. Triple Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and displayed Triple Realm King Fist. Boom! Vegeta's big foot stomped hard. Crack! Before Sun Wukong could get up, Vegeta stepped on his legs. Only a sound of broken bones was heard. Sun Wukong's legs were comminuted and fractured at the time. What? Sun Wukong screamed in pain. I'm sorry, I accidentally stepped on your leg, don't you hurt? Vegeta smiled proudly, leaned over and grabbed Sun Wukong in his hand. Ah, ah! Sun Wukong cried out in pain. I'm going to crush you, Kakarot. Vegeta's face was hideous. You! Let go of my dad. Son Gohan appeared directly opposite Vegeta and shouted in shock. "Little devil, haven't you gone far? Why did you come back to die?" Vegeta glanced at Son Gohan and chuckled. Chapter 41 Vegeta, don't erase me. Kang Yu reward plus more. Behind Vegeta, Chi Yuan slash. Kellen appeared quietly, and the Chi Yuan slash was brewing out of his hand, and he slashed towards Vegeta. SHH. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta jumped lightly, dodging the attack of the Chi Yuan slash. "Humph, I knew you were hiding nearby and wanted to sneak attack on me." Vegeta sneered and knocked Krillin to the ground with one tail. "Call out." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and a flame of light shot out from his hand. Boom! The flames hit Vegeta's eyes directly. Vegeta was in pain, and when he released his hand, Sun Wukong fell from the air. "My eyes!" Vegeta covered her injured eyes and charged towards Sun Wukong aggressively. "Yakilobe, when you come on stage." Fang Yun patted Yakilobe on the shoulder. "Ah! Stop kidding! What am I going to do?" Yakilobe was horrified. "You are so powerful. You just delete him. What do you mean by letting me appear? How could I possibly be that monster's opponent? Go, cut off his tail and he will recover." Fang Yun ordered. Yakilobe shook his head vigorously. "Don't go. I'm not going to die." Boom! Fang Yun kicked Yakilobe away with one kick. And the direction in which Yakilobe flew, happened to be on Vegeta's side. Yakilobe gritted his teeth and pulled out the long knife from his waist. SHH. Akilobe wielded a long sword. Crack! Vegeta's tail was cut off on the spot. "It's over." After Yakilobe landed, he quickly threw the long knife on the ground, adjusted his body, and hurried away. "I really didn't mean to. It was Fang Yun who threw me." SHH. Vegeta's body also shrank immediately and returned to its original shape. Damn! Vegeta was so angry that her nose was crooked, and her whole body was shaking. The tail is broken, and Vegeta's energy is greatly reduced. However, Sun Wukong and others were also pale, and their physical strength was exhausted to the extreme. Ho-ho! Vegeta gasped heavily. Sun Wukong was severely injured, lying on the ground. It was difficult to move. It can be said that Vegeta defeated Sun Wukong with one arm in this battle. Because of the attack just now, Krillin's energy consumption was too heavy, and his physical strength was overdrawn at this time. Son Gohan still has reservations, but he doesn't know how to fight. After all, for Son Gohan, this is also his first battle, and he is somewhat inexperienced. Also, the biggest problem with Son Gohan is that he is less timid. In the face of so many opponents stronger than him, anyone will be afraid. Vegeta took a step forward. Son Gohan and Krillin were immediately ready to fight. "Hey, Fang Yun, I won, right?" Vegeta didn't attack immediately, but asked Fang Yun in the distance. "Your attitude of speaking makes me very uncomfortable." Fang Yun looked dissatisfied. "How to punish you? What did you say?" Vegeta's face changed color, and in desperation, the afterburner in his hand emerged and bombarded in the direction of Fang Yun. Page 29. SHH. Fang Yun just waved his hand lightly, and the afterburner was easily erased by him. What? Vegeta's face became extremely ugly. Was my attack so easily resolved by him? Who is he? Fang Yun smiled slightly and walked towards Vegeta step by step. "You, don't come here." Vegeta was trembling with fear. "Terrible. This man is horrible." Fang Yun smiled and continued to move forward. Sun Wukong turned his head and stared at such a strange scene without blinking. Son Gohan's eyes widened even more, and he looked at Vegeta, who was pale with fright, in disbelief. Krillin wrapped his hands around his bald head and said in his heart, "If only I were a magician too." In the distance, the top of a mountain. "Isn't it?" brother-in-law is so powerful. Bulma looked at the heroic Fang Yun on the screen in surprise. You just know. Taisai smiled. Sister is so stingy. My brother-in-law is so powerful. If he didn't tell me sooner, he made me worry about him. Bulma took a deep breath. Taisai. Actually, if I say, I didn't know your brother-in-law was so powerful. Bulma, will you laugh at me? Fang Yun, you are going too far. I only know that you are an excellent magician, but I didn't expect your magic to be so superb. In Taisai's cognition, Fang Yun is considered to be relatively good, but the level is estimated to be similar to that of Sun Wukong. What Taisai never expected was that Fang Yun could even hang and beat the Saiyan Prince Vegeta. How can I punish you? Fang Yun scratched his head. Don't erase me! Don't erase me! Vegeta shouted. Chapter 42 Vegeta kneeling. Vegeta subconsciously thought that Fang Yun scratched his head, intending to erase himself. Don't worry, you are still useful, I won't erase you for the time being. Fang Yun smiled, stepped forward, and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Vegeta glanced sideways at his shoulder. Immediately, Vegeta felt her body sink, and her knees bent uncontrollably. Snapped. Vegeta knelt in front of Fang Yun. You don't have to do this great gift. Fang Yun said. Vegeta. It's not that I want to kneel, it's that my knees don't obey. You are so shameless. You patted me on the shoulder and forced my knees down. You also said you don't have to do this big gift. Krillin. Son Gohan. Sun Wukong. Vegeta, actually knelt down to Fang Yun? Yakilobe gave Sun Wukong and the others a blank look. What do you know? If you know how that unlucky guy named Li Ping became a mother, you will understand how terrifying this Fang Yun is. Shall I run away now? Yakilobe even wanted to leave the place immediately. Boom! Fang Yun punched Vegeta in the abdomen. Puff! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood and turned pale. Go back and tell Frieza, let's meet Namek and sing Two Tigers together. Fang Yun smiled and patted Vegeta's head. Vegeta was terrified, and panic was written in his eyes. You can go. Fang Yun let go of Vegeta. Vegeta fell to the ground. What's the matter? Let me go, don't attack me. It's hard for me to go now. Vegeta gritted her teeth, took out the remote control of the spacecraft, and pressed the button on it. Call out. The spaceship that was kicked by Fang Yun quickly appeared beside Vegeta. Vegeta crawled towards the spaceship step by step. Damn! I won't let you go. Krillin bared his teeth, stepped forward and picked up the long knife that Yakilobe had left behind. Aiming at Vegeta's back. Vegeta was shocked, her pupils shrunk. At this time, Krillin had already raised his long knife. As long as Krillin pushes hard, he can penetrate Vegeta's heart. Not good. Vegeta's face changed color. Fang Yun looked at Krillin with such a flat expression, with a slight smile on his face. Seemingly aware of Fang Yun's eyes, Krillin turned his head to look in Fang Yun's direction. This look, why is it so scary? Krillin snorted in his heart. Krillin, let him go. Sun Wukong's voice came over. Wukong. Krillin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. If you let him go, will you be worthy of the dead Tianjin Fan and Leaping? Vegeta is very powerful. I have practiced very hard, but I am still not his one-handed opponent. Sun Wukong smiled, but I will work hard, I will find a way to defeat him. Next time, I will let Vegeta fight me with both hands. Vegeta. Kakarot, you wait for me. How can I have two arms? Are you rubbing salt on my wound? Vegeta crooked her nose in anger. Taking this opportunity, Vegeta quickly climbed into the spaceship and closed the hatch of the spaceship. Call out. Vegeta pressed the ship's start button. The spaceship rushed to the starry sky, leaving a white glow on the horizon, and disappeared in a flash. After Vegeta left, Bulma immediately called Turtle Immortal and asked him to come and pick him up. About 10 minutes or so, Bulma, Taisai, Immortal Garen, Immortal Turtle, etc. all landed on the scene. After a while, even the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong's wife Kikai also came here. Kikai directly skipped Sun Wukong, stepped forward and hugged Sun Wufan, who had not seen him for a year, and burst into tears. Afterwards, Kellen stepped into the helicopter with the immobile Sun Wukong. Because the fairy beans have been used up, Sun Wukong can only be sent to the hospital for treatment. On the way to the hospital, many people looked at Fang Yun silently. Immortal Turtle, Immortal Jialan and others had already learned about what Fang Yun had just done through Kellen and Yaki Lubei. Look, the clouds are so white today. Fang Yun turned his head to look at the white clouds drifting outside the window, and said suddenly, Turtle Immortal. Krillin. Archelobe. Immortal Jialan. Page 30. Oolong. What a god, the clouds are so white today. So many people have died. Your magic is so powerful, if you shoot early, you won't die. What kind of eyes do you guys look at? What are you looking at me for? Fang Yun asked knowingly. P.S. Ask for a reward again, reward one person plus one update, there is no cap. By the way, I recommend Dragon Ball, Apprentice Angel and Dragon Ball's strongest teacher already fat, please enjoy it. Chapter 43, My sister-in-law is domineering. Cough, Fang Yun, are you really a magician? Immortal Jialan asked curiously. To be precise, I should be considered a god. Fang Yun smiled. Immortal Jialan. Turtle Immortal. You can really blow. You can connect with God. Forget it, let him do it. He can say whatever he wants. Turtle Immortal kicked Oolong. Wolong glanced at Turtle Immortal with a bewildered look on his face. The Turtle Immortal pouted towards Oolong Nunu. Oolong rolled his eyes. You have to ask yourself, what are you doing with me? Immortal Turtle quickly took out a photo album and quietly handed it to Oolong. Wolong no longer hesitated and nodded vigorously. Cough cough, Fang Yun, you said you are so strong, if you shot earlier, they wouldn't have to die. Wolong said to Fang Yun. Before Fang Yun could answer, Bulma interjected. Oolong! Bulma shouted. Wolong raised his head and looked at Bulma in confusion. Your question is a bit bizarre. Bulma snorted, you are a pig, I want to eat roast suckling pig now, are you willing to dedicate yourself to me? Oolong! What kind of metaphor are you talking about? I do not want. I don't want to be roasted. Did my brother-in-law say a year ago that he can help erase one? Did you take it as a joke at the time? Bulma looked around the audience, crossed her waist, and asked aggressively. Everyone stopped talking. Yes, Fang Yun did say so at the time. However, when the people present heard it, they all thought Fang Yun was a joke. I also said that brother-in-law's release of magic takes time to cool down, have you all forgotten? Bulma asked again. Everyone was ashamed and bowed their heads. I'm also very sad that they died, but if you dare to blame my brother-in-law, I will never forgive you. Bulma shouted domineeringly and coquettishly. Krillin! Who dares to blame your brother-in-law? We don't want to be erased. Fang Yun looked at Bulma silently. This sister-in-law is really fierce. By the way, Kaylin, you said earlier that there is a way to revive dead companions? Really? Sun Wukong quickly changed the topic. Yes, Goku. Krillin nodded and replied, I heard that Saiyan named Nappa and Vegeta talk about Piccolo before, saying Piccolo is a Namekian, so as long as we find that the hometown of the Mykians, we may be able to resurrect Tianjin Fan and the others through the Dragon Balls on Namek. Really? So, Uncle Piccolo can also be resurrected. Son Gohan looked excited. Gohan! Kiki looked unhappy. That is the reincarnation of the great demon King Piccolo, you will learn badly by following him. Just, how can I find Namek? Krillin pondered. Master Zhuang should be able to find it. I will contact Master Zhuang and ask him to help. Sun Wukong replied. Hello everyone, I'm the king of the realm. Soon, the voice of the realm king came over. Everyone felt as if a stranger was speaking in their hearts. It seems that it is the kind of spiritual communication. I've watched all the battles this time. You guys performed well, especially Fang Yun's magic. It's too unexpected. The king praised, I do know what you're talking about Namek, I've been there for a long time. I've seen it before. Wait a minute, I'll look for Namek's location. Is this the realm king? Very impressive. Everyone couldn't help but glance at Fang Yun. Fang Yun, didn't you say that you are a god? You see, your magic is so childish compared to the real god. Namek is located at 83YX of Su 9045. Fang Yun said suddenly. Everyone looked at Fang Yun. The realm king apparently heard it too, and looked at Fang Yun with a look of surprise. Fang Yun didn't say a word. Cough cough. A long time ago, when Fang Yun and I were on our honeymoon, we visited Namek. Taisai smiled, for this reason, I also fulfilled my wish to stay young forever. Everyone except Bulma was stunned. Fang Yun and Taisai have been to Namek? When did this happen? When Bulma was 5 years old, Fang Yun and I went there. Taisai added. What? Everyone present was shocked again. No wonder I found out that Taisai has always been so young. Kellen whispered to Immortal Jialin, it seems that Taisai should be 40 years old, right? Immortal Jialin did not say a word. Did you know that it's impolite to talk about a girl's age? Namek, does it really have Dragon Balls? Krillin asked in surprise. Yes, of course there is. Taisai nodded and added, but don't be too happy, with the technology on our Earth, even the spacecraft made by my father will not be able to fly in your lifetime. To Namek. Chapter 44 Vegeta, where is your arm? What do you mean? Why use the word you? Wolong asked in confusion. Because I'm immortal, I can land on Namek in my lifetime. Taisai smiled. My sister is right. With our current level of technology, it will take at least 1,000 years to fly. Archelope. Krillin. How did you and Fang Yun get there back then? Immortal Jialin asked. When our family helped a galaxy patrol, he gave us a spaceship. Taisai explained, but unfortunately, the quality of the galaxy patrol's spacecraft is not very good. Fang Yun and I returned. After Earth, the core of the spacecraft is completely broken. It's hard to do now, think of another way. Krillin scratched his head. Fang Yun smiled and did not answer. Frisia Planet 79. Vegeta's 18th day away from Earth. 2 space station guards are playing chess. Beep. At this moment, the alarm sounded. There is an object approaching. It won't be Lord Frisia, will it? No, Lord Frisia has just replenished energy on the planet, and it hasn't been long since he left. Judging from the signal, it seems to be Vegeta's spaceship. Page 31. Strange, I didn't receive Vegeta's return message, what happened? Call out. Vegeta's spaceship fell from the sky and hit the return stage. The 2 younger brothers immediately stood up and greeted Vegeta's return respectfully. Strange, there is only one spaceship, what about Mr. Nappa? Why isn't His Highness Vegeta responding? The 2 took a closer look, and only then did they realize that Vegeta had activated a life-sustaining device. Quick, send it to treatment. Under the arrangement of the younger brothers, Vegeta was sent to the treatment room and placed in the treatment nutrient solution. His Royal Highness Vegeta is not lightly injured. The tail and arm are broken. The younger brothers sighed. Rest assured, we have the most advanced therapeutic apparatus in the universe, and it will grow. After about 40 minutes. Beep. The treatment device sent out a signal to complete the cure. Vegeta's eyes also opened suddenly. Vegeta came out of the healing machine. The brothers were dumbfounded. The healing device did not cure Vegeta's broken arm, nor did it allow her tail to grow. Vegeta's face darkened, and he gently stroked his severed arm, clenching his fists. Damn Fang Yun! When Vegeta becomes a Super Saiyan, I will definitely let you taste the taste of a broken arm. Vegeta trembled with anger. No, I will cut off your arms and legs. You can no longer move. His Royal Highness Vegeta. This broken arm seems to be with Lord Frisia's. The younger brother looked at Vegeta in trembling horror. It's okay, even if you only have one arm, you can still fight. Vegeta smiled. By the way, His Royal Highness Vegeta, Mr. Chu Yi said that if your injury heals, he has something to tell you. The younger brother said respectfully. As expected of a fighting race Saiyan. I lost an arm, and my mentality is still so good. If it were me, would I still be depressed? Chu Yi? Get him out of the way, I don't have time to pay attention to him. Vegeta snorted coldly, put on a battle suit, put on a detector, and strode out. No, I'm going to be a Super Saiyan. I believe that as long as you become a Super Saiyan, you can go to Earth to take revenge. As the most powerful warrior in the universe, can't be erased by your strange magic? But, how do you become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta doesn't feel like a Super Saiyan yet. To deal with a low-level warrior Kakarot, you have to turn into a giant ape. How can a Super Saiyan be so weak? By the way, and Kakarot. You wait for me, I'll cut you into 8 pieces. Vegeta secretly made up her mind that she must go back to take revenge. Just when Vegeta was thinking about something. Tisk tisk, isn't this Vegeta, the prince of the fighting race Saiyans? A sarcastic voice sounded from behind Vegeta. Vegeta didn't need to look back, she already knew who was coming. Snapped. The next moment, Vegeta felt his shoulders sink. Chu Yi had already put his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. On the left shoulder. Vegeta, where is your left arm? Why did you lose it? Chu Yi asked with great interest. Chu Yi, take off your dirty hands. Vegeta snorted coldly. I never imagined that the famous Vegeta would have such an encounter after a trip to Earth. Chu Yi smiled contemptuously, you almost died, and you lost your tail and left arm. I'm curious, as a Saiyan prince, how could you be beaten like this by the Earthlings? Chapter 45 Bulma, Sister. Please ask you one thing. Fuck off. Vegeta said with a dark face. By the way, Your Excellency Frisia is very dissatisfied with your unauthorized actions. Chu Yi said with a smile, however, Your Excellency Frisia, considering that you have brought him valuable good news, decided to for the time being, forgive your mistakes. What did you say? Vegeta turned around, as if thinking of something. Yes, Your Excellency Frisia already knows. Chu Yi chuckled lightly. Vegeta's pupil shrank. As you expected, Dragon Ball. Chu Yi smiled slightly. You mean? Vegeta said solemnly. Namek. Chu Yi smiled. Vegeta's face changed color. But then, Vegeta's heart trembled violently. Vegeta suddenly remembered that when he left the earth, Fang Yun patted his head and said something. Go back and tell Frisia that we will meet Namek and sing 2 tigers together. So, Fang Yun will also go to Namek? Frisia probably doesn't know about this yet? Chu Yi, what wish did Frisia want to achieve by looking for Dragon Ball? Vegeta calmed down at this time. How could I know about your Lord Frisia's wishes? Chu Yi smiled slightly, you should be more concerned about yourself. Call out. Vegeta ignored Chu Yi, but turned into a white light and flew quickly in the direction of the spaceship. Snapped. Vegeta opened the door of the spaceship. Call out! The spaceship broke through the void and flew away in the direction of Namek. I want to make a wish to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, stop for me. Who told you to act without authorization? Chuyi was furious. How dare you ignore my existence? Vegeta, Chuyi, will destroy you in the past. Chuyi also immediately stepped on the spaceship and chased after Vegeta. Milky Way, Earth. Not long after Sun Wukong was hospitalized, Mr. Bobo from the temple found Bulma and provided a spaceship of Namek. Bulma brought the spaceship home for a makeover. Now, the spacecraft has been successfully transformed and is ready to go to Namek. Sister, are you really not going? Bulma asked. I won't go. My novel has just written the beginning, and I plan to update it in the next few days. If I go to Namek, what will the readers do? Taisai shook her head. Let you brother-in-law stay with you, so I can rest assured. Brother-in-law, please. Bulma looked at Fang Yun and said. It's okay, I just want to go to Namek. Fang Yun nodded, no objection. Today, both Tao Bibai and Nappa have been erased by Fang Yun. The next person to erase is Frisia. How could Fang Yun miss such a good thing? In the end, after deliberation, the candidates to go to Namek were Fang Yun, Bulma, Sun Gohan, and Kailin, a total of 4 people. When it's time to leave, Taisai called Bulma into the distance. Sister, what's the matter? It's mysterious. Bulma looked at Taisai and asked. Bulma, my sister wants to ask you something. Taisai blushed. What? Just say it, sister. We are sisters. It's too outlandish to say please. Bulma replied. I've been with your brother-in-law for so long, but unfortunately we haven't had any children. Taisai said with a blushing face, I can see that your brother-in-law said nothing, but he definitely wants a one for himself. Children's. Ah! I thought my sister and brother-in-law didn't want children. Bulma thought. I want a child, I don't know if it's my problem, I've never been able to conceive. Taisai lowered her head. Isn't it the brother-in-law's problem? Bulma giggled. No, it should be my problem. Taisai shook her head slightly. Far away. Page 32. Fang Yun. Tais, you are going too far. You actually told your sister this kind of thing? Do you think this is appropriate? Fang Yun's hearing is far beyond that of ordinary people, even farther than that of Nameks. Fang Yun guessed that the reason why he and Taisai did not have children was because he was not from the earth, right? Am I an earthling? Fang Yun himself is not sure. After all, he did not need to practice to become so powerful. However, Taisai actually said that it was her problem. This made Fang Yun feel a little guilty. I went to the hospital for an examination and said that I have the kind of constitution that is difficult to get pregnant. The chance of pregnancy is 1 in 10,000. Taisai said with some disappointment. Ah? Is there such a thing? Bulma looked at her sister in surprise and comforted, Sister, don't worry, I will go to Namek to make a wish this time, asking Shenlong to give her sister and brother-in-law a child, or let Shenlong heal the body of a good sister. Chapter 46, 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta. Bulma, I didn't mean that. Taisai smiled and shook her head, besides, Shenlong wants to resurrect his dead companion and let Fang Yun and I have a child, which is a bit selfish and inappropriate. Then, sister, what do you mean? Bulma was a little confused. I think Bulma seems to be interested in your brother-in-law, doesn't she? Taisai smiled. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Bulma's face turned red. Bulma, I watched you grow up. My sister knows exactly what you're thinking. Taisai smiled and said, if it was Bulma, you and Fang Yun's child, I would treat it like my own. Same. Sister. Stop talking. How can I do that kind of thing? Bulma said quickly. On the spaceship, you have to spend a month with your brother-in-law. Taisai giggled. Bulma's face turned red. Go, Bulma, bring back a child for my sister. Taisai patted Bulma on the shoulder. Even if there is, how can it be so fast? Bulma shouted. Look, you admitted it. Taisai smiled. I didn't. Bulma shouted. What are the two sisters arguing about? Krillin looked confused. Son Gohan shook his head. After a while, Bulma came over angrily and set foot on the spaceship. Fang Yun and Taisai hugged and waved goodbye to her. Taisai blinked at Fang Yun. Call out. The spaceship rushed into the sky and soon entered the starry sky. It takes a month to reach Namek, which is really long. Bulma pondered and looked at Fang Yun. Brother-in-law, what do you think we should do? This month, we can't be idle. Var. When he said this, Bulma blinked at Fang Yun. Fang Yun. What do you mean by winking at me? Krillin swallowed. Bulma is so charming at this time. Sun Wufan was still young and looked confused. By the way, brother-in-law, where did that Saiyan named Vegeta escape to? Bulma asked. The universe is so big, and what you see is only the tip of the iceberg. Fang Yun smiled. Although Vegeta looks powerful, there is an existence that is more powerful than Vegeta. Ah? What are you kidding? Krillin shivered. Is it stronger than Vegeta? Son Gohan's expression changed with fright. Yes, it is 10,000 times stronger. Fang Yun pondered. What? 10,000 times? What are you kidding? Krillin rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Sun Wufan was so frightened that his lips turned purple, and his tears were about to fall. Too frightening. Vegeta is already scary, okay? Are there people who are 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta? Cough, brother-in-law, don't scare them. Bulma smiled wryly. I didn't scare them, what I said was the truth. Fang Yun replied seriously. Fang Yun, tell me quickly, you're really not joking? Kaylin hurriedly said. Do you think I'm joking? Fang Yun said. Bulma. Quickly turn around and return to Earth. Klein was so frightened that his face turned blue. 10,000 times more powerful than Vegeta? Why am I going to die? I don't have a girlfriend yet. Brother-in-law, you can erase this person, right? Bulma also trembled. Yes. Fang Yun nodded. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, isn't there a magician named Fang Yun? Can he erase that horrible guy? Am I worrying too much? Wrong. That person is so much stronger than Vegeta, can Fang Yun wipe him out? Fang Yun, are you bragging? Bragging is killing people. Since my brother-in-law said yes, then there must be no problem. Bulma's confidence in Fang Yun doubled. A month later. Namek. A miniature spaceship fell from the sky and smashed into the earth of the planet, leaving a large crater. Crunch! The spaceship door opened, and Vegeta stepped out. It's just that Vegeta only has one arm left, and the way she walks looks a bit funny and incongruous. Call out! Not long after Vegeta walked out, another spaceship landed nearby. Chuyi flew up and chased after Vegeta. Vegeta, you can't run. Chuyi snorted coldly. I didn't say I ran away. Vegeta smiled lightly. Vegeta, take a good look at your detector. My combat power is far superior to yours. Besides, you have lost an arm. How could you be my opponent? Chuyi sneered. Chapter 47 Meet Namek, 1357-027-1649 Reward plus more. Don't mention the arm thing to me again. Vegeta's face turned ugly at that time. The next moment, Chuyi's figure appeared opposite Vegeta. The two looked at each other. Vegeta, you are dead. Chuyi looked at Vegeta on the opposite side with contempt. Childish, do you think you want to defeat me, Vegeta, with your level of combat power? Vegeta snorted coldly, I'll show you the new skills I learned on Earth. New ability? Is it a new ability to escape? Chuyi smiled sarcastically. It is to control the combat power at will. Vegeta said, and the breath suddenly burst out. The combat power is 24,000. How is that possible? Chuyi's face turned pale with fright. Crack! Vegeta didn't have anything to be polite, stepped forward and directly broke Chuyi's arms. Page 33. Chuyi shouted loudly. I originally wanted to torture you more, but it's useless to keep you as a waste. Let's kill you as soon as possible. Vegeta put her hand on Chuyi's chest. Chuyi's pupils were filled with bloodshot of horror. Boom! The flames in Vegeta's hands flickered and penetrated Chuyi's heart. Chuyi died. In a remote location. Frieza and the others are collecting Dragon Balls in a village on Namek. The battle between Vegeta and Chuyi had already caught the attention of Frieza and the others. Chuyi is dead, easily destroyed by Vegeta. His combat power has really improved. Dodoria said solemnly. It's only a little bit of combat power, you and Sabo can defeat him together. Frieza smiled. Just as he was talking, Vegeta spoke through the probe's communication device. Hey, Frieza, are you listening? Vegeta asked. What? Vegeta, what are you trying to say? Frieza chuckled. It's no big deal, I'm just conveying someone's words. Vegeta smiled. Frieza's heart sank, and she had a bad premonition. Someone asked me to tell you that he will meet you on Namek and sing Two Tigers together. Vegeta relayed Fang Yun's words to Frieza. Frieza's pupils shrank, and her face suddenly changed color. Dodoria was even more frightened and trembled, and her complexion turned white. Sabo even broke out in a cold sweat on his back. At this moment, time seems to have gone back a few years ago. On the planet called Frieza Planet 88. There is a terrible demon who is teaching them to sing Two Tigers, which is beautiful and beautiful. But, when I think about the lyrics of that song. Ha ha ha, Frieza, I didn't expect you to have today. Vegeta laughed wildly, and ripped off the detector, crushing it directly. Damn! Frieza shouted furiously, hurry up and find me the Dragon Balls. Lord Frieza, in fact, we can rest assured that with the technological level of the people on Earth, it is impossible to reach this planet. Sabo took a deep breath and whispered. Frieza glanced at Sabo but said nothing. Fang Yun's spacecraft landed on Namek. Fang Yun's spaceship and Vegeta's spaceship actually landed at the time of the front and back feet. To be precise, it should be more appropriate for Fang Yun's spacecraft to land first. Fang Yun took Bulma to the land of Namek. Is this Namek? There are 3 suns in the sky. Bulma looked up at the sky and couldn't help saying to herself. The next moment, the 4 people present happened to see the spaceships of Vegeta and Chuyi. Also, the scene where Vegeta easily destroyed Chuyi. This guy Vegeta has become stronger than before. Krillin muttered. Brother-in-law, there really is a Dragon Ball on Namek. Bulma has taken out the Dragon Ball radar, pressed the button on it, and pointed to several bright spots on the radar. Strange, there are 3 Dragon Balls gathered here. Krillin glanced. So, besides Vegeta, there are people collecting Dragon Balls. Krillin exclaimed. Isn't it the Cosmic Emperor named Frieza that Fang Yun said? Sun Wufan looked at Fang Yun. That's right, it's him. Fang Yun nodded. Sun Gohan's lips turned purple with fright. What should I do? Do you want to go over and erase him directly? Krillin was also startled and asked in trembling horror. It's easy to erase him, but it's too early. Let's go to the Great Elder of Namek first. Fang Yun greeted. Elder? Who is it? Sun Wufan calmed himself down and asked curiously. The Great Elder is the one who made the Dragon Ball, let's go. Fang Yun stepped forward and picked up Bulma, and flew towards the distance. Krillin and Son Gohan followed behind. Gohan, is there no way for Fang Yun to erase that Cosmic Emperor Frieza? Krillin whispered. P.S. Ask for a reward, ask for flowers, ask for a recommendation ticket. +1 change for every reward one person. Accumulated 5,000 flowers +1 more. Accumulated 1,000 evaluation votes +1 update. Accumulated 100 comments +1 more. Chapter 48 Fang Yun, going to meet old friends. I don't know. Maybe. That person is 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta. If that's the case, how can he be easily erased? Son Gohan nodded lightly. So, our only goal now is to gather the Dragon Balls together, find a way to revive our companions, and then leave this planet immediately. Kaylin said solemnly. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Sun Wufan nodded vigorously. Call out. The three of them crossed an arc in the sky and swept in the direction of the Great Elder. It flew for about 10 minutes. Fang Yun, Gohan, there are people over there. The breath of many people. Kaylin exclaimed. There is also a very powerful breath. Is it the Emperor of the Universe Frieza that Uncle Fang Yun said? Sun Wufan also changed his face. It should be, he is right. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Let's get out of here quickly. Krillin decided immediately. Why do you want to leave? Go see him and talk about it. Fang Yun smiled, changed his position in mid-air, and flew in the direction of Frieza and the others. Krillin. Son Gohan. Both were horrified. Are you really going to see that Cosmic Emperor? That is a terrible guy who is 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta. No, that person's breath doesn't seem to be so outrageous. Fang Yun, you really can brag. Judging from the breath, that person's strength seems to be 10 times the current Vegeta's strength. Just a month ago, Vegeta became about twice as big as the giant ape. Both Kellen and Sun Wufan silently glanced at Fang Yun. In this world, bragging is irresponsible, right? You are trying to scare us to death. No wonder Fang Yun was not afraid at all. It's just a level higher than Vegeta. It seems that Fang Yun should be able to erase him, right? Far away. Frieza's group has taken control of the village's elderly and children. At the same time, several young Nameks were also killed. Now, can you tell the whereabouts of Dragon Ball? Frieza smiled lightly, squinting at the three Nameks, 1 old, 2 young, and 3. These 3 people are the future Grand Elder Muley, as well as Dandy and Kadis. If you don't say anything, I'll kill the 2 little guys. Frieza smiled. Muley was shaking with anger. Okay, I'll get you Dragon Balls for you. Muley gritted his teeth, not wanting the 2 children to be killed, so he had to compromise. It didn't take long for Muley to come out with a Dragon Ball. That's right, it's better to say it earlier. Frieza smiled softly. Muley. So, can you tell me the location of the next Dragon Ball? Frieza asked again. Don't even think about it. I won't betray my companions. Murray shouted loudly. Look, you say that, I can only kill those 2 children. Frieza smiled. Lord Frieza. 3 combat power responses are approaching. A younger brother suddenly stepped forward to report. 2 of them have a combat power of about 1,500, and 1 has a combat power of only 1. Frieza glanced at the little brother. With such a low combat power, you still need to report to me? Page 34. Oh? It's probably from this village. Dodoria guessed. It's just right, just to ask them about the whereabouts of the next Dragon Ball. Sabo smiled slightly. Elder, have you made up your mind? Frieza looked at Muley again. Muley didn't say a word. Murray wondered in his mind, who is coming? They killed all the prime men of the village. Who else will come? Aren't you willing to tell the whereabouts of the next Dragon Ball? Frisia squinted at Muley. Muley. Okay, since that's the case, I'll have to kill those two children. Frisia smiled. Damn. I can't spare you. Muley was furious, and the aura on his body also emerged crazily. Pfft. Dodoria's palm directly penetrated Muley's heart. Muley's body trembled violently. Snapped. Dodoria pulled his hand back from Muley's chest, with a faint smile on his face. Dandy and Cadiz also shivered with fright. After a brief hesitation, Cadiz ran out in fright. Call out! With a flash of light in Frisia's hand, he directly killed Cadiz on the spot. Dandy wanted to run too, but when he saw that his companion was killed like this, he was stunned for a while. Kill him and go find the next Dragon Ball, Frisia ordered. Yes. A younger brother took up a weapon and aimed it at Dandy's body. Two tigers, run fast, run fast. Chapter 49 Frisia, we meet again. Just when the younger brother was about to kill Dandy at the scene, a beautiful song suddenly rang out. After hearing the singing, Frisia jumped up from the aircraft and was shocked. One has no ears and one has no tail. It's weird, it's weird. The singing sounded again, and the voice came from a distance. Dodoria's body turned white because of fear. Sabo's legs were like sieves, and he was almost scared to pee. Frisia's pupils shrank together, and her expression changed again and again. This voice was all too familiar to Frisia. It's the devil named Fang Yun. He is still alive. How did he come to Namek? Doesn't it mean that Earth's technology cannot come to such a distant star field? How did he do it? Brother-in-law, the song you sing is so strange. What is one without ears and the other without a tail? Bulma turned to look at Fang Yun and asked. Pfft! Krillin burst out laughing. Your song, the lyrics are so weird too. Sun Wufan didn't speak, and looked at Fang Yun with some puzzlement. Why did you suddenly sing? In the world of adults, children do not understand. This is a very old story, I will tell you later. Fang Yun smiled. While speaking, Fang Yun was already holding Bulma in the sky above Frisia and the others. That, Fang Yun, we just swaggered over them, will it be okay? Kaylin was terrified. Among the following people, 3 of them have the most terrifying breath. Especially the guy standing inside the aircraft. Hey? His head is so strange, like a ball. Doesn't he have ears? And those 2 people, one is a one-eyed dragon, and the other, like me, has no nose. Weird guy. Krillin looked at them one by one. Very scary. A bunch of monsters. Who dare to act wild in front of your excellency Frisia? A younger brother shouted sharply at Fang Yun and the others. Boom! Frisia rushed up immediately and slapped the little brother to death with a slap. Immediately afterwards, Frisia hurriedly bowed to Fang Yun. Your Excellency Fang Yun, I finally found you. Frisia said respectfully. Miss me? Fang Yun smiled. Frisia. I can't wait to kill you. Who misses you? This guy is still alive. I honestly thought he was dead. Snapped. Fang Yun fell from the sky holding Bulma and landed in front of Frisia. Sun Wufan and Kaylin also followed Fang Yun. Both of them were a little bewildered. That guy, is Fang Yun so respectful? Frisia, how are you all these years? Fang Yun greeted. It's okay, it's okay. Frisia responded hurriedly. Where's the other little tiger? Fang Yun asked. Frisia was taken aback. The other little tiger? What do you mean? However, Frisia's reaction was still very fast, and he understood it immediately. Fang Yun asked about his own father. God's little tiger. Father and I are not together. Frisia replied. You came to Namek to find the Dragon Ball? Fang Yun asked with a smile, and glanced at the Dragon Ball that Dodoria was holding. Yes. Frisia dared not deny it. It's a coincidence, I'm also here to find Dragon Ball. Fang Yun smiled. Frisia. Give me your Dragon Ball, okay? Fang Yun asked. No, of course not. Frisia replied succinctly. Dodoria even more tremblingly handed the Dragon Ball to her hands. You said, isn't it a bit unkind for me to steal your Dragon Balls like this? Fang Yun pondered while holding his chin. Frisia couldn't help but nodded. Of course not kind. We managed to get 4 Dragon Balls together. You actually want to pick up ready-made cheap. But then, Frisia shook her head vigorously. My brain is pumping, do I want to disappear? Page 35. By the way, you are looking for Dragon Ball, what wish do you want to achieve? Fang Yun asked curiously, but did not immediately go to pick up Dragon Ball. It's nothing, I just want to live forever. Frisia was startled and hurriedly replied. Longevity? What good is this kind of wish? Fang Yun smiled slightly, why don't you make a wish for your ears to grow? Is it possible? Frisia was stunned. Of course, this is your freedom. Fang Yun said with a smile. Frisia didn't say a word. If you say too much, you will lose, and Frisia understands this very well. I thought about it and thought it was a bit unkind to take your Dragon Balls directly, so I left these Dragon Balls for you. Fang Yun smiled. Chapter 50 Frisia, Your Excellency Fang Yun, go well. Frisia's eyes widened. I go, there is such a good thing? Fang Yun doesn't want Dragon Balls? Have you seen the 2 people behind me? Fang Yun pointed to Sun Wufan and Kellen behind him. Krillin was stunned. Sun Wufan was also slightly startled. What do you mean? They are also collecting Dragon Balls, but they are under my protection now, but after 10 minutes, I don't want to care about them anymore. When the time comes, you will compete for Dragon Balls, and I will stay out of it. How? Fang Yun said with a smile. Frisia looked at Fang Yun in amazement. Fang Yun actually wants to stay out of it? Real or fake? Why can't I believe it? I wish you good luck. Fang Yun stepped forward and patted Frisia on the head. Frisia dared not speak. By the way, I'll take this little guy, do you have any opinions? Fang Yun pointed to Dandy. No opinion, of course no opinion. Frisia hurriedly replied. Just take away a tiny name Qian. Frisia was supposed to kill Dandy. Now listening to Fang Yun's meaning, I don't plan to take Dragon Ball, it seems that I just take this name Qian child. That is really good. Fang Yun, just wait. When I get the Dragon Balls together, I wake up Beerus-sama, and you're done. Little guy, come here. Fang Yun beckoned to Dandy. Ah? Yes. Yes. Dandy turned pale with fright, and ran over in a panic. I wish you good luck. Fang Yun waved to Frisia and the others. Lord Fang Yun, go well. Frisia bowed and saluted. Fang Yun suddenly stopped. Frisia groaned in her heart. You won't sing a song to say goodbye to my departure? Fang Yun asked with a stern face. Frisia. Dodoria. Sabo. 2 tigers, prepare, sing. Fang Yun raised his head. Frisia's body trembled uncontrollably. However, when he thought of Fang Yun's horror, Frisia couldn't help but twitched her lips a few times and began to sing. SHH. Fang Yun waved his big hand lightly. Suddenly, the detectors on everyone's eyes disappeared mysteriously. Call out. Fang Yun took Bulma and flew into the sky. The 3 behind Sun Wuhan, Kailin, and Dandy were completely stunned. After a brief silence, the 3 suddenly woke up and hurriedly followed. It didn't take long for Fang Yun and the others to fly away under Frisia's gaze. Lord Frisia, what do you do now? Do you want to leave this planet immediately? Sabo asked in a low voice. Humph, there's no need for that. Frisia snorted coldly, I see, Fang Yun wants to play games with us. Let's see who can get all the Dragon Balls on this planet. Games. Sabo was slightly startled. He regards himself as the master of the game, so let him chatter for a while. Frisia narrowed his eyes and said, when I gather 7 Dragon Balls and wake up the sleeping Lord Beerus, I will let him know what the consequences of offending me, Frisia, will be. Sabo nodded vigorously. Dodoria nodded and said yes. Then, next time we meet those 2 Earthlings. Dodoria asked. You can do whatever you want, but it's best not to kill the killer, so as not to anger Fang Yun. Frisia pondered, pointing to a younger brother and instructed, you immediately contact the Jinnu team and let them bring the probe here. Above the sky. Dandy looked at Fang Yun in front of him so silently, and was shocked for a while. Dandy never thought that he would survive like this. Originally, Dandy thought he was going to die. Krillin scratched his bald head, a little unable to keep up with Fang Yun's rhythm. That's 4 Dragon Balls. Fang Yun, why didn't you bring those 4 Dragon Balls? Also, is that really Dragon Ball? Why is it so much bigger than Earth's Dragon Ball? Brother-in-law, are they really Dragon Balls? Bulma asked curiously. That's right. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Fang Yun, what did you mean to them just now? Kaylin couldn't help but ask. Next, you can find a way to find Dragon Ball, I will not participate. Fang Yun smiled. What do you mean? Krillin was dumbfounded. Why don't you participate? How can we fight Frisia without you? Also, is that guy really Frisia, the so-called Emperor of the Universe? Why are you so cowardly? Could it be the extras that Fang Yun found? Not right either. If it wasn't for seeing the killed Nameks at the scene, maybe they really were extras. Every one of you will have great growth on this Namek planet. If I directly gather the Dragon Balls, summon the dragon, and fulfill my wish, then it will be very unfair to you. Fang Yun smiled. On the road. Son Gohan. Krillin. What absurdity is this? We don't want to grow. We just want to survive. P.S. I will start posting more chapters at night. Chapter 51 Brother-in-law, don't look at me like that. Go on your own way, don't follow me anymore. Fang Yun greeted Kaylin and Sun Wufan. Hey? Let's go by ourselves. Krillin scratched his head. Too much. Aren't we going to find the Great Elder on Namek? Son Gohan asked. That's your business. Fang Yun smiled, don't follow me, otherwise. Fang Yun said, with a wave of his hand, he directly wiped out a mountain in the distance. Page 36. Call out. The next moment, Fang Yun hugged Bulma and left quickly. Krillin. Son Gohan. Are you leaving now? Looking at the backs of Fang Yun and Bulma leaving, the two were really speechless. How about taking us to see the Great Elder? Where is the first Elder? What should we do next? Kaylin had no idea for a while. I know the location of the Great Elder. I can take you there. Dandy said. By the way, I haven't asked what your name is yet. Sun Wufan asked quickly. Fang Yun hugged Bulma, found a mountainous area, and threw out the universal capsule. Boom! The universal capsule becomes an exquisite little house. Snapped. Fang Yun pushed open the door and pulled Bulma into the room. Brother-in-law, why did you bring me here? Bulma said with a blushing face. Fang Yun did not speak. Snapped. Fang Yun closed the door. Bulma's face became more rosy, and her heart beat faster. Fang Yun just looked at Bulma silently. Brother-in-law, don't look at me like that. Bulma felt that Fang Yun's eyes were really unbearable. If you look at people like this, they will be shy. Brother-in-law, is it really suitable for us to ignore them? Bulma hurriedly changed the subject. I said, for them, this is an experience. Fang Yun smiled slightly, if I intervene in everything, they will not grow up. But, they won't be in danger, right? Bulma was still a little worried. There is no danger, how do you grow up? Fang Yun smiled, don't worry, even if they all die, I can find a way to gather Dragon Balls to bring them back to life. Well. Bulma nodded slightly, raised her head, and asked in a low voice, then, my brother-in-law brought me to this place alone, too. Bulma, when are you going to finish the task your sister gave you? Fang Yun asked with a smile. Ah? What mission? Bulma shuddered and looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Sister-in-law no? How did my brother-in-law know? I understand, it must be my sister who told my brother-in-law. Sister, you are too much. Did you tell your brother-in-law about this? Bulma was overwhelmed and at a loss for a moment. It's okay, take your time, don't worry. Fang Yun said with a smile. Bulma. This kind of thing really should come slowly. After all, I wasn't mentally prepared either. If I'm ready, that month in the spaceship. Bulma thought a lot for a while. Bulma, you forgot? Didn't your sister say it? After you come to Namek, immediately call back to report safety. Fang Yun said. Hey! Bulma was stunned at the time. Call up? Are you kidding me? Brother-in-law, you should have said it earlier. You are so embarrassing to me, okay? What do you think? Fang Yun asked knowingly, looking at Bulma like that. Not to mention, Bulma is so beautiful at this time. Especially with that shy look, Fang Yun couldn't help but like to make fun of her. I think so too. Bulma replied quickly. Didn't your sister assign you other tasks? Fang Yun asked with a smile. No. No. What task can my sister give me? Bulma denied. When you were about to leave, what did Taisai call you and say? Fang Yun asked. It's really nothing. Bulma shook her head vigorously, and hurriedly walked over to pick up the phone and changed the subject. Brother-in-law, I'll report the safety of my parents and sister first. Okay. Fang Yun nodded slightly. The call was quickly connected. Bulma said a few words to Taisai. Nothing more than to report peace or something. At the same time, Bulma also said that a guy stronger than Vegeta appeared on Namek, and asked Sun Wukong to find a way to come over as soon as possible. As early as 15 days ago, Wukong asked his father to find the spaceship he used to come to Earth when he was a child, and modified it. After Wukong's injury was healed, he would immediately go to Namek, Taisai explained. Chapter 52 The Great Elder, please bring Fang Yun, 5,000 flowers plus more. Well, I see, so Gohan and the others will be safe. Bulma nodded. By the way, Bulma, are you with your brother-in-law? Taisai asked with concern. Sister. What did you say? How could I do such a thing? Bulma shouted angrily, and hung up the phone heavily. What did your sister say? Fang Yun asked. Nothing. By the way, Wukong is coming to Namek. Bulma hurriedly changed the subject. It is said that Wukong's spaceship can reach Namek in only 7 days. Yet. Fang Yun nodded. All of this has long been expected by Fang Yun, and there is nothing new. In addition, Fang Yun was not in a hurry to erase Frisia. Erasing Frisia, for Fang Yun, only needs to wave his hand to complete. The thing is, with Frisia wiped out, the next guy to wipe out is Cyborg 19. Fang Yun, who is familiar with the history of Dragon Ball, is very clear that the 19th of the android will be 3 years later. So boring. After erasing Frisia, I have to wait 3 years. Brother-in-law, what shall we do next? Bulma asked. This planet will become a battlefield after a while, and it may be destroyed at any time. Fang Yun pondered. Hey? Destruction. Bulma's face changed color. I'll take you to a safe place. Fang Yun thought about it and decided to leave Namek with Bulma. Where? Bulma asked. Adlat. Fang Yun smiled. Adlat? What is it? Bulma was a little confused. A planet with a fairly good environment. Fang Yun replied. Okay, I'll listen to my brother-in-law. Bulma nodded and asked, when are we leaving? Let's eat something first. Fang Yun opened the refrigerator and took out some snacks. Bulma. Under the leadership of Dandy, Krillin and Son Gohan finally met the Great Elder of Namek. Is this the Great Elder of Namek? It's so big! Krillin exclaimed. Sun Wufan looked at the behemoth in front of him with a stunned expression. As expected of the Great Elder, the volume is really big enough. Great Elder. Little guy, do you describe people as using volume as a unit of measurement? The Great Elder glanced at Sun Wufan with a dark face. I know everything about you. The Elder sighed and said solemnly, Fang Yun is still the same. After so many years, not much has changed. Fang Yun? The Great Elder knows him. After Kaylin asked, he wanted to slap himself. Isn't this nonsense? Page 37. Fang Yun once brought Taisai to Namek, and his wish came true. Moreover, it was Fang Yun who proposed to come and find the Great Elder. Can Fang Yun know the First Elder? Can the First Elder not know Fang Yun? I mean, can the Great Elder give us your Dragon Balls? We want to. Krillin explained. I already understand your purpose. I didn't expect that there are Dragon Balls on Earth. Is he the child of Kadaz? So, Kadaz's child has finally arrived on Earth safely, that's good, that's good. The First Elder smiled in relief. Unfortunately, he separated himself into two people because he wanted to become the god of the earth. If they were one person, the Saiyan would not have beaten him. Krillin didn't say a word. Earth people, come here, I will trigger potential energy for you. The Elder greeted Krillin. Ah! Potential energy. Kaylin was stunned. Come beside me. The Elder smiled. Kaylin had no choice but to stand by the Elder's side. The Elder put his hand on Krillin's head. SHH. An invisible energy poured into Krillin's body. Immediately, the aura in Kaylin's body greatly increased. What? Is there such a thing? Krillin was surprised and delighted. Earthman, please bring Fang Yun here, I have something to ask him. The Elder said to Kellen. Ah? Bring Fang Yun here. Kaylin didn't know what to do. Fang Yun refused to come. If he was willing to come, he would have come together before. Now who knows where Fang Yun went? Fang Yun's body didn't have the slightest aura fluctuation. Bulma, who is with Fang Yun, is only a weak woman with a very weak breath, so it is difficult to sense their existence, okay? I don't know where they are. Krillin was a little embarrassed. They are at the intersection of 501.125, and they fly in this direction. About 4,000 kilometers, you can see a blue mountain. Fang Yun is in that mountain. You can find it when you look for it. Yes. The Elder replied. Chapter 53 Looking for Fang Yun, 1000 evaluation votes plus more. Ah! Great Elder, can you sense Fang Yun's specific location? Kaylin didn't mention how surprised he was. Fang Yun's position cannot be sensed, but I can sense your companion. The Elder replied, Fang Yun, should you be with another of your companions? The Elder was talking about Miss Bulma, right? Klein suddenly realized. Earth people, please, when you come back, I will personally present the Dragon Balls. The Elder said. Okay, I understand, I'll find Fang Yun now. Kaylin nodded lightly. Be careful on the road, the elder said. Call out. Krillin turned into a white flame and flew towards the mountain where Fang Yun was located. Elder, why do you want to find Fang Yun? Neilu, who had not spoken, looked at the elder in confusion. I can foresee that our planet will be destroyed. The elder said solemnly, I believe that only Fang Yun can find a way to save the Nameks. Otherwise, our Nameks will be wiped out. Risk? What? Is there such a thing? Neera's face changed color. Dandy was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his face. Is there a disaster on Namek? Sun Wufan was also frightened. A village. Vegeta slaughtered the quartet, wiped out all the Nameks in the village, and found a Dragon Ball in the room. This is the Dragon Ball? I thought it would be placed in such a secret place, so it's so obvious. Vegeta's mouth curled into an arc, listening to Frieza and the others. Dragon Ball needs to collect 7 to make his wish come true. As long as I hide this one, Frieza won't be able to fulfill his wish. Then, I'll find a way to take the opportunity to take Frieza's Dragon Ball. Vegeta started his own plan to snatch the Dragon Balls. I don't know what's going on, Frieza's signal has been completely interrupted. Vegeta pondered, and there was an additional detector in his hand. Vegeta was very smart. After crushing the detector he was wearing, he replaced it with Chuyi's detector. This made Frieza and the others mistakenly believe that Vegeta had lost contact. However, what Frieza and the others didn't know was that Vegeta had been secretly monitoring their conversations. It is worth mentioning that when Fang Yun appeared on Frieza's side, Vegeta also inquired about the whereabouts of Dragon Ball in this village, and did not monitor Frieza. Therefore, Vegeta did not know that Fang Yun had come to Namek. Call out. Vegeta threw the Dragon Ball into the lake near the village. This way no one will know the whereabouts of Dragon Ball. Vegeta smiled. But then, Vegeta moved in her heart and suddenly looked diagonally behind. Hey? This breath? It's very familiar. Who is it? Vegeta was stunned and looked at it from a distance. Call out. A white on passed from Vegeta's sight. Vegeta took a closer look, and her face changed color. It's that bald head. Vegeta was startled, thinking she had read it wrong, and rubbed her eyes vigorously. Really, that Earthling? How can it be? Why did Earthlings appear on Namek? How did they get here? This is bad. What about Fang Yun? Is that guy Fang Yun here too? No. I have to follow up. At present, it seems that only the bald Earthman has not seen Fang Yun's figure. Call out. Vegeta rose into the sky and quickly chased in the direction of Krillin. This kid's combat power. 14,000. Vegeta looked at the bald Krillin flying in front of him in disbelief. When he was on Earth, I clearly remember that his combat power was only a little over 1,500. It has only been a month since his combat power was close to my previous combat power value. What exactly happened? How could his combat power progress so quickly? The question mark on Vegeta's face. Fortunately, Vegeta was relieved that this bald head's combat power was far inferior to his own. Where is he going? Vegeta frowned. Krillin was aroused by the potential energy of the Elder, and for a while he was a little carried away. The current Krillin is almost walking sideways on Namek. Krillin was flying vigorously and suddenly felt that something was wrong. No. Someone is following me. Kaylin's face changed color, he felt a little, and he couldn't help but tremble. Vegeta. How did he keep up? What is he doing with me? This is bad. On Earth, when Vegeta was about to flee, I was the one who killed him. This guy won't hate me, will he? It's over, am I going to die? Chapter 54 Vegeta, Fang Yun is here? Damn, why can't you still get to Fang Yun's place? Kaylin felt bad in his heart. Behind. Oh? He seems to have spotted me. Vegeta smiled lightly. Call out. Vegeta speeds up. In just an instant, Vegeta appeared right in front of Krillin, blocking the way. Page 38. Stop. Vegeta chuckled. Vegeta? Is that you? Krillin stopped in shock, pretending to be surprised. It's surprising, isn't it? I'm also very surprised. Vegeta sneered. What I didn't expect is that with your Earth's technology, you can still come to Namek. Krillin didn't speak. Where's Kakarot? Is he here? Vegeta looked at Krillin and asked. No. Krillin replied, Wukong is seriously injured and is healing. However, Fang Yun is here. What did you say? Fang Yun is here? Where is it? Vegeta quickly became vigilant. I'm looking for. Krillin replied. Vegeta looked at Krillin silently. Do you want to kill this bald head? Forget it, don't worry. When I become a Super Saiyan, I will kill him. Anyway, pinching him to death is as easy as pinching an ant. For now, I'd better not be alarmed. Hey? Another combat power response. Vegeta suddenly saw that a combat power value appeared on the detector, and couldn't help grinning. It's that guy from Dodoria. Great. He seems to be separated from Frieza. Already. Sure enough, the next moment a pink fat man appeared near Vegeta and Krillin. It is Dodoria. Dodoria came out to look for Dragon Ball. After seeing Krillin, he turned his head and ran away. Very scary. Isn't that bald head an accomplice of your Excellency Fang Yun? Hey? The other person is Vegeta? Did they join forces? No, I have to report this news to Lord Frieza as soon as possible. Dodoria, stop for me! Vegeta shouted loudly. Dodoria flew faster. I don't stand still. I'd better run away. It seems that I can't even beat Vegeta. Boom! Vegeta quickly caught up, flew up, and kicked Dodoria from the sky. Boom! Dodoria was like a cannonball, hitting the ground heavily. Vegeta, what are you doing? Dodoria shouted angrily. Dodoria, where's your probe? Vegeta looked at Dodoria with a smile. Broke in. Dodoria got up and looked at Vegeta with an angry face. Oh? Frieza's detector is also broken. Vegeta asked with interest. Call out. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta waved his hand lightly, and a ball of light quickly hit Krillin's front. Krillin was about to sneak away when he was chased back by this group of flames. Bald head, don't even think about running away. After I deal with this guy, I'll have a good chat with you. Vegeta smiled lightly. Krillin's face was pale. What do I have to chat with you? Just let me go now. Dodoria, probe, are you or? Vegeta took off the probe and looked at Dodoria with a smile. You want to give me your detector? It's great. Dodoria was stunned for a moment. Vegeta, if you can figure it out, it's okay to provoke Lord Frieza, and it can only be a dead end. Oh? Really? Vegeta smiled. Crack. Vegeta took a moment, and the probe in his hand was crushed by him on the spot. What are you doing, Vegeta? Even if you don't give me the detector, there's no need to destroy it. Dodoria was puzzled. I can't use it anymore. Vegeta smiled. What do you mean? Dodoria looked at Vegeta in confusion. How do you capture someone's position without a detector? Dodoria, you must be very clear that I killed Chuyi, right? Vegeta smiled and looked at Dodoria. That's why you dare not attack me, right? That was an accident. Chuyi was an accident. Your combat power is absolutely impossible to surpass me. Dodoria shouted. Boom! Vegeta punches Dodoria in the nose. Immediately, Dodoria's nosebleed came out from her nostrils. You don't seem to be anything special. Vegeta smiled coldly. Damn! Dodoria was furious and attacked Vegeta. You only have one arm, I still can't believe I can't beat you. After 10 seconds, Vegeta put her hand on Dodoria's chest. You're finished, Dodoria. Vegeta chuckled lightly, and flames were already condensed in her hands. Chapter 55 Vegeta, do you know how to transform? Wait a minute, Vegeta, I have something to say. Dodoria hurriedly said. Oh? If you have any last words, say them quickly, there will be no chance in the future. Vegeta smiled. It's about Planet Vegeta. Dodoria sped up his speech. Planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteorite impact, but was destroyed by Lord Frieza himself. Your Excellency, Frieza has been watching you for a long time. The Saiyans are not pleasing to the eye, so I called all the Saiyans back, saying that they found a superstar and were going to attack something. When you Saiyans all return, just take Vegeta. The planet is destroyed. Unfortunately, your loved ones, your friends, are all lost in the universe. Vegeta's expression changed slightly, but she didn't say a word. Okay, I'm leaving. You must be in pain now, right? You should mourn them slowly. Dodoria flew up. Planet Vegeta was actually destroyed by Frieza. Krillin whispered. Humph, do you think I'll be sad? I'm just regretting that after so many years, I've been teased by Frieza as a doll. Vegeta said coldly. Pfft. The next moment, Vegeta's energy penetrated Dodoria's heart. Dodoria died. Krillin's face turned pale with fright. This pink fat man is not low in strength, so he was killed by Vegeta? Vegeta is also too powerful. At this moment, after hearing Dodoria tell the secret about Planet Vegeta, Vegeta's mentality changed. As a Saiyan of a fighting nation, but now it has been exterminated by a foreigner. Vegeta clenched her fists, and the veins on her forehead burst. Frieza must have acted against us Saiyans because he was worried that a Super Saiyan would be born among us Saiyans. Frieza, you wait for me. And Fang Yun, you wait for me well. When Vegeta becomes a Super Saiyan, I will let you know who is the strongest in the universe. Vegeta turned to look at the bald head, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Krillin was startled, his face changed again and again. Bald head, how do you feel? Vegeta squinted at Krillin. Krillin shivered, not knowing what to do. Is this guy trying to kill me? This is bad. I don't have a girlfriend yet. I don't want to die. Boom. Vegeta punched Krillin's chest hard. Puff. Krillin spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling that his whole body was not well. Page 39. Go back and tell Kakarot, no matter how much inferior warriors cultivate, they can't surpass my genius. Vegeta smiled slightly and patted Krillin's shoulder with one hand. Krillin clutched his chest, weakened to the extreme. It didn't kill you, you're lucky. Vegeta smiled lightly. Call out. The next moment, Vegeta flew up and flew into the distance. Kalen had lingering fears, and it could be regarded as the rest of his life. Vegeta actually let herself go. Perhaps, Vegeta is afraid of Fang Yun. No, I have to find Fang Yun quickly. Kalen gritted his teeth, stood up hard, and walked in the direction of Fang Yun step by step. Vegeta was flying, and suddenly saw a familiar figure. Isn't that Sabo? I'm so lucky. Vegeta grinned. However, Vegeta is still very vigilant. Vegeta knew very well that, with her current strength, she was no match for Frieza. After confirming that Frieza was not there, Vegeta kicked Sabo from the sky. Boom! Sabo's body hit the ground, leaving a big hole. Sabo flew up angrily and glared at Vegeta. Vegeta! It's you! Sabo angrily said, where's Dodoria? Did you kill him? Yes, you guessed it right. Vegeta smiled. Vegeta, your combat power is indeed progressing rapidly, but do you think you can defeat me? Sabo snorted coldly. What? I remember that you and Dodoria's combat power is not much different, right? What tricks can you play? Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Do you know about transformation? Sabo smiled. I like a handsome appearance. Transformation can make me stronger, but it can also make me ugly. But compared to my life, it's ugly. It's nothing. Snapped. Sabo immediately became fat, and his face changed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Sabo turned into a toad-like character, and his combat power improved by leaps and bounds. What? Vegeta's face became ugly after sensing the other party's breath. Chapter 56 Goal, Adrit. Humph, Vegeta, I'll show you the strength of my transformation. Sabo smiled. Boom. Sabo's fist hit Vegeta's chest heavily. Vegeta's face twitched and blood spurted from her mouth. 10 seconds later. Vegeta was dying. I forgot to tell you, Lord Frieza also has this kind of physique that can be transformed. Sabo smiled contemptuously. You can't even beat me, and you still want to rebel against Lord Frieza? Vegeta, you really are a fool's dream. Sabo brings Vegeta to Frieza. Lord Frieza, are you going to kill him? Sabo asked. Let's save him first, I have something to ask him. Frieza thought for a while and ordered to Sabo. Sabo sends Vegeta to the spaceship's healing machine for treatment. At the same time as Sabo and Vegeta were fighting, Krillin finally walked with difficulty and appeared in the blue mountain that the Elder said. It's here, according to what the Elder said, Fang Yun should be in this area. Krillin let go of the induction with an excited expression on his face. At such a short distance, one should be able to sense Bulma's breath. Over there. It's not far. It's just over 300 meters. Krillin flew up. After Fang Yun had some snacks with Bulma, he moved the spaceship over. Is this going? Brother-in-law? Bulma asked. Let's go, you may be in danger if you stay here. Fang Yun nodded. Even if I'm in danger, my brother-in-law will save me, right? Bulma smiled. Don't make trouble, if the planet is gone, I can't help you. Fang Yun shook his head. If you are in space, you will directly turn into a popsicle. Yet, brother-in-law, you hate it. Bulma said angrily. Although I can find a way to resurrect you through Dragon Ball, no one wants to die, right? Fang Yun said. Okay, let's go. Bulma nodded. Without further ado, target, the planet Adlat near Namek. Snapped. Bulma snapped the start button on the spaceship. Call out. The spaceship soared into the sky, and under Kling's gaze, it disappeared at once. Krillin. Fang Yun. What are you doing? Krillin's eyes widened, looking at the spaceship that had disappeared. He was stunned for a while. Fang Yun left Namek? What do you mean? Krillin didn't understand at all. Ruined. This is bad. How to do? How did you go? Are you going back to Earth? So, what about me and Gohan? Krillin's tears were about to fall. What a pit. I'd better go back and report this matter to the Great Elder. Krillin was depressed to death. Frieza's spaceship. Vegeta, who was being treated, suddenly opened her eyes. Boom. Vegeta bombarded it with an afterburner and took the 5 Dragon Balls that were placed in the spaceship. After Frieza reacted, he was furious and ordered Sabo to immediately take someone to look for Dragon Ball and Vegeta's trail. Not to mention how happy Vegeta was. I didn't expect to grab the 5 Dragon Balls that Frieza finally collected so easily. With that said, add my Dragon Ball, and there will be one left. Great. I'm really lucky. Vegeta first dug a pit and buried Frieza's 5 Dragon Balls. Vegeta looked over silently. Currently, only Sabo and one of Frieza's little brothers are looking for themselves. Frieza is far from here. Vegeta grabbed a stone and threw it in the distance. Over there! Sabo and the younger brother quickly swept away in the direction of Vegeta's stone throwing. But, after going there was nothing. We've been fooled. Sabo grinned. Boom! As he was talking, Sabo discovered that the younger brother beside him was killed on the spot. Vegeta's figure slowly emerged, looking at Sabo opposite with a smile. Vegeta! Take out the Dragon Ball. I can ask Lord Frieza to take it easy. Sabo angrily said. Sabo, you really don't know us Saiyans. Vegeta smiled. What do you mean? Sabo was stunned. If Saiyans on the verge of death are healed, their combat power will be doubled. Vegeta smiled. What did you say? Sabo's face changed. You'll know right away. Vegeta sneered. Page 40. Boom! Vegeta killed Sabo on the spot. Krillin returned to the residence of the Great Elder scarred. P.S. I will start posting more chapters at night. Chapter 57 The Great Elder, Fang Yun has left Namek, 2000 evaluation plus more. Krillin, I'll treat you. Dandy stepped forward and healed Krillin's injury through healing. Dandy, you're amazing. Krillin was surprised and happy, and then said what happened. What? Fang Yun left Namek. After hearing Kaylin's narration, the elder's face changed slightly, and then he sighed softly. So, my hunch should be correct, Namek, it is very likely that there will be a catastrophe. My clan is almost. Elder. I have a solution, and that is to give us your Dragon Balls, and we can revive Earth's Dragon Balls. Krillin suggested, if Earth's Dragon Balls are resurrected, the dead Namekians can be resurrected. The elder's eyes lit up, nodded lightly, and reached out to take down the one-star Dragon Ball on the seat. Take it, people of the Earth, I wish you good luck. The elder handed the Dragon Ball to Kaylin, and tapped the potential energy for Son Gohan. Son Gohan and Krillin left for a while to find a new Dragon Ball. Uncle Krillin, you see there is a Dragon Ball here. Son Gohan pointed to a Dragon Ball on the Dragon Ball radar. Gohan, you take the Dragon Ball radar to find this Dragon Ball, and I'll find a place to hide this Dragon Ball in my hand, so that even if Frieza and the others meet, we won't be wiped out. Krillin suggested, when the time comes, I will release your breath to convey my position. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Son Wufan nodded. Krillin and Son Gohan split up. It didn't take long for Krillin to fly with the Dragon Ball of the Great Elder, when Vegeta sensed his breath. This is the breath of the bald head on the earth. What is this kid wandering around? Anyway, I am idle, so I can go and have a look. Vegeta thought for a moment, and immediately flew into the sky, heading in the direction of Krillin fly away. Soon, the two met in the air. Krillin trembled with fright. How did I meet Vegeta again? Bald head, isn't it easy, you actually got a Dragon Ball. Vegeta didn't mention how happy he was. I just came out to try my luck. Unexpectedly, I finally found the last Dragon Ball. Very good. That is really good. Vegeta, will I finally fulfill my Super Saiyan dream? If you don't want to die, give me the Dragon Ball. Vegeta looked at Krillin with a smile. Krillin gritted his teeth and handed the Dragon Ball to Vegeta. Very good. Vegeta laughed. But soon, Vegeta stopped laughing and looked around vigilantly. Fang Yun, doesn't he seem to be here? Get out now. Call out. Vegeta held the Dragon Ball in his arms and flew towards the existence where the last Dragon Ball was stored. Flying and flying, Vegeta suddenly sensed a faint breath ahead, and suddenly hid. What's the situation? I can sense that there must be someone hiding in front of me. Deliberately avoid me. Who is it? Come out to me quickly. Otherwise, I'll raise this place to the ground. Vegeta shouted loudly, condensing the energy bullets in his hands. It's me, don't fight. Son Gohan hid the Dragon Ball obtained through the Dragon Ball radar and walked out from a hill below. It's you. Vegeta glanced at Son Gohan. Did you come with the bald head? Ah, yes, you are holding Uncle Krillin's Dragon Ball. Sun Mufan was shocked. You killed Uncle Krillin. If you want me to kill him, I can go back now. Vegeta smiled. Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. What are you holding in your hand? Vegeta glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in Son Gohan's hand. Ah! Son Gohan was taken aback and responded quickly, This is a watch. You also brought this kind of low-tech watch to this planet. Vegeta didn't doubt and continued with a full smile, Humph, go back and tell Fang Yun that I have collected the last Dragon Ball. When I realize my wish, I will have a good chat with him. Son Gohan squinted at the Dragon Ball hidden behind him. You are so interesting. Do you think you really got all the Dragon Balls? By the way, go back and tell Kakarot that among the Saiyans, we are the only ones left. Vegeta smiled. Boom! Vegeta kicked Son Gohan to the ground. Call out! Vegeta flew quickly towards the direction of the last Dragon Ball. However, when Vegeta dived to the bottom of the lake, he couldn't find the Dragon Ball that was hidden before. Vegeta's eyes flashed brightly. No, that kid is not holding a watch. It should be Dragon Ball detector. Be cheated. Chapter 58 Bulma comes to Adlat, cumulative rewards plus more. Vegeta was furious and soared into the sky, looking for the whereabouts of Son Gohan and Krillin everywhere. I can't spare you. Vegeta was so angry that her nose crooked. Adlat. Snapped. Fang Yun's spacecraft landed on this planet safely. Fang Yun pulled Bulma out of the spaceship. Fang Yun, long time no see. The elder of Adlat came to greet him in person, and silently looked at Bulma, and said a little strangely, Hey? I remember the girl you brought here last time, Fang Yun, is golden hair. What's your look? That's my sister. Bulma shouted angrily. The elder laughed dryly. Such a fierce woman. I don't know what is the need for Mr. Fang Yun to come to Adlat this time. The elder asked with a wry smile. Fang Yun came to Adlat for the first time and stayed for 3 months. Fang Yun originally said that he had come to Adelaide to learn Speaklito. It's just that Fang Yun has been studying for 3 months, and he hasn't condensed even a bit of Sprito. Then, Fang Yun asked Pibara to take him to the realm of the Realm God, and he took a space-time ring from the hand of the Realm God, and also took the Padala earrings of the Realm God and the Realm King. The legendary sword of the gods. Fang Yun came to Adlat for the 2nd time, with a beautiful girl with blonde hair. As a result, Fang Yun took Taisai with him, and when he returned to Earth, he took many valuables from Adlat. The girl named Taisai was still holding an empty all-purpose capsule. That magical capsule is simply a bottomless pit, and it is difficult to fill it with a lot of things. The great elder of Adlat wanted to cry without tears. Now that Fang Yun came with another girl, the great elder was in a bad mood. By the way, let me introduce you, her name is Bulma, Taisai's sister. Fang Yun smiled. By the way, the last capsule was made by Bulma. Great elder. P-Bala. Too much. Made a capsule that size. Are you here to rob? Ah. Last time my sister brought so many good things back, did she bring them back from this planet? I remember that there are a lot of diamonds on this planet. Bulma's eyes lit up. There are not many diamonds left. The elder's heart was bleeding. Gold is fine. Bulma thought. Great elder. The gold of our planet is the same as your Earth, and it is also a very scarce resource, okay? Page 41. You go to other planets to snatch gold. Why did you catch us Adlat and smash the wool so hard? Don't worry, Great Elder, we are here to take refuge this time. Fang Yun comforted. Refuge? Why do you say that? The elder looked at Fang Yun and asked back. Who believes? With a wave of your hand, you can erase someone. You can even slap the king of the realm stunned. You asylum? Are you afraid of people too? Namek, I'm afraid there will be a disaster. Fang Yun said solemnly. What? What happened? The great elder of Adalat didn't know anything about Namek. The emperor of the universe, Frisia, is here to search for Dragon Balls on Namek. Fang Yun replied, now, there are not many left of the surviving Namekians. Great elder. P-Bala. Very scary. The king of the universe, Frisia. Cosmic Emperor Frisia has begun to miss Namek? The elder immediately closed his eyes and silently let go of the induction. Although Adalat and Namek are very far apart, the great elder's sensing ability is very outstanding. After about a minute, the great elder can clearly sense the current situation on Namek. This abominable Frisia. The elder trembled. There are only 3 Namekians left in the current situation. There are only a handful of humans on Namek. What is the wish of the Cosmic Emperor Frisia looking for Dragon Ball? P-Bala asked curiously. This is not clear. The elder shook his head gently and looked at Fang Yun. Don't look at me, I don't know. Fang Yun replied. Elder, what should we do now? Would you like to secretly transfer the great elder of Namek to a safe location? For example, we Adalat. P-Bala suggested. No, God Realm stipulates that we are not allowed to use teleportation to leave Adalat. P-Bara, do you want us to destroy Adalat? The elder scolded. P-Bala hung his head and said no more. By the way, I also received a message. Fang Yun continued. Mr. Fang Yun, please speak. The elder nodded. Chapter 59 I help you erase Jinyu them, 100 comments plus more. Flizz's Jinyu team, the next target may be Adalat, you have to be careful. Fang Yun said. What? Team Jinyu? The elder's face changed color. Jinyu, special team. P-Bala was even more frightened and trembling all over. The rest of the Raditz were also terrified. Jinyu team, that is the most powerful team in this universe. This is bad. With the strength of the Jinyu team, still haven't wiped out Adalat? It is estimated that after leaving from Namek, come directly to Adalat. Fang Yun pondered. The first elder closed his eyes again and began to sense the breath of the Jinyu team. After a minute, the spaceship of the Jinyu team is heading in the direction of Namek. The elder's face became more and more ugly. If it was Jinyu and the others who came to our planet, we. P-Bala was trembling all over. Fang Yun, you can erase them, right? The elder looked at Fang Yun for help. Of course, no problem, let alone Jinyu, I can easily erase Frisia. Fang Yun smiled. Great elder. P-Bala. You can really brag. You can erase Jinyu and them, we can still believe it. You say you can erase Frisia? That Cosmic Emperor Frisia, you can wipe him out with a wave of your little hand? Why can't we believe it? Maybe Frisia is more terrifying than Kai Wangjin-sama? If so many years have passed, will King Kai-sama leave Frisia alone? Cough cough. Then ask Mr. Fang Yun. If Jinyu and the others come to our planet. The elder pleaded. No problem, you are my friends, how can I watch Adalat in danger? Fang Yun nodded, turned his head to greet Bulma. Bulma, what do you see on this planet? If you have a good thing, just take it away. The great elder and the others are very generous, right, great elder? Of course. Haha, that's of course. Just take it, just take it. The elder responded quickly. Hey? This chair of the great elder, is it made of diamonds? Is there such a big diamond? Bulma had already noticed the chair of the great elder. This seat shines brightly, and at first glance it is not ordinary. The elder's face turned green. Is the great elder's scepter made of vibranium? It's a very rare metal material. Bulma looked at the Great Elder's scepter again. Tears fell from the elders. Little girl, you are more extreme than your sister. Although the things your sister took are very valuable, at least we won't be hurt. You are going to take away all the treasures of our Adlat. After an hour, Bulma moved a lot of things and piled them together. Someone said that if you were given a sack of bricks, you wouldn't be able to move it. But if that sack of bricks was exchanged for the same weight of money, you'd be flying with it. Bulma wanted to evacuate the entire Adlat. Bulma, you are already the eldest lady of the richest family on earth, you still take so many things. Fang Yun was also rather speechless. Brother-in-law, there are many resources on this planet that we don't have on Earth. Bring them back to do research. Our Earth's technology will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Bulma smiled. The elders burst into tears. Elder, in order to comfort your wounded heart, I'd better erase Jinyu and the others now. Fang Yun smiled. At the same time, Fang Yun waved his hand gently. The vast starry sky, the vast universe. There are 5 miniature spaceships heading towards Namek at high speed. 5 spaceships crossed 5 arcs in this starry sky. Captain Jinyu, we will arrive at Namek in 20 minutes, Gyus reported. Very well, it's finally time for us to show off our prowess. Jinyu laughed. We are the strongest team in the universe, we can't be ashamed. Bart smiled. Of course, with our strength, we can easily wipe out the entire Namek planet. Likum replied with a smile. SHH. Just as he was talking, he saw 4 of the spaceships disappear all of a sudden. Nothing was left. Disappeared without any sign. The rest, only Jinyu and his spaceship. Jinyu was stunned. What's happening here? What about them? Hey! Keith! Likum! Bart! And Guldo! Jinyu shouted the names of the team members. However, there was no movement. Disappeared. Mysteriously disappeared. Jinyu paled with fear. Namek. Page 42. Son Gohan and Krillin sat opposite each other. There is a Dragon Ball beside them. It's been a few days, and we're getting closer and closer to where Vegeta stores the Dragon Balls. Krillin looked at the signal indication on the Dragon Ball radar with some surprise. P.S. Ask for a reward, ask for flowers, ask for a recommendation ticket. +1 change for every reward 1 person. Accumulated 5,000 flowers +1 more. Accumulated 1,000 evaluation votes +1 update. Accumulated 100 comments +1 more. Chapter 60 Let me Vegeta become a Super Saiyan. Uncle Krillin, are we really going to steal Vegeta's Dragon Balls? Son Gohan asked worriedly. Gohan, this is not called stealing. Krillin corrected, Dragon Ball belongs to Namekian, and the Great Elder of Namekian has promised us to give us the Dragon Ball. Besides, Vegeta's Dragon Ball, also didn't you steal it from Frieza? Uncle Kellen, I understand. Sun Wufan nodded vigorously. We have hidden the breath now, Vegeta is absolutely unable to sense it, as long as we secretly take his 6 Dragon Balls and add this one in our hands, we can realize our wish. Lin said excitedly. Yes. Sun Wufan nodded. The two hid their breath and quietly approached in the direction of Dragon Ball. It didn't take long for the two of them to be in a mountainous area and saw the traces of Dragon Ball being buried. Here it is. Krillin cheered softly. Vegeta isn't here, right? Son Gohan looked around, looking around vigilantly. Don't worry, his breath is far away from us. Krillin smiled, Vegeta would never have thought that we already stole his Dragon Ball. Uncle Krillin, didn't you say we weren't stealing? Sun Wufan corrected. Krillin. The two quickly dug out the Dragon Ball. The 7 Dragon Balls finally gathered together, emitting a golden light. Krillin and Son Gohan hugged each other and cried. Unexpectedly, our two weakest people can get together 7 Dragon Balls by luck. Uncle Kellen, let's make our wish come true. Sun Wufan urged quickly. Yet. Krillin nodded. However, just when Krillin planned to summon the dragon, suddenly a figure appeared on the scene. Vegeta. Krillin was shocked. Sun Wufan was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he couldn't say anything. Can't think of it. Earthlings. Vegeta had a faint smile on her face. Aren't you far away? How did you appear? Klein was stunned. It's very simple. As long as I condense an energy bomb that is difficult to disperse in that position, and release some of my breath into it, I will make you naively think that I am in that position. Vegeta looked at it with a smile. Krillin and Son Gohan, actually, I've been lurking here for a long time, waiting for you to come and snatch my Dragon Balls. Krillin and Son Gohan turned pale. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. Vegeta smiled softly. At the same time, I also want you to witness for me, this very meaningful day. The next moment, Vegeta faced the 7 Dragon Balls with an endless smile on his face. Fighting Tribe. Saiyan Prince. Vegeta. Today, it is finally time to become a Super Saiyan. From now on, the entire universe will be under the control of my Vegeta. Frieza. Fang Yun. You will all be trampled under my feet by Vegeta. Let me Vegeta be a Super Saiyan. Vegeta made a wish to the 7 Dragon Balls. Son Gohan. Krillin. The two quickly looked at each other. This idiot. Doesn't he know how to summon a dragon? Correct. He only knows that Dragon Ball can make wishes and fulfill wishes, but no one has ever told Vegeta and Frieza that Dragon Ball needs to summon a dragon to make wishes come true. Also, what does Super Saiyan mean? So puzzling. The two looked at Vegeta silently. Vegeta silently looked at the 7 Dragon Balls lying on the ground. I don't seem to have become a Super Saiyan. How did this happen? Doesn't it mean that any wish can be fulfilled by collecting 7 Dragon Balls? Why doesn't it work? Hey, Dragon Ball, make me Vegeta a Super Saiyan. Vegeta made a wish to Dragon Ball again. Krillin. Son Gohan. Snapped. Vegeta grabbed Krillin's collar and lifted him off the ground. Let go of Uncle Kellen. Sun Wufan was shocked and shouted quickly. Tell me, how can I make my wish come true? Vegeta said coldly, if you don't want this bald head to die. Saying that, Vegeta's big hand directly squeezed Krillin's neck. As long as Vegeta exerts a little force, Krillin will be pinched to death by Vegeta on the spot. Gohan, don't say it. Krillin shook his head vigorously. Okay, if you don't want to say anything, I'll send you to the underworld. Vegeta's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I said. Don't hurt Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan hurriedly said, you can't realize your wish like this. After you have collected 7 Dragon Balls, you need to summon the dragon and make a wish through the dragon.